Hello, everybody. I am Mel Barrett, and this is Something's Off retrial with Mel. Today, we are on day 7 of the Edrick Faust trial, Georgia v. Edrick Faust, and it's going to be another big day. Yesterday, we went through the Chris Melton testimony. Chris Melton is the third-party culprit as far as the defense is concerned, and I think as far as most of us are concerned. Today, we're going to be hearing from the GBI agents in charge of this investigation, and that is Ricketts, and Bigham. And we're going to get into that testimony very shortly after a very quick break. Hello, friends. I'm glad to be back with y'all again. And my hair's a little crazy today, but we're just gonna flow with it at this point. Yesterday, the testimony that we saw from Chris Melton was shocking to me, especially that moment where I lost my shit because he was trying to speak to either the DA or Liz, and in my opinion anyway, it seemed like he was pleading for them. I've asked a lot of people their thoughts on it. A lot of people say that they hear him say, please object, or please don't let them something or other. He's very obviously upset and worried about that testimony. And that's what I got from it. It doesn't matter if he was even talking to himself. What I got from it was that he was very nervous about that testimony coming in, or the jury hearing that testimony. And of course the judge helped him out there. So, this case, like you told me, is infuriating, totally infuriating. And I am disgusted that, at the possibility of an innocent man being sentenced to 2 life without parole sentences plus 45 years. That is not okay in my book. Let's see who we have in the chat today. Hey, Miss Blue Bus. Hey, next witness. Love when your time works well with my time. Love it. Love it. Love it. Hey, Free Faust. D Cools. Thank you so much for taking my 11 a.m. meeting into consideration when planning this live. I got you. Good morning, Dot. Good morning, Jody. Love a canceled meeting. That's always nice. Hey, Amanda. Everyone say thank you to Amanda. She does our chapters for us, and she's amazing. Let's see. Hi, Diane. And is that everybody? Amanda said, my daughter wants to be a forensic profiler when she grows up. I'm planning to teach her about corruption, too, and the importance of doing your job properly. All details matter. Absolutely. But that's awesome that she wants to do that. I would love to do that, but I'm not scientifically brained. So, let's see. Hey, Kendra. Hey, Ash and Sugar. The like button needs some love. I agree with that. Yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind liking the video, sharing the video, commenting on the videos and the streams, it really helps us. I think we're actually pretty close today. Oh, my phone has just been ringing off the hook. We are pretty close today. Let me just check the stats right quick. Yeah, we are 6 subscribers away from 7,000, which is nuts in a good way. Hey, Anne, how are you? Anne says, I know nothing about this case. Thanks, Mel. Anne, have you been watching our streams? We're on day 7, so I hope you've been watching the stream so you know what we're talking about and where we are. You can get caught up on our main page if you're not caught up. But if you know what's going on, then today is the day that everybody's been asking me or telling me that they can't wait for me to see, because Liz Bigham, the lead investigator who it seems maybe coached Chris Melton, not really sure, is taking the stand today. So, and from what I've heard from the testimony that's coming up today, these two agents basically put on a defense for Chris Melton, is what it sounds like. So the other thing I will say, let's see, what else can I tell you? Oh, today is Wednesday. Tomorrow morning, Rebecca and I are going to be streaming at a regular time, and we're inviting a guest in, and that guest is Broken Baker. And we love Broken Baker. He is an excellent human being. He covered the recent Kelsey Fitzsimmons case or hearing that happened yesterday, I believe. But I was in here, so a lot of us couldn't watch it, but we were getting updates, and it sounds like the restraining order or the no contact order with her son has been lifted. So it's the beginning of a process, but it's looking a little bit more hopeful for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We are also going to go over that shit show of a trial or hearing between Aidan Carney and Meredith O'Neill. I've had a lot of time to think about it, and so we're going to be talking that out with Broken Baker. And I think that Aidan is probably due. Their closing arguments, I think, are happening on Friday. I could be wrong about that. Correct me if you know. Time out. Wait. Yeah, why was she in the gallery if she was going to be a witness? D. Cool said. That is a great question. It's similar to the, the Corey Richens trial when the lead investigator sat. They're allowed to. Cops are allowed to sit there. Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, same thing happened. Cops are allowed to sit there whether they're witnesses or not. And she was sitting directly behind the prosecution's table for all of Chris Melton's testimony. So that video that the moment, let me see if I can find it. The moment that happened yesterday where Chris Melton was whispering and asking for help while he was on the stand in front of the jury into a microphone. That moment happened. And, obviously I don't know if he was focusing his attention on Liz or on the prosecution. I'm assuming it was the prosecution because he was pleading in some way. So there was an objection, or there was a coming objection. The judge asked if they wanted to object, and he was like, please, blah, 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 blah. So we can watch that moment again just to see if we've had any insight since yesterday, but let's see. Then what was the issue with letting Tara's friends sit in the gallery? I think it had more to do with civilian witnesses versus police witnesses. I don't know that to be true. I don't know that to be fact. But as far as I understand it, investigators are allowed to sit through the trial. So I don't know. Let's take a look at the video from yesterday. Screen.
No, sir.
This is gonna take it back just a minute. I put this video up yesterday asking for everyone's help. So if you weren't here yesterday, let me know what you hear and see.
I just want to make sure we're clear on the question that I asked, okay? The week before Ms. Baker's death, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized you two's relationship.
No, sir.
This isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
No, sir.
On June 20th, 2001, law enforcement asked you that question. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your statement to law enforcement was, yes, I remember that incident. Is that correct?
No, I remember I started telling about an incident.
Your Honor, I would ask to play minute mark through 650 of Defense Exhibit 3.
Okay, watch this.
Any objection, Mr. Yeldon?
43 in evidence?
Correct. Well, we did this. We did the.
What is he?
That one time.
What was he? What is he whispering?
I didn't move to
Not in evidence.
Please forgive me.
Hold on.
I remember nothing happening the week before.
Was he whispering to the DA?
To a detective. And I remember telling, there was an incident that always stayed in the forefront of my mind that I realized I had hurt her
feelings. Was he whispering to the DA? What the fuck was that?
The week before, because the incident that I explained happened months before.
All right, so your testimony today, Mr. Melton, is the incident that occurred before Ms. Baker died was actually an incident that occurred months before Ms. Baker died.
Yes, what he had asked is, has there ever been a time that you felt that something you had done jeopardized your relationship? I think that's close to accurate, but my answer that I gave was at the forefront of my mind. It always stayed there, but it did not happen the week before. I didn't say that in question, but it was not the week before. I just want to make sure we're on the question I asked, okay? The week before Ms. Baker's death, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized your two's relationship. No, sir.
This isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
No, sir.
On June 20th, 2001, law enforcement asked you that question. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your statement to law enforcement was, yes, I remember that incident. Is that correct?
No, I remember I started telling about an incident.
Your Honor, I asked to play Ned Martin through 650.
What does he say right here?
Defense exhibit 3.
Any objection, Mr. Yeldon?
43 in evidence.
What
Correct.
the
Well,
fuck?
we did this,
He
we
what?
did the times. The timestamp is
That
What?
one time.
Is he? Yeah. It blew my mind, honestly. The fact that it seems like no one in the courtroom really noticed. I mean, the judge didn't notice. I feel like the judge should have given him some sort of a reprimand or instruction if she saw him trying to communicate. Because, I mean, keep in mind, the prosecution is allowed to meet with their witnesses to just let them know how the day is going to go, that, but they're not allowed to go over any kind of testimony with them. So a witness like begging somebody to help him in this moment, man, it was a crazy moment. I just wanted to share it again in case there are new people in the chat who did not see it yesterday. I posted a video that goes through it 3 or 4 times. I also tagged Sam Beningo to see if she had looked into this case for, to break down his demeanor and body language and, all the things that she does because she's a doctor, basically. So that would be really interesting to me to hear her psychological sort of breakdown of what he's doing. His, like, if he's being deceptive, which, I mean, I think we all know he was being deceptive. Yeah, it would be fun to have Sam on to talk about it. Oh, and I saw Amanda, I'm sorry, I missed your comment. I have not been to the P.O. box lately. I've been so busy. The P.O. box is like 20 minutes from my house, and I just haven't made time to go over there, but I need to. I know I need to go over there. We've got a few things sitting there, and I promise you that I will let you know when I go, but I have not gone yet. We all simultaneously crashed out, Pamabo said. Yeah, I mean, it was... But I'm like, why haven't I heard about this before either? Like, there were some people I posted in the Edrick Faust Facebook group, and I think there were some people in there who saw it the first time it happened. But I haven't heard anything about this moment. I mean, you remember the moment from the Karen Reed trial when I think it was Guarino, Nicholas Guarino. He whispered into the mic to himself, "Kill me now." He was like, "Kill me now," or something like that. And then we had some hot mic moments with Bev. So those were always kind of news, we all knew about those because everyone was talking about it, but I don't remember hearing anything about this. And to me, this is a huge moment. And I don't know if it can be brought into the appeal, but a witness should definitely not be begging whoever he's begging in the courtroom to help him basically object to what the defense is doing. I mean, it's insane to me. And it shows the relationship that he has with the state and with possibly the investigators. And something should have happened here. This is so inappropriate. So yeah, Free Foss said not many people are talking about this case, which is super sad to me. Everyone needs to be talking about this case. Imagine if I always do this, and some people rag on me for it, but I want to make myself very clear. Some of the reason why we focus heavily on some of the cases on our channel that the main character is, a privileged white woman, usually. The reason that we focus on some of those cases that involve corruption. So if you look at Karen Reed or Kelsey Fitzsimmons, the reason we focus on them is to say, you, the general audience and public, can see this corruption, right? You can see this. It's right in front of you. And if they can do this to an overprivileged white woman who has money and can afford a defense, imagine what they're doing to people of color, to Edrick Faust. Luckily, Edrick Faust has a good defense team, but even with a good defense team, they were railroaded. So I'm hoping that our coverage of some of those bigger cases that have a lot of press because it's, featuring white women, I'm hoping that covering those cases also gets some eyes on this case and other cases. One of the other cases that I've been following is the Sam Nordquist case out of upstate New York, which is a tragic, horrific case that involves 7 seven defendants who brutally sexually assaulted, tortured, imprisoned, and eventually unalived a trans man who was supposed to be in the state from Minnesota, living with somebody that he was in a relationship with. And that person that he was in a relationship with is the one who orchestrated this torture. And they did it in front of children. Now, Sam Nordquist is a black man, a black trans man. And his case is getting a little bit of coverage, but not enough. And if we can all go ballistic over the corruption in the Karen Reed case and the corruption in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, then we should all be going ballistic over a weak-ass prosecution of a black man accused of brutally sexually assaulting and murdering a woman 25 years ago. And the fact that he was convicted on like the weakest thread of evidence I've ever seen. And so that's the reason why we cover those trials. But I do wish there were more eyes on this, more ears on this. So you guys share it if you can and try to get some people interested in this. Because at this point, you know, Edrick is really fighting for his life and he's going to need all the help he can get. In the video descriptions, I usually post his it's not GoFundMe, Give, Send, Go, which is a legal fundraiser for his appellate fight that's coming up. So if you're able to, or if you know anyone who might be interested, share the videos, share the Give, Send, Go. Once we have more information about, from what I hear, he's been transferred to the actual prison. And generally it takes a little while for prisoners to be set up with the communication devices and everything that they need. So I do think it's important to write to Edrick when we're able to, and hopefully we could, you know, maybe set up some sort of a call with him, but that's going to be a little down the road because he needs to be set up where he's going. So, let's see. Amanda said, I almost cried to think of how many innocent people are sitting in prison. Seriously, it is horribly messed up. Absolutely. I feel the same. Ashton said he needs help with donations for his appellate team. 150,000 is needed. He's only at about 56 right now. The fundraiser is on Give, Send, Go. Yeah, the link to that fundraiser is in the video description, the show notes. Let's see. Single piece of partial DNA and junk science. Yep. All rolled into one, honestly. If you can't pin it on the girl, pin it on the black guy. That is awful and probably very, very true. All right, let's, the only other thing I wanted to say about what we're covering today, I had a really hard time. Normally I stream from law and crime trials because they generally have good audio and good visuals. For some reason, Law and Crime Trials only has day 7, part 2 up. I don't know where part 1 went. So we're going to cover this from 2 different streams. This is a local, I think it's Atlanta. Oh yeah, Fox 5 in Atlanta. They cover the first part, and then there's a lot of stuff that happens before Liz takes the stand, but Ricketts is up first. So we're going to, I think there's a lot of procedural stuff that happens today. So let's see. I know that there was, there's something that happens right at the beginning of the day where the state asks, they say they anticipate playing Faust's recorded statement later in the afternoon, and they're requesting a longer lunch break so they can align their differing timestamps and address redactions and all that stuff. I want to remind everybody here, the prosecution only wants the jury to hear his recorded statement. They don't want the jury to see Edrick Faust in his recorded statement, because if the jury were to see Edrick Faust, they would see that he's probably innocent. Instead, they're going to have to let their minds and their confirmation bias play a role in what they're hearing. So it's just shady. It's shady all over the place, and I hate it. But I think that's what we're going to be looking at today. So, okay, let's get into, I think we start at like 8 minutes in. Yeah. 8.
So we are.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it.
Sorry, guys. I have to switch back and forth between my accounts all the time to get this to work. Hold on. My bad. Okay. Let's try this again. So we are 8 minutes in. Volume up.
Before we get started, so we are going to provide badges for all the media who has been granted Rule 22 permission. And so when those come in, we'll take a little break, or it might be during one of our breaks, and we're going to ask all media who have been granted Rule 22 permission to wear that badge whenever you're in the courtroom. It's very helpful for those who know who you are. For those of you who are not in the before,
I hate her voice.
Maybe a little bit longer lunch break to allow Mr. Cruz and myself to go through and make sure that we have timestamps that connect correspond correctly.
He's asking about, Chili is asking about having a longer lunch period.
You know, as we've said before, there are many things we agree on. You know, Mr. Faust makes reference to several prior criminal convictions for attempted robbery, burglary, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and things along those lines over an extended period of time. And so those things, I don't think there's any argument from the state that those things are not going to be admissible before the jury, but I think that there may be some other things.
While we're waiting to start, if you guys would go like the video, I'd appreciate it. And if you feel like tipping, that's greatly appreciated. QR code on the top of the screen, and
we will go ahead and do that. I think taking a longer lunch break if necessary.
Venmo and Cash App at the
I'll be
bottom.
downstairs. Y'all need to let me know if we need to take something up on the record before the jury gets back. All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing else from the state, Judge.
Mr. Cruz, you ready for the jury?
I am, but I do have one matter. Your Honor, the WebEx link, is it possible that I can get that so I can start sending it out to witnesses? One is...
Let's get the jury in here. All right, here's our dude, Ricketts. Ricketts.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, take an oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, if you would, please speak towards the microphone and just state and spell your name for the record.
William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Ricketts, R-I-C-K-E-T-T-S.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay. And what capacity do you, or is there a particular agency that you work with within the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, sir. I'm supervisor with the law enforcement section of the Transportation Security Administration.
Okay. And prior to working for TSA, were you involved in law enforcement in a different capacity?
Yes, sir. From 1992 to 1996, I worked at the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and from 96 to 2001, I worked with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
Okay. And were you working with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, I was.
At that time, what was your assignment or role at ACCPD?
At that time, I was currently assigned with the robbery homicide unit. I was in transitioning out into training at the time, but I was robbery homicide during that time.
Okay. And were you working on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. So I want to start kind of at the beginning of the day. Did your assignments at robbery homicide take you anywhere outside of Athens?
Yes, sir. That morning I was, I believe it was Milledgeville, Georgia. I was at the State Penitentiary working a cold case homicide from, I believe, 1996. I spent the morning there and then drove back to Athens with one of the DA's investigators and came back to Athens that morning. I would say lunchtime or so, somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe.
Okay. And so just to clarify, though, this cold case homicide you were working from 1996, did that have anything to do with an individual named Ms. Tara Baker?
No.
Okay. And so when you got back, you said around lunchtime or so, was there anything unusual that you noticed when you got back to the police department?
Yes, when we got back to the police department, pulled in the back when we parked, and all of our vehicles and forensics and CID units were gone, which I told the other investigator that wasn't a good sign for us for the day. And it was not. We went inside, and this is early in the days of cell phones. So we went inside, and I got assigned to go back out over to Fawn Drive.
Okay. And you said go back out over to Fawn Drive. Was that related to Miss Baker's murder?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived at Fawn Drive?
I arrived back on the scene and met with Lieutenant Durham. Crime scene folks were there. Talked outside for just a few minutes with folks there. And then I began to talk to Lieutenant Durham, and he took me on a tour of the scene to get a look around so we could start taking some notes and look around. They had already been working for a pretty good bit of time before I got there. He showed me around the location, the crime scene. We looked at that. I took some notes. And then he kind of put me up to where he wanted me to go start doing some canvassing door to door and wanted me to do some other items that he had on his checkoff list that needed to be done.
So I want to start with your canvassing door to door. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Matt Owens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you also speak with an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Owens, what did he tell you about anything that he may have seen that day?
Objection, hearsay.
Any response to the objection, Mr. Yelman-Chile?
Your Honor, I do believe Mr. Owens testified in this trial, and then Mr. Cruz challenged the credibility of certain things that Mr. Owens had said. So I believe that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
I did not challenge the credibility of Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens testified. I don't even think I asked. Well, I didn't ask Mr. Owens any questions. I just think.
Mr. Yelman-Chile, any response to Mr. Cruz's statement before I make a ruling?
Your Honor, if the defense is contending that he challenged nothing about the truthfulness and accuracy of Mr. Owens' statements, then I don't believe that the prior consistent statement would be admissible.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, so you spoke with Mr. Owens. We're not going to get into the details of what he said. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
I did.
Okay. What is it that Miss Riker relayed to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Any response to the objection, Mr. Yelman-Chile?
As it related to Mr. Owens, I don't have definitive memories of the ways in which Mr. Cruz may have asked questions or attempted to impeach that witness, but certainly as it related to Ms. Riker, there were significant periods of cross-examination, including confronting Ms. Riker with previous statements.
All of this happening in front of the witness,
so
of course. This is insane.
Prior consistent statement.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Second objection.
Usually law enforcement are allowed to have
Riker,
access
the
to
only
their
thing we went
notes
through
with them.
Were the statements that she gave to this officer. There was no need to
sorry, there
impeach Ms.
might be
Riker on her
captions.
prior statements because the testimony she gave in court.
There we go.
we
Sorry
used
about
her
that.
prior statements from the day she spoke with Detective Ricketts to establish what her accurate testimony was.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. I remember the statement.
sound is a little bit weird.
I'm going to overrule your objection, allow you to continue with that line of questioning.
Agree.
So, Mr. Ricketts, as it relates to Ms. Riker, what did she relay to you?
She stated that morning around 8:15 in the morning, she left to go to class. She saw a male subject, black man, walking down the street from the area of Cooper Road towards her apartment. Now, she said the male subject had to stop in order for her to back out of the driveway and go on. Her description, was a medium, average looking height, medium, no hat, medium hair. It had an orange or bright red shirt, baggy pants, possible jeans, but they weren't dark in color. She gave us that description while we're sitting there talking to her. She was surprised that morning, and it was kind of a foggy rainy morning that morning. I do remember driving down that morning. I wasn't at the scene during that, but that morning was a heavy fog, kind of rain, kind of morning, kind of nasty. And she said it was kind of odd to have somebody cutting through just the apartment area at that time of morning.
And was the unusualness also based on the weather that she described?
She described the weather and then how the subject was almost walked into her car. It was one of those where if she hadn't seen him, she thinks maybe she had seen him, they might would have run into each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you conduct other canvas interviews?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into the details of those, but just talking about what you did that day. Eventually, did you end up back at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Durham sent me on several other assignments to take care of, and I did end up back at the police department later that afternoon.
Okay. While you were at the police department, and this would still be January 19th of 2001, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it would.
All right. So while you were at the police department, did you have any contact with an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
I did.
Okay. And who did you understand Mr. Melton to be at the time that you spoke with him?
I had understood Mr. Melton to be the boyfriend of the deceased. From being out at the scene, I had not yet seen or met him at this point, but I understood that's who he was.
Okay. And you said by being out at the scene, to your knowledge, had Mr. Melton been brought to the scene at some point during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the purpose for which he was brought to the scene?
He identified the body, which I was told via digital camera.
Identified the body.
And was out on the crime scene, answering some questions there. I believe Lieutenant Durham.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Melton?
Yes, I did.
Was there anybody else present when you were speaking with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir. His father came with him. We weren't expecting him at the police department. He arrived, and he and his father were there together. So we decided to do an impromptu interview there at the office.
And where in the police department in particular did this interview take place, if you recall?
We were kind of over in that forensics area. We were not actually in an interview room. We were over in the forensic office. If you think of it, it's like a small conference room. I won't say a common work area, but a small conference room there. We could have a little bit of privacy and a table. We could sit and talk. The area was pretty busy that whole afternoon. Had several things going on at the same time, but that's where we decided to sit.
Okay. So what, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about his relationship with Ms. Baker?
So we sat and began to talk.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, Mr. Yelman-Chile, any response to the objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that Mr. Cruz attempted to impeach Mr. Melton regarding the, status or general place that his relationship with Ms. Baker was in at the time. And so I think that these would be prior consistent statements on that issue.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Of course.
During our cross-examination of Mr. Melton yesterday, the exact statement he gave Detective Ricketts about his status, Mr. Melton testified to. My concern, Your Honor, as we just saw with Ms. Tiffany Riker, is the state is attempting to use this officer to change the testimonies of other witnesses. That's why we're raising our hearsay objections. Ms. Riker has testified, Mr. Melton has testified. If it truly is a prior consistent statement that was not elicited or left hanging, which it would lead to which would lead to a misinterpretation, yes, he could bring it up. But just to ask this officer to follow up and give the same testimony that other officers, that the actual witnesses have come in and give themselves, I ask that the court, sustain our hearsay objection in that regard.
Thank you. Anything further before I make a ruling?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the prior consistent statement rule for admission has to do with exactly the situation Mr. Cruz just described, as far as a witness having testified, the defense attempting to impeach that witness, and then later that witness's prior consistent statements from the time coming in to show that that impeachment isn't credible. So it's the very purpose of the rule.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with that, Your Honor. Prior consistent statement is if I challenge the credibility of this witness on that statement, and then the state comes in and say, hey, he's elicited testimony that the witness has said one thing, but we have a consistent statement from the past showing that his testimony in court is consistent with the statement that he's made before. We don't have that issue here because Mr. Melton, the same testimony that Detective Ricketts can give to the honorable court, Mr. Melton gave. And I can say the statement I won't because I don't want to put any, I don't want to taint the witness. But I would just ask that if there are prior consistent statements that the state would like to use, that's fine. I won't object to those. But just to ask Detective Ricketts what other witnesses told him.
This is in front of the jury and in front of the witness.
I think it's the first time in this trial you both are right. You're both correct about what a prior consistent statement is. I'm going to sustain and overrule the objection. I'm going to do both. And so this is what I'm going to limit the state to. With regard to the statements that you are seeking to elicit, they need to be connected to the issue of impeachment and any necessity for a prior consistent statement. It cannot be, for example, as Mr. Cruz has just outlined, an entire narrative of the interview with Mr. Melton. So I'm going to ask you to limit your questioning. I'm going to make a ruling that you have to limit your questioning of this witness to the specific areas that you're seeking and arguing need a prior consistent statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
And so I will not ask the witness, what did he tell you? I will try to be direct, which should give Mr. Cruz an opportunity if he has additional objections to bring them up at that time.
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Ricketts, I want to ask you very specifically, what is it that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker at that time?
That is hearsay without exception. I would object.
All right. Mr. Yalman-Chile, any response to the objection?
I was just restating the previous question I'd asked, and I think it is directed in the manner that the court informed or instructed me to ask it in order to be admissible as a prior consistent statement exception to the hearsay rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you the question again. What is it on January 19th of 2001 that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker?
He said they had a serious relationship and had talked and had intentions of marriage in the future.
Okay. And then, I want to take you forward a little bit. We've talked about the general nature and status of their relationship at the time. What, if anything, did he tell you about the plans that he and Miss Baker had for that weekend?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Mr. Yalman-Chile, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, again, it is a prior consistent statement. Mr. Cruz, in his cross-examination of Mr. Melton, indicated that at the time leading up to Miss Baker's murder, the two of them may not have even been in a relationship. He referred to Miss Baker as his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. So prior consistent statements regarding the fact that they were in a relationship and had plans together that weekend that both were excited about would be a prior consistent statement that would be admissible.
Ms. Cruz, anything further, sir?
Sure. Mr. Yalman-Chile's purpose for admitting this isn't because Mr. Melton or I elicited inconsistent testimony or inconsistent statement. It's the statement that matters, not the general view, not the general theory of the witness, the statement. We did not get into, on cross-examination, Mr. Melton's plans with Miss Baker on the weekend after her death or the weekend following her death. We spoke about the relationship generally. So I would ask the honorable court to sustain the hearsay objection.
I feel like you did.
Yes, sir.
And I would just add, Your Honor, the state had opportunity to examine Mr. Melton on direct and redirect examination. I do think it's inappropriate to now try to bolster or support Mr. Melton's testimony through Detective Ricketts, as the jury has had opportunity to hear from Mr. Melton themselves.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. I'm making a finding that the very issue that the state is asking to have this witness speak about, which is the weekend after the incident, was in fact brought out on cross-examination. The articulation the state has made about what a prior consistent statement is with regard to that issue is accurate, and I'm going to allow you to do it. I'm going to overrule the objection.
So, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you again, and I'm trying to make this a specific tailored question. What, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about plans that he may have had and Miss Baker had for that weekend?
Yes, he went in depth about Tara had plans that evening with his family for a birthday party on the 19th for that night, and that he had planned something for her on Saturday night where they were going to meet and be together that evening on the Saturday, the 20th.
Did he express anything to you about their feelings regarding those plans?
Yes, on the Friday, numerous times when we were talking, he said that Tara wanted him to drive down and be there for the 19th for the party at the winery with folks.
Yeah, that's what I remember. So Chris Melton testified, and I can't remember if it was cross or direct, that excuse me, they were supposed to have like a wine and drinks night for Tara's birthday, and that he was coming into town for that. So I just don't remember if it was cross or if it was on direct. And Ashton said, Mel, have you covered Baker's Law and why this case was so important to it? I have. I've covered it extensively. The Coleman-Baker Act became a law in Georgia so that cold cases that were more than 3 years old would be able to be investigated by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and they would have good budgets. to reopen these cold cases and put new investigative eyes on them. However, in order for a case to be approved under the Coleman-Baker Act, the case had to be exhausted in the local jurisdiction, meaning the cops in the local jurisdiction had to have basically exhausted their investigative possibilities. And they couldn't have an open suspect, meaning they couldn't have a suspect that they hadn't eliminated. So the reason why this case in particular was pushed through at the top is because the local jurisdiction, though they had not ruled Chris Melton out, they basically were like, yeah, we've exhausted our investigation into Chris Melton. There's nothing further we can do here. So the case is exhausted, and that's why it got to move to GBI, which, I mean, depending on who knows who and the tight community and all those things, it feels more like a legal maneuvering to me. And that's just my opinion, obviously. But if they were like, well, this is a way we can eliminate Chris, if the local authorities eliminate him, and then it can move to GBI. God, my phone is just crazy. Then it can move to the GBI. Then we don't necessarily have to look at Chris Melton anymore because he's already been eliminated as a suspect. But the only way that it could move to the GBI is if Chris Melton was eliminated as a suspect. So it's like, it's a rock and a hard place. It's a catch-22. It's kind of ironic. And it's kind of messed up, and then what I've heard about rumors from when the trial was live in February, there were lawmakers who had pushed this law through, sitting in the gallery, sitting near the jury. And of course, Tara's family, which they're obviously allowed to be there. Oh, excuse me. But to have the two lead investigators from the GBI and lawmakers who signed this law into being sitting there, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's get back to it. We are talking about the weekend of Tara's birthday and if he was coming into town, Chris Melton was coming into town to celebrate with her and her. I believe she was going to be celebrating with her friends from law school and the firm that she was working with, but I can't be 100% on that.
From the law school and from the law firm where she worked,
yep.
He didn't think scheduling wise.
That was it. I was right.
I am so sorry, Your Honor. Okay. This testimony is an accurate testimony from anywhere in this file. The disadvantage that Mr. Faust has right now, when they are bringing in another witness to testify regarding what Mr. Melton may or may not have said, we have no way to cross-examine Mr. Melton on that information. I would ask that the state ask Detective Ricketts questions related to Detective Ricketts' personal knowledge, not information he's heard from someone else, unless it falls under his exception, of course. But to the last question, to the answer, Your Honor, our objection is hearsay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Yelman-Chili, I know the witness is in the middle of a statement, but go ahead.
Your Honor, I think it's the same argument that the court just ruled on, a minute ago, that this is admissible as a prior consistent statement. And I believe it falls within that exception to the hearsay rule, as the court's already indicated.
Mr. Cruz, let me just ask you a question so I understand your objection. Are you arguing that this information was not elicited when Mr. Melton was on the stand?
I am arguing that the statement that was just made from Detective Ricketts doesn't exist in the case file. So what I understand, I'm saying this is intentional.
I'll let you respond in just a moment, Mr. Cruz.
This is
Yeah,
intentional.
don't interrupt.
I don't think it's intentional. But what's going on here is Mr. Melton testified yesterday. I'm assuming the state didn't get the information that they would have liked Mr. Melton to say, so they brought in Detective Ricketts to now become a surrogate of Chris Melton, and they'll ask Detective Ricketts, well, what did Chris Melton say about this? What did Chris Melton say about that?
Okay, hang on just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this up outside your presence, all right? So if you go into the jury room and don't talk about the case, I'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
You see, okay, just to be clear, that blonde lady standing right there, that's Liz Bigham. And she has been sitting behind the prosecution's table this whole time. This whole time. All right, I'm going to let them argue this out. I have to run to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
I wanted to do that in the event, Mr. Cruz, you were talking about things that were not elicited during testimony. I didn't want the jury to hear it if that in fact was the case. You may continue your argument. Go ahead.
But my concern is, Your Honor, is the state is attempting to circumvent the rules of evidence by using Detective Ricketts to elicit testimony that, of course, during cross-examination, there's no way I can impeach Detective Ricketts on things that Chris Melton said while Detective Ricketts is on the stand.
I want to make sure I understand your objection, Mr. Cruz. Are you arguing that what Detective Ricketts is talking about right now, or about to talk about, was not brought up when Mr. Melton was on the stand.
Well, my objection is hearsay.
So I understand that, but are you also saying that it was not brought up, that particular information was not brought up when he was on the stand, or something different?
Generally, yes, but this wouldn't fall under a prior consistent statement. I didn't get into plans for the weekend. Our entire theory of cross-examination with Mr. Melton was the deterioration of the relationship before her death. The statements, if they wanted these statements from Mr. Melton, they could have talked to Mr. Melton about them. These were, and we could have gotten into it on cross-examination with Mr. Melton. These were outside of the statement that was just made. But as far as Mr. Melton stating, hey, she wanted to see me, we had plans for Saturday, those are accurate statements. As far as, oh, she wanted me to come that night, and we had all this stuff laid out, that's not anywhere in the discovery package. We looked through all 25,000 pages and 25,000 files. That is not in here. But it would be inappropriate to cross-examine, and let me put it this way. Mr. Faust has a right of confrontation. Mr. Faust has a right to cross-examine statements of witnesses. The state is attempting to use Mr. Ricketts as a surrogate for.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but I want to get I need to understand very specifically what you're arguing. I understand what you're saying about this witness testifying about what other people said, and you're not having the right to confront the actual declarant. I understand that. What I need to know, Mr. Cruz, is what exactly are you alleging does not fall under the exception for prior consistent statement? So you've made two statements. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You are saying, number one, that the information this witness is providing was not in the discovery, and certainly that's one thing. But in terms of this objection, are you also saying that Mr. Melton did not provide it on the witness stand, that this is something you've never heard or something different? That's what I don't understand what you're saying.
Please forgive me for not being.
I mean, that's okay. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
So our specific position is that this is hearsay that does not fall under the prior consistent statement rule. And the reason why we did not elicit a statement from Mr. Melton that was inconsistent with anything they had, I'm going to say allegedly, had planned on Friday or Saturday. My cross-examination didn't even delve into plans because our position, as the court is aware, is that they weren't together. So we didn't get into that. We did not get into those statements with Chris Melton. If the state would have liked to get into that with Chris Melton, they could have did it during redirect or direct examination. But I
understand what you're telling me now.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Yamamoto, you care to respond?
Yes, I think Mr. Cruz, in part, just made the state's argument for us. He has just said that the entire contention during his cross-examination is that these parties may not have been in a relationship. Mr. Melton did, in fact, testify that he and Ms. Baker had plans for that weekend that he and Ms. Baker were excited about. And then on cross-examination, Mr. Cruz tried to develop a theory that the two of them were not in a relationship. And so that is obviously a challenge to Mr. Melton's testimony that they were, in fact, in a relationship and had plans that they were both excited about.
Every time he
talks, Mr. Cruz has just indicated was the purpose of the cross-examination questions that he asked. So I do think that this evidence is admissible. I would also like to read to the court from Detective Ricketts' narrative talking about the things that Mr. Cruz has been alleging
Look
or
at
not
her
in
foot.
the discovery. Chris told me that Tara was excited
Do you
about
guys
Friday
see
night.
it?
It was her birthday, and she was
In the
going out
lower
with her
left-hand
girlfriends.
corner,
Chris was going to take her
that
out
is
the
Liz
next night,
Bigham's foot.
which is exactly what Mr. Ricketts was just in the process of
What the
testifying
hell
to,
is
Your
wrong with
Honor.
her?
So I mean, I understand why the defense doesn't
Oh my
want
God.
Mr. Melton's
He
prior
needs to slow
consistent
down.
statements to come in because they cast doubt on the impeachment mechanisms that the defense has attempted in this trial. However, that is the entire reason that a prior consistent statement may be admissible in
Look at
the
her
trial
foot.
of
That's
the
a
case
normal
when
time.
the defense or the state, depending on who called the witness, has impeached or attempted to impeach that witness, Judge. So I mean, I think it's a textbook example of when a prior consistent statement would be admissible.
I think yes, sir.
I just say this, Your Honor. I'll leave it to the Honorable Court's discretion.
Thank you. I'm going to relook at the law. I'll be with you both shortly.
She's going to look at the law. Interessante. Oh, I can't stand his face.
Due to subsection C of 24-6-613, and it will be the second sentence that.
I've got it, Mr. Cruz. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. She's looking at the law. She could go, she could do what the Corey Richards judge did and just like go away for a little while and then make a decision. But nah.
This question of the state feels support prior consistency cannot be a narrative, just in general. It has to be specifically tailored to the moment in question. The state feels
Slow it down. Let's
is
slow it
entitled to be
down.
rehabilitated.
Okay.
It needs to be consistent with the prior ruling that the ruling that I just made needs to be consistent with the prior ruling that I made when I sustained Mr. Cruz's objection. This questions about questions that the state feels support prior consistent statements cannot be a narrative, just in general. It has to be specifically tailored to the moment in question that the state feels is entitled to be rehabilitated. All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in.
I don't quite. Let me look at my notes here real quick. Okay. Let's see. Procedurals. I did not put. Okay, here we go. So let me make sure this is the right time frame. 45 minutes. 45. The state repeatedly asked Ricketts what Melton told him about his relationship with Tara Baker and their weekend plans. The defense objected heavily on hearsay grounds, arguing the state was using Ricketts as a surrogate to bypass cross-examining Melton himself. Interesting. Judge Lott overruled the defense. Shocking. She cited OCGA 24-6-613C, ruling that because the defense previously cross-examined Melton and implied his relationship with Baker was failing/over, that the state was legally permitted to introduce Melton's 2001 statements to Ricketts as, quote, prior consistent statements, end quote, to rehabilitate Melton's credibility. I mean, that's what this whole trial is about, right? Rehabilitating Chris Melton. I mean, am I wrong on that one? Am I crazy? Okay. Now we're bringing the jury in. Poor Cruz. Man, he is just going through it every day in this courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ricketts, before we took that brief break, I'd ask you a question, and I'm going to try to, as best I can recall, ask you the same question again. Did Mr. Melton talk to you at all or say anything to you about plans that he and Miss Baker had for that weekend and their feelings surrounding those plans?
Yes. He advised that Tara was very excited about her birthday coming up the weekend, and that she and friends from law school and the law firm she worked at were all getting together at the winery on Friday night, and that Chris had made plans on Saturday the 20th to meet and take her out to celebrate her birthday.
All right. And as it relates to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on Friday morning, January 19th of 2001, is that something that y'all discussed in your interview?
Yes. One of the reasons Friday night that he wasn't going to be down is for work on Friday. The new area where he was working and things of that nature was taking time away. He had jobs to do on that Friday. So he said Saturday would be a much easier thing. And she had her college law school friends and her law firm friends and all to do the dinner with on Friday night.
Okay. Well, and so my question, I might not have been clear in it, and I apologize for that, is did he talk to you about where he was Friday morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
He spent the night, and it spent most of the nights that week with his mom and dad. And it was
In the
at their
basement.
residence.
In the basement.
Here if needed, but he was at their residence that night until he went to work that next morning.
In the
Okay.
basement.
And I don't think we want to or need to say any specific addresses. But when you say until he went to work that morning, did he talk to you about
His forehead
when
is
that was
intense.
and where he went on that morning of January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. He laid that morning out for me. So his morning was to have his helper, his friend Chris, to show up to help him that morning at the house there between 7:15 and 7:30.
Josh.
And then
You
they
mean
left to start
Josh.
their day.
Okay. Did he talk to you about where they went when they left to start their day?
Yes, sir.
Incorrect.
His first on this encounter on the 19th, they stopped at Nash Plumbing first off to load up with gear and equipment for that day for the projects and the jobs that they were going out to do. He said they loaded up to there, and then they were headed over to try to make a stop over at Truck Customs. Chris explained in the interview that he was trying to get a ladder rack put on his truck. They needed to measure it, and then he would go back later in the day, and they would install that ladder rack. Was my understanding the conversation we were having. That location is in Loganville, Georgia, and he went there.
They're all
in order to get that
thumbs,
measured out.
Amanda.
They left there and went over toward Grayson, Georgia, in order to do a job there, a check for some leaks, that kind of thing at that house. From there, they went on to Forsyth, met up with a contractor there to look at doing a house there.
He's
for Forsyth.
testifying
Now,
for Chris Melton.
House
Is
there,
what's happening.
I guess it wouldn't have it had boarding on it, but no paper and shingles, I guess, if that makes sense. And I think they were just getting pretty wet. They were going to lay the house out to do the initial plumb of the residence.
Again, with all the detail that the
but there was
jury
no
doesn't
cover
need
on
to
the roof,
hear.
So they were kind of getting wet. So Chris said he went back by Truck Customs just to stop in and see if maybe they happened to be ready on his way back to his house. And when he went back to the house, he just dropped Chris off.
All right, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, I mean, I think it's all still responsive to the initial question of what Mr. Melton relayed to him about what he was doing and where he went that morning.
I am going to sustain the objection. I do think it is a narrative. I'm going to ask the questioner to walk their witness through appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Ricketts did, so we're at Truck Customs at this point. Did Mr. Melton tell you where, if anywhere, they went from Truck Customs?
Due to the weather and whatever else, he went back to the residence, dropped his helper off in order to let him go eat and see if they could maybe wait the rain out and see kind of how that would go. He advised that they
That's
would be
funny because
together
his helper
later
said
and
they
try
went to
complete some more work or
Chick-fil-A.
go back by Truck Customs.
Where was that?
And I'm sorry, let me just ask you some questions as we go along here. So you just testified that he had dropped his helper. What was that person's name?
Chris.
Well, Chris Melton.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to look back. I apologize.
Josh.
Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, there was a lot of
the witness evidence notes while he testifies. If the state would like to refresh the witness's recollection, there's an appropriate mechanism to do that. But for the witness to be able to use his notes while he testifies, that customer is here.
Look at
All
his
right, thank you.
face.
Anything from the state before I make a ruling?
Inconsistent
I
statements.
think that's correct. We can go through asking those couple of
Or
questions. if the court would like.
timelines.
All right,
Or
very
that
good. I'm going to
Josh
sustain the objection
said
with regard to how to
there
refresh
was a
a witness's
possibility they
recollection,
met
but I'm
at
going to
his
overrule the
house
objection with
or
regard
at
to
work.
having the report on the stand. A witness is entitled to have it on the stand. They just have to use it appropriately. You may continue.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, before
Look
you
at his
refer to your report,
face.
please, indicate to me that you may need to do that, and we'll go through the appropriate questions.
Understand.
And my understanding from your last answer is at this point in time, you can't necessarily recall the name of Mr. Melton's helper. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you think
Josh.
referring to your report would help you refresh your recollection?
It would.
Okay. Please refer to the report. Do not read from it, and just let me know when you've had a chance to review it.
Sir.
So there were inconsistent statements about whether they met at work,
First
whether
name
they
is
met at
Josh.
Chris's house.
Okay.
Chris never mentioned they
So
went to
I think,
Chick-fil-A. Josh
do you recall
did.
now, after having
like,
reviewed your
it's
report,
all a
that
mess.
individual's name?
Different time
Josh McCurdy?
for when
Yes,
they
sir.
got to.
Okay. So you were just
Ash
testified
and
that
when
Mr.
they
Melton
got to
dropped
truck
Mr. McCurdy
customs.
off at Mr. McCurdy's residence. Is that right?
They were back at Chris's house. They needed both the
Basically
vehicles. From my
reasonable
understanding,
doubt.
because Josh went there. But when they went back to truck customs, Josh he was going to have to follow him back to truck customs in order to leave Chris's truck there. They would need the second vehicle, so he went to lunch at that time.
Okay. Did they ever return to truck customs?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what did Mr. Melton, what did Mr. Melton tell you about where he went after he left truck customs?
He went to truck customs. He said around 3:45, 4 o'clock for an appointment that he had there. And he got a page they received while he was there. He received that page, made a phone call, and then went to Athens to the address on Fawn Drive.
Okay. And this, when you say the address on Fawn Drive, are we talking about Miss Baker's residence where she was killed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During this interview, this is January 19th of 2001. Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Melton's hands?
I did.
Okay. What did you observe about Mr. Melton's hands?
During the
They
interview
were
while we sat and
busted.
talked, Mr. Melton, for lack of better words, just picked at his hands and messed with his hands, pretty much just moving glue and things off his fingers from his fingernail
Please.
beds and just kind of making that
Give
kind of
me a
movement while he was moving with his
friggin'
hands. You can
break.
see that. And then I had the opportunity to fingerprint him for prints. And at that time, we didn't use computers like we do now. We had to do manual prints, ink prints. So I printed him both hands on the printing, pretty much with a desk just like this. Start with outside and work the inside. So I had to hold and stay there and hold his hands and roll each finger out as I made the fingerprints. And then I would move over to the other hand and do the same exact thing and work through all 5. So all of his fingerprints were done there at the police department after we finished this interview.
And you yourself did that rolling of the prints. Is that what you just testified to?
I did.
Okay. And I just want to go through that process again a little more
Why?
slowly. Did you just testify that all 10 of his fingers would have been printed? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Okay. And when you're going through that process, do you make contact with the person you're printing?
Sure. So unlike now, you take your hand and you hold the print, the finger, you go to the far side and you roll it because you're getting ink. So now with a computer, you can sit, look at a screen and kind of move it around. But with this, you had to dip his hand in ink. You take it and roll from side to side, and then you would move one at a time from finger to finger. So I dip, roll, dip, and roll, and then get the thumb, and then you
Dip,
move around to the other
roll.
side. And each time you do that, you have to grab the hand, and you have to hold the hand and do it. And they have to kind of hold their hand real loose and kind of give you kind of control of the hand. It's a much better system we have now. But at that time, I had to sit and hold his hand during that time while we were doing that.
All right. And so I want to fast forward a couple of days and then rewind back a couple of days. Did you have an interaction with Chris Melton on January 21st of 2001?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that
2 days
interaction,
after.
did you and Detective Newton take any pictures?
Yes, we did. We took pictures.
Okay. In particular, on Mr. Melton's hands, when y'all met with him on January 21st, was there anything that caused you to take pictures of his hands?
Yes.
Yeah.
He had marks on his hand on Sunday that weren't there on Friday evening when we talked to him. And so when we were taking pictures, we took pictures of those. Also
Whoa,
the rest of
whoa,
his body.
whoa,
So
whoa.
when you met with him-
Whoa. Did you hear what he just said? He just said that they took pictures of Chris's hands because they noticed marks on his hands that weren't there on Friday when they first talked to him. So is he trying to say those marks showed up after Friday? Is that what I just heard?
On January 21st, and you saw the marks, you took pictures of those, or Detective Newton, y'all took pictures of
Yes, on the 21st, we saw those. We did the other stuff we had to do, and we also took those pictures.
Were those marks on his hands on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed him and then fingerprinted him?
They were not.
Okay. If they had been, would you have taken pictures of them the way you did on January 21st?
Yes.
Okay. This is a little bit of an aside. Have you ever worked with plumber's glue and some things related to plumbing?
Sure. So there's primer and there's glue, and the glue gets all over your hands. You have to peel it off, things of that nature. On the interview on Friday, I was just watching individuals who were interviewing, and he was picking at his hands. One, I think, for concentration. And
here's what I want to know: is that notated in any of the reports? Is that in any of the reports? The reason we took pictures of his hand is because we noticed that he had all these marks on them that he didn't have on Friday. No, I know that that's what they're saying, you guys. I know that that's what Chris Melton testified to, that these marks are from punching the drywall. But I want to know if it's notated in the report. So this is the local police. This is not GBI. I want to know if it's notated in a report that said something along the lines of the reason we're taking photos now of his hands is because we didn't notice these marks on Friday. Or if this is something that is coming up, post GBI investigation. That's what I want to know. That would be my question.
Trying to cope, if that's a word. I don't know, but he was just trying to pick at his hands and pull that glue off. None of the stuff that I had to do, like if your hands are extremely dirty, like if I got somebody, I needed to print them, I'd have to clean their hands in order to take prints. So there was nothing on his hands that impeded with me taking fingerprints. So I didn't have to go scrub his hands, which I've had to do before, where we had to get somebody and scrub their hands in order to get prints. We didn't have to do that. Blue primer is usually purple. I don't say it's see-through, but it doesn't block. And glue doesn't either. It just peels up and you have to peel it off.
And let me ask you this question then. Was there anything about the things on Mr. Melton's hands on January 19th of 2001 that would have prevented you from seeing these injuries if they had been there?
No, there was nothing covering his whole, from the picture, you would have had to cover his hand from about where my shirt stops all the way to his fingertips to cover that up, and his thumbs and that area right in there. So you would have had to cover everything.
Okay.
And the plumber's primer and the glue, it gets on your skin. It's not that bad. I plumbed the house when I built my house. I'm not very good at it, but I got more stuff. But you can see through it. Like if you cut yourself or anything like that, you're going to see that.
Okay. So I want to go forward to January 20th of 2001. So this is the day between the first day and time that you.
Why would they take pictures 3 days later? I mean, to me, it sounds more like, oh shit, we didn't notice his hands, or oh shit, we didn't document his hands. We better take pictures now. But I mean, this is what he's testifying to, so we have to take that for what it is. We're allowed to not believe him, though. If we were sitting on this jury, we are allowed to not believe this guy or Chris
Melton. In the second day and time that you talked to Mr. Melton, did you take any investigative actions in order to, see if you could talk to some of the people that Mr. Melton had mentioned to you about being with him or around him on Friday morning?
Yes, we made phone interviews on Saturday from the police department.
Okay. As specifically as it related to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th, who did you talk to on January 20th?
I talked to Josh, and I also talked to Mr. Teeters.
Okay. And you've already testified about who you understood Josh to be. Who did you understand Mr. Teeter to be?
From Truck Customs.
Okay. And is that the Truck Customs that you were making reference to?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to turn the Elmo off, or can the court turn it off? I just don't want to put something down here inadvertently and have it displayed, because I almost did. Thank you. Okay. Well, and so as it relates to Josh McCurdy, what did Mr. McCurdy tell you about his whereabouts and Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001?
He drove to Chris's house that morning, approximately 7:15. He said to 7:30. And he said their first stop was at the plumbing. They went there first. And if I could refer to my notes, I can give you the letters. He also mentioned that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also.
Do you, and so as you sit here, are you having difficulty recalling the remainder of what Mr. McCurdy told you?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that reviewing your report would help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please do so? Then don't read from your report, but let me know when you finish.
Yes, sir. So he does mention that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also for some breakfast.
Did Mr. McCurdy tell you anything about where they went after Chick-fil-A?
To Grayson, which is just right down the road.
And was there a particular time he said he believed that they had gone to Grayson?
He thought it was between 8 and 8:15.
Okay. And from there, did he tell you anywhere that they may have gone after that?
He mentioned Forsyth and the place with the rain, and he was talking about just how wet they were getting and weren't able to get in out from underneath that rain. He said that it was just too much rain to get any work down there.
Okay. And so after they left Forsyth, did Mr. McCurdy say anything about where they went next?
He did mention they went back to Truck Customs that afternoon.
Okay. Did they go anywhere between Forsyth and Truck Customs?
They did stop for lunch, for the lunch break that they mentioned earlier, if I didn't mention that.
Okay. And then did Mr. McCurdy say anything about anything that happened while they were at truck customs in the afternoon?
He mentioned the page in detail, and then he talked about how they left Chris's truck there and he drove him to Athens. He didn't want Chris to have to make that drive, but he drove him all the way to Athens.
Did he say anything about any fears that Mr. Melton had, or any actions that Mr. Melton took as they drove to Athens?
No, he said while they were in the truck that Chris was calling information, trying to track down other parents of the girls there and trying to make contact as he drove from that area. I'll just say Loganville because it's the easiest there, but as they drove down from Loganville to Athens, he was trying to get information and see if he could make contact with family members.
Okay. And did he say anything to you about any types of worries or fears that Mr. Melton had?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
In response to the objection.
Judge, under 24-8-8035, past recollection recorded, I believe yesterday during Mr. McCurdy's testimony, the foundation for that was laid, and this would be that past recollection recorded being admitted under exception to the hearsay rule of 24-8-8035.
All right, Mr. Cruz.
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the law. Okay, so 8035 does not apply in this case. The state, if they wanted to use past recorded recollection, it's not Detective Ricketts who they would
Sorry
use it
about that,
with.
y'all.
It was Joshua McCourty who they
We're
would use it with.
getting our visas set up
I'm
for
concerned that
Scotland.
The state is trying to use Ricketts to override everybody else's testimony. So I would just ask the court to instruct the state not to elicit hearsay. If it's something that's personal observation of Detective Ricketts, that's lawful, that's legal. As far as just going through witnesses and saying, hey, what do they say about this? What do they say about that? I believe that is improper.
But your objection is hearsay.
It is.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
And okay, is it
Wow.
so? I'm going to move forward then, Detective Ricketts, and talk
Look
to
at her
you. You've
side
already
with
mentioned that you
Cruz.
had a conversation with Mr. Teeter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I don't think we need to get into the contents of that conversation, but I do want to go forward with you to January 21st of 2001. Did you have contact with Mr. Melton again on that day?
I did. He voluntarily came back and met with us.
Okay. When Mr. Melton met with you, did he have anybody else present with him?
His family was with him, but they came back with him, but his dad was with him.
Okay. When you spoke with him, and I think you already mentioned taking photographs of him, who all was present when that was happening?
Just Chris and Detective Newton and myself.
Okay. And did Mr. Melton give you any additional information beyond what he told you on Friday evening about where he was on Friday morning?
We went back over the timeline of events from Friday, and Chris added that he had stopped by the Wachovia Bank in Loganville just after 9, which he didn't mention on Friday, which we took note of that. And then on Monday, some other detectives went to run that to ground. That information wasn't passed on Friday, but Chris talked about it with me on Sunday. Everything else pretty much stayed the same except for that.
All right. And so when he was meeting with y'all on January 21st, did anything come up regarding a blood sample?
Yes, at the end of our conversation at the police department, we talked about the crime scene, things of that nature. It's the first time that I brought up with Chris that there was the possibility that Tara had been sexually assaulted. We had a brief conversation about DNA and some things of that nature, and I told him that at some point we would need to get consent and he would need to do a sample for us, and he agreed. So warrant wasn't necessary, but he agreed to go with us to Athens Regional or Piedmont Hospital to do that.
Did you attend or observe that blood draw?
I did. We went there. They followed us over. We made contact because it was a Sunday, and we had a nurse in the lab do that for us, and I observed both vials be drawn, placed in the evidence bag, and then I took them back to the police department and placed them into evidence.
Did Mr. Melton make any statements to you about the last time he and Tara had sex?
He did.
Here we
From
go.
going over my notes and listening to the recordings, I can't give you a precise date. His voice trails off there, but it was in that week period of time, sometime between that last weekend. I want to say it was
Wow.
Saturday or Sunday would be my best recollection. The recording goes off kind of. That might
Let's
be
talk
recorder not
about-
real good.
Sorry.
That's okay. Sorry.
Out there. Let's talk about
Wow.
the tools that you had in 2001. Obviously, nowadays we all walk around with these guys that have a recording function on them. When you were a police officer in January of 2001 and you needed to record an interview with an individual, what equipment were you provided with in order to do that?
We were using microcassette recorders. Audio wasn't always the best, but we did pretty good on it. You can listen to them. It's pretty hard to. We used those. I laughed talking to some of the officers went for grand jury this morning. They didn't understand that this was the first area of time when we were doing these reports, and one that was word processing. So if that makes sense, we were done everything else before that on typewriters. So word processing was kind of new, and we were using microcassette recorders, which weren't great. Athens Clarke County at that time was in the process of putting up interview rooms with video cameras and things of that nature, but they weren't. That was not the norm.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that this was a
Yep.
period of time
We
when
know,
like, the
Diane.
use of technology and the tools that y'all had available was in a period of transition?
Huge.
Yeah.
Why bring in another white guy when you
So
can blame it
as
on
you
a
were
black guy?
there on January 21st, I want to go and
Ridiculous.
retrieve some things from evidence and show them to you. So if you bear with me for just a moment. It's exhibits the collectively marked exhibit that I handed to you, where there's one number but a bunch of pictures. Do you recognize those pictures?
This one here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. These were taken.
These are the pictures of his hands.
Okay. And again, who was present when those pictures were taken?
Detective Newton. That's his arm right there in the picture right there. He took these photos here, and I took the other photos.
Okay. And those images, the injuries that are depicted on those hands, were those present on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed Mr. Melton and then fingerprinted them?
They were not.
Okay. And then the other set of pictures that I handed you, I want to ask you a few questions before we talk about those. I think they're defendants exhibits 37 through 40, if I'm recalling correctly. Okay. When you noticed those injuries to Mr. Melton's hands, was there any explanation provided by him for where those injuries came from?
Of course there was.
I talked to him about those. He advised that when he got back to his apartment, went in, was alone for a period of time, that he kind of lost it.
He was
said
alone?
As soon as he walked in the door, it was there on the right side when you go into his apartment, and he just punched the wall numerous times.
He said he was
said
with
said
his
before he cried.
parents.
Did
Said
you
he was
ever
with his
go
parents.
to Mr. Melton's apartment after you talked with him about those injuries and how he received them?
So I believe it was the 23rd.
Y'all remember yesterday when he testified and said that he had this big breakdown and punched the wall over 30 times and tore the sheetrock and hit the concrete and the blah, blah, blah. And that his parents basically like got him in a bear hug and let him cry and all this stuff. But this guy, this detective is saying that he was there alone.
I believe that's the correct date. But yes, sir, I went and I took these photos
So who knows?
in the apartment.
Okay. And when you say these photos, are you referring to defendants exhibits 37 through 40?
I am.
Okay. The damage that you saw to the wall, was that consistent
Hey,
to
Heidi,
you
how are
with
you?
the injuries that you saw on Mr. Melton's hands?
It is.
Okay.
What are we doing? We sending the jury out? Yep.
Good morning, Detective Ricketts.
Hey, good morning.
My name is
Oh,
Attorney Ahmad
there's a prop.
Cruz, and I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. Under the authority of this honorable court, I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Detective Ricketts, you were with ACCPD, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and during the time of this investigation, you were with ACCPD. That's all right. Would you agree that ACCPD dropped the ball on this investigation?
No.
You believe ACCPD followed up on all leads,
Yes.
Yes.
confirmed all information?
I think so.
No.
I would like to add something to that if you would allow me to.
I can't answer any questions. We could talk about it after those, if that's okay. This time,
No, I think I'll answer that question. Yes, I wish if you look back at any case 25 years ago and look at it with fresh eyes from 25 years ago, yes, things would have been done totally different. I think with some options and things that would have happened. Everything that I can say to, and I will not answer on behalf of ACCPD, but on the days that I was a part of this case, I will say, I think, yes, we did. But I think if you look
No, you
at anything
didn't.
25 years back, I think if you look at something I did last week, there'd be things
Let
I
me
would like
just-
to improve on.
Let me just
But I
lay
don't
out
think
a
drop
few
the ball would be a
things.
word I would ever use.
sure. Do you believe
They allowed the boyfriend, who is in a lot of different circumstances, the spouse or partner or romantic partner, are usually the first suspect in the police's eyes. And they allowed that man to come to the scene when he said he wasn't able to come into the scene, or the firefighter said he couldn't come into the scene. They took a picture of Tara's body and they brought it out to him. And they also took the earrings out of her ears and brought an earring out to him. And that's how he identified the body. Not her parents, not her siblings, her boyfriend, who at this point in time should be the main suspect. They never followed up on leads about the white man in a white t-shirt and jeans running away from the scene at around the time that this could have happened. What was the other thing I was just going to say? I lost it. Oh my God, my brain. Menopause brain. Yeah, I lost it. Those are just two things I can think of off the top of my head. Oh, I know what it was. The police tip that came in about the woman who either heard or saw Tara at the Mexican restaurant after she would have left the law library. They never followed up on that. And that's a huge deal. That's a huge tip that they didn't do anything with it. And then the inconsistent statements, they didn't press anybody. The DNA, the collection of the DNA, all of this. There was a lot that went wrong in this, and it was on your watch, Mr. Ricketts.
CCPD followed the evidence appropriately?
Yes, sir. The evidence, to my knowledge, I believe they did.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you met with the prosecution before you testified today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you or ACCPD feel a need to justify why Chris Melton was not arrested?
No.
Do you or ACCPD feel the need to have to defend Chris Melton?
Yes.
I don't believe I'm here defending Chris Melton.
You are.
So that is a yes or no question.
Then please repeat it.
Yes, sir. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend Chris Melton?
No.
Okay. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend the state's case?
No.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you some questions about a couple of things that you talked about on direct examination, okay? For starters, would you have any reason to disagree that January 19th, 2001 was 9,153 days ago?
Sounds appropriate.
Okay. And I'm going to use this whiteboard over here.
Yes, sir.
Got that whiteboard out again. What's he going to do with it?
So 9,153 days since
He's a
1/19/01.
lefty. Keep that in mind.
Fair?
Sounds correct.
In 2001, can you tell us
got
what
bad
team won the Super
handwriting.
Bowl?
I cannot.
Okay. In 2001, can you tell us what team won the World Series?
No.
In 2001, can you tell us what your favorite song was?
No.
So no to Super Bowl, and forgive my handwriting. It is terrible.
It is, Cruz.
No to World Series. No to favorite song. My handwriting is terrible. And this is no to favorite song. Correct. And you would agree that your notes say nothing about Mr. Melton picking anything off of his hands. Is that correct?
No, sir. I'm going with that from the recollection of the audio cassette tapes from that day.
So your statement to this jury is that based on the audio cassette of that day, it refreshed your recollection that Mr. Melton was picking items off of his hands.
Yes, sir. You asked me about the Super Bowl. Not an NFL guy, not a baseball guy.
That's fine.
The crime scene for Tara Baker, I'll never forget.
Sure it is. That's a yes or no question.
Well, repeat your question, please.
Witness is allowed to explain his answer.
May I be heard on that, Jonah?
He's answering a
You
different
may-
question.
yes.
I would disagree with that. The witness on cross-examination, my job is to posit to the witness yes or no questions. If the state wants the witness to elicit further testimony, they do that on redirect. At this time, Your Honor, I pretty much give the witness what the answer is. They can answer yes or no, and we decide which direction we go from there. So I would ask that the witness is not allowed to control cross-examination, to control Mr. Faust's rights to cross-examination, and we're allowed to ask the witness leading questions that the witness answers appropriately.
Okay, so this is not about witness control. This is about what the law allows. And cross-examination questions are yes and no questions, certainly. But the law allows a witness to answer yes or no and then explain if he or she chooses to make an explanation.
They can't
And
answer
when
the
overrule your objection,
wrong
he is allowed to explain
question,
if he
a
chooses
different
to. If there's
question.
further objections the court needs to make with regard to those explanations, I certainly will hear it.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll ask the question again, Mr. Cruz. Thank you.
Sure. And I withdraw that question, Your Honor. I withdraw that question. But my understanding is the audio is what refreshed your recollection in regards to what was on Mr. Melton's hands.
Yes.
Okay. And that audio is from January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Okay. And you've already listened to the audio because the state provided you with a copy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you were to hear the audio, you would recognize it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Of course, indulgence.
Oh, my fan.
Turn the volume down on this. I'm gonna move the mic out of the way.
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to hear the audio. I want you to listen to it. When you feel comfortable that you recognize the audio, just look up. Okay. Is that fair?
Can y'all hear my
that fair?
fan?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Is it really loud? Tell me if it's loud. It's pretty loud. It's just like 90 degrees in the pod today. Okay, what are we doing?
Correct. If you recognize it, if it's accurate, what you recognize it as. You can turn it up if you need to.
Hey, Paul.
Correct. If you recognize it, if it's accurate, what you recognize it as.
Oh, don't tell Rebecca that.
Correct. With you and Mr. Chris Melton? Okay, that is fair. Does that sound like a fair and accurate rendition of that recording as you remember it? Now, what I'd like you to do, I'm going to mark that flash drive, which has been identified by the witness as the interview between Detective Ricketts and Chris Melton on January 19th, 2001, as Defense Exhibit 44.
I know. I just don't like it to be messy because some people do just listen to the audio. So,
what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 44? All right, so this is what I want us to do with Defense Exhibit 44. Detective Ricketts, I'm going to allow you to listen to this, okay? And can you look up at the portion where you discuss with Chris Melton what's on his hands? Is that fair?
Ooh.
And just to make sure we're clear, this recording, based on your prior testimony, this recording refreshed your recollection about Mr. Melton picking his hands, what was on his hands, things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Hey, Helena.
May I approach witness, Your Honor? Okay.
This is interesting. Okay, so basically, oh, good. I'm glad you guys can't hear the fan because it's like right next to me because it's so hot in here. So basically he's saying that the testimony that he just gave in direct about Chris picking the plumber's glue off of his hands, his memory was refreshed by listening to the audio or watching or listening to the audio interviews with Chris Melton. So I think what Ahmad Cruz is about to do here is play back the audio for him and say, yeah, that's not here, buddy. So what you talking about? And then I assume that after that Ahmad Cruz is probably going to ask for another mistrial. That's just my assumption. I don't know what to expect out of this.
And if you would, once you hear that portion of the recording, just let us know the timestamps.
That's really funny, Skates. If she finds out I said that, I will be sure to let her know that I agree with her on Scott Peterson. Yes, we all love Ahmad Cruz, Amanda. Oh, thanks. Darylyn, thank you. It's very sweet of you. Glad you're all here. Go ahead and like the video while you're here. Like the video. Oh, let me slow this down so if we can hear it, we can hear it. My take is that Mr. Faust is wrongfully convicted.
Your choice. If you can find it by speeding through it, we'll take that. If you need to listen to it, we'll take that. We just want to know where in that recording do we talk. You can speak through it. I think I can give you the times for the ending of the interview. But yes, you can speak.
Hello, Broken Baker. Thank you for liking the video. Yeah, of course he knows he's not going to hear anything. Hey, Disney nerd. Baker's coming to join us. For those of you who are new in the chat, Baker's going to be joining us tomorrow. Is tomorrow? Is today Wednesday? Yeah, tomorrow he'll be coming in at 9:30, but we're starting the stream at 9 a.m., me and Rebecca. And we're going to be talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons as well as the shit show of a hearing between Turtle Boy and Meredith O'Neill. So looking forward to it. Baker's an amazing guy. Happy he's here. All right, this guy's just going to keep listening because he doesn't hear what he said he heard. So
go to minute mark.
You can wear a wig if you want to, Baker. We could all wear wigs. I mean, I have a few wigs upstairs that I could put on, which they don't look great on me. They're not my wigs. I'd have to borrow them, but. Okay, we can disagree. That's totally fine, Darylyn. I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. I think that they have already shown I think they showed reasonable doubt on the first day in openings. But, sometimes I am out on an island by myself.
Minute mark 40:48 through 40:49.
Hey, Casey.
40:48. Start at 40:48 and play it to 40:51. Justin. Thank you.
Are we listening to
Did you hear? Okay. And you would agree that the statement that you made that led you to say that Chris Melton was picking things off of his hand, that he had different glues on his hands, was you need to wash those things up or anything. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe I said, do you want to wash those things up?
Okay. Can you write that on the board? Do you want to wash those things up? Okay. And that is minute mark, you would agree, 40:48 to 40:51?
Yes, sir. That was helpful.
You're welcome. Your Honor, I would move to admit defense exhibit 44 for the purposes of moving.
Any objection?
Oh, there was a cut
No,
right
Your
there.
Honor.
Did you guys see that?
Is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's okay. I get you, darling. I understand.
Just to clarify for the record, is it my understanding, Mr. Cruz, that you're just seeking to admit those 3 seconds of the recording?
Right.
Okay.
For now, we're gonna admit more, but for now, just those 3 seconds. So the statement, do you want to wash those things up? It says nothing about picking at fingernails. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Okay, and we've agreed that it's been
It also says
9,153
nothing about hands.
days, right?
Correct.
It says nothing about picking
Same,
paint off of his
Casey.
skin or picking glue off of his skin. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, it says nothing about whether the glue was transparent or not, does it?
No.
Okay, would you be shocked to learn that Mr. Melton testified himself that he had cement on his plumber's cement on his hands?
No.
Okay, but that would be inconsistent with the testimony that you just gave the jury here today. Is that correct?
No, plumber's glue, plumber's cement, I would categorize as the same thing.
Well, he said 3, and he included plumber's glue.
Okay.
Okay. So would that testimony differ from the testimony that you just gave the jury on direct examination?
I don't think so.
That's fair. 9,153 days. We don't remember the Super Bowl. We don't remember the World Series. We don't remember our favorite song. But the simple statement, do you want to wash those things up, led you to tell the jury that Chris Melton's hands, you could see them. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Good
It was the
job,
totality of this interview, sitting in that interview room, looking across the table at a dad and a son, and
Oh, Jesus.
Chris, as he would make comments.
Who gives a fuck if there's a
you can
dad
hear
in the
that,
room?
he'll
and his
tone in,
son?
tone out.
He's a
Not a
murderer.
person to show emotion or things of that nature.
Oh, my God.
But would sit and pick at his hands and pull. And it was just, I won't say a nervous tick, but it was what he was trying to do, I think, to keep his focus, would be my opinion. That is what we're talking about with there. We're ending the end of the interview where I've got to get fingerprints. And I just asked him, hey, do you want to wash those things up? Do you want to get that stuff off of there? That's all it was.
They said
if he'd have had
cement.
a high amount of semen or whatever else on his hands,
Objection, not
Cement.
responsive and narrative.
it's just Southern.
I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to non-responsive, the end of this particular statement.
VDocs.
You may continue.
Oh, VDoc.
What you just stated, that's nowhere in the police report, is it?
Let me just address some stuff. So the Innocence Project is, first of all, they have chapters in, they're not in every state. I would assume they have a chapter in Georgia, but oftentimes the Innocence Project can only take on cases that are within their jurisdiction. So the main Innocence Project is in New York. That was the first one. They can take on sort of national cases, but they're inundated. They have so many cases that have come to them. There's a wait list basically of what cases they can take on. And a lot of them have to do with DNA. Usually there has to be some sort of like DNA discrepancy or forensic science discrepancy in the case for the Innocence Project to take it on, unless it's just totally blatant, which, you know, Edrick's case would be great for the Innocence Project because it covers all of the above. I just don't know if the National Innocence Project has the bandwidth to take it on. And I don't know, I'd have to look up and see if there's a local Georgia chapter that would be willing to take it on. Outside of that, VDoc, you're right. They also could take it on, but I do believe that they have a jurisdictional issue as well. One of the things you guys can do if you want to be proactive is start writing letters to the Innocence Project and VDoc and let them know that you think this was an unfair prosecution and that a man has been wrongfully convicted. And so that when they become aware of the case, they can go, oh, right, we got all those letters. So maybe we should look into this. I think that if this case were presented to the Innocence Project and they had the bandwidth for it, that they would probably take it up in a second. I know they're working on Darlie Routhier's case right now because there's new DNA evidence in that case. But yeah, the best thing you can do is keep talking about it. You got to tell your people about it. You got to, and the way that I do it, to get people involved and to get people interested in the case, it's always something along the lines of, you're never going to believe what the state of Georgia just tried to do to this man, or I take them into the dramatics of this case. Like, can you believe that this guy who was a suspect for 24 years, this white dude, has already been cleared, and there's a black guy who they're trying to pin this on? Like, you got to be dramatic about it, but tell your friends about it, post on Facebook about it, post on Twitter about it, share these videos, try to get some people to come in and watch this with us. I don't know how many days are left of this. I think there's probably 10 or 11 days of this trial. I don't believe the defense puts on a case. So we just got to sort of keep screaming at the rooftops. You know what I mean? And sometimes it feels like you're screaming into the void. Believe me, I know. The cases that I've worked on for the In Between podcast, you put so much work and effort into trying to tell the story of, what truly happened in a situation. And it feels like 5 people listen to it and they go, hey, that was really great work, Mel. But they don't get involved in the subject, meaning the subject, meaning Edrick. So that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this. There haven't been a ton of people in here in these lives, but the reason I'm doing it is because even if there's 20 of us in here, those 20 people can talk and then the numbers can grow. Because otherwise, this is a long day. I'm going to be on with you all from 12 to however long it takes to get through Liz Bigham's testimony. But there are days where I spend 5 or 6 hours, going through this courtroom because it's important to me. Even if there's only 7 people in the chat, or even if there's only 20 people in the chat, it's important that we have an open, in the moment discussion about what we're seeing happen in front of our eyes. Because a lot of people will be like, oh, sure, there was corruption. Of course there was corruption, or yeah, of course, a black man was wrongfully convicted, blah, blah, blah. But when you're watching these trials and you're seeing like what we saw yesterday with Chris Melton on the stand, whispering, pleading with either the DA or the investigators to help him while he's on the stand, you can see the white privilege and you can see the corruption in front of you. And so those are the moments that I choose when I'm telling somebody, I'm like, you'll never believe what happened with this witness on the stand. And that gets their interest piqued. I remember when I first heard about the Karen Reed story, it was because I think was it Rebecca? I'm not sure who told me about it, but somebody was like, oh my God, this woman got on Google at 2:27 in the morning and she Googled Hosslong to die in the cold, and they are trying to pin this on somebody else. And I thought, no, like, who would be stupid enough to, if they had killed somebody, who would be stupid enough to go on their phone after they'd, helped murder somebody and Google Hosslong to die in the cold? And then I was introduced to Miss Jennifer McCabe. But that is what piqued my interest in that case. And then I couldn't let it go. That's the kind of stuff, that's how you have to tell this story. You have to find a piece that really speaks to you. To me, it's going to be the testimony that we saw yesterday. And I tell everybody about that. I sent it to so many people. I'm like, do you look at this? Look at this. What do you see? What do you see him say? What do you hear him say? Send it to your friends. I put together like a 3-minute clip of it. Or maybe it's 6 minutes. Could be 6 minutes. But I put together a short clip of it. It's under the videos. Share that. That's the easiest piece, to be like, something nefarious is going on here. You know what I mean? But that's how we're going to get the story out and get more people and more eyes on this. Let's see. I think it has to be out of appeals process too, which takes a long time. That's true. They have to have exhausted their appeals for the Innocence Project. Oh, good. I'm glad you're sending letters, Paula. Good. Yeah, wear that free Faust shirt. Get people asking you questions. Oh, I'm sorry, TC Nerd, that your friend Jeff passed away. People new to this can come back and watch on replay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay. Amanda said the jury I sat on was similar to this in some ways. Black man on trial, black defender, white prosecutors, majority white jury. They had way overcharged him. We found him not guilty on 4 or 5 charges. Good. It was difficult because he had clearly done something wrong, but it was not the things they had charged him with, and we had no lesser included charges. Well, I'm glad that you picked through all of the noise and got to that. Okay, let's get back to it. We're on cross.
No,
You have your reports, is that right?
that's correct.
It is not an audio recording you heard, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the evidence that you've personally provided in this case, the very first time you've ever made that statement is before this jury here today. Is that correct?
What do you mean?
Sure. Based on your notes and based on the audio recording. You have never said before that Mr. Melton was picking at his hands, picking items off of his hands. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. But we would agree 9,153 days later, you stated. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, you also stated on direct examination that Mr. Melton wanted Miss Baker at his, excuse me, let me rephrase that. You also stated on direct that Miss Baker wanted Mr. Melton at her birthday party on Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you interview Miss Virginia Baker?
No, I don't believe so.
So you're not aware that, but you did not interview Miss Virginia Baker. Is that correct?
No, the only people I did were some roommates and other folks who corroborated what Chris said for me there.
Okay. Do you know if Chris Melton had talked to those roommates and told those roommates the same thing he told you?
I would have to look at my notes, but one of them mentioned it to me in her statement, I believe.
Sure. Look at your notes and tell us the date that she mentions that.
Give me one more second. Just make sure I'll give you a good direct answer.
Absolutely.
I live for now is in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Hey, me too. That is to get to Georgia. Yeah, that's a good 8 to 10 hour drive for sure. Who is rubbing their microphone against their suit coat? I'm looking at you, Ahmad Cruz.
So those statements aren't going to be about the birthday party, and I don't know if you want me to read what I've got.
You're not allowed to read.
With Tara.
You got to say what you. It's got to refresh your memory.
I don't have anyone doing what you said, so I'll say no to that because that's on a different relationship page. I don't know if you want me to bring that up or not. So
no. So the specific answer to my question is no. No one else said anything about Mr. Melton.
To my knowledge, no. Then it was a different statement.
So the statement that you gave on direct is inconsistent with your notes.
Which was the statement I made on direct?
That Mr. Mr. Melton and Ms. Baker had plans on Saturday. Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay.
And I asked you, and I'm gonna paraphrase it, had that been corroborated by anybody else? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your answer to that question is no.
Yes, that direct question, yes.
Okay. So you just simply took Chris Melton's word for it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's exactly.
That was my point there.
Do you think in a criminal investigation, especially involving murder,
he testified on direct
assault,
that they had plans,
aggravated sodomy, arson, it is important to take more than someone's word for it?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And I believe the question I asked you was about the party Friday. That's what we were talking about, not Saturday, the party Friday.
Yes, sir.
So,
yeah, next witness says they are just coming up on the stand, lying under oath and hoping to get away with it. I mean, they're coming up and they're telling Chris Melton's story for him. And the problem is that if Chris Melton lied or if his story wasn't corroborated, then they look like fools because they're just repeating what Chris Melton said to them and what his story has been for the past 25 years. So it's not even about lying. They're just repeating what Chris Melton is saying, like what his story is.
So just to clarify the record,
yes, I understand. That's how
Tara
it is.
wanted Mr. Melton at the party Friday. That was based on Mr. Melton's words. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same for Saturday. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Melton did not provide any proof of any plans he had with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Did not.
Ashton wants to know what the June 12th hearing is for. Somebody could let her know.
Yeah, I'm going to go into a line of questioning that the Honorable Court has advised us to be cautious about. Can me and Mr. Chili approach the bench, please?
Yalom Chili. All right, this is interesting. I assume this is about the 412, the rape shield law in Georgia.
All right, so you know Mr. Melton's parents' address, is that correct? You don't have to say the address. And Ms. Baker's address was 1.
Oh, good.
Your Honor, I am asking the Honorable Court to take judicial notice under OCGA 24-2-201B 2 of the distance between Mr. McCourty's parents' home and Ms. Baker's home.
Judge, judicial notice does not bring a fact before a jury as a trier of fact in a jury trial. It is just something that the court can take notice of. It is if it is a previously established fact. So the method in which Mr. Cruz is attempting to use judicial notice, I don't think is proper.
That is not true, Your Honor. I have case law 1, but I'll read the statute. The statute provides B, a judicially noticed fact shall be a fact which is not subject to reasonable dispute in that it is either, and we're under subsection 2, capable of accurate and ready determination by resort to sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. And C says a court may take judicial notice whether or not requested by a party. And D is the language that, shows that the state's argument is not the law. A court shall, there's no discretion here. A court shall take judicial notice if requested by a party and provided with the necessary information. The limitation that the state just put on the Honorable Court's ability to take judicial notice is not a limitation in the law, Your Honor. We're relying on the statute. We would like to show the state, if okay, the statute as well as the item we would like judicially noticed.
I'm familiar with the law, Judge.
Oh, man. He's so offended.
Yes, ma'am, to provide you with these documents in the law.
I don't need the law, Mr. Cruz. Any other arguments, sir?
Oh, really? You don't need the law? Are you kidding me? Why are these people acting like they are so high and fucking mighty when just earlier you had to suspend courts? You could go look up a law and a statute and determine a ruling. So don't act like you know the law inside and out, lady. Everybody tries to make him feel dumb, and he's not dumb. And their prejudice and their bigotry is showing. And I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm so sick of the little side comments. She's constantly on everybody about, or on him specifically about his comments. The comments that she makes like that, I don't need to look at the law. Yes, you do. In the same day of this hearing, you had to go look at the law. Oh, she makes me so mad.
Objection. I agree with the state's rendition of the statute and the appropriate things that are to be used for judicial notice. I'm going to sustain their objection.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have your phone?
I do.
Okay. Can you go to Google for us, please?
Oh, geez.
I can turn it back on. It's off. Is that okay with the court?
I don't have any prohibition against that.
Okay. I have it on flight mode.
I'm not objecting in this trial. If there's an objection, I will hear it.
I just don't want to upset you, ma'am.
No, sir. Thank you.
Ugh.
Okay, I've got signal now.
Okay. Can you go to Google Maps or whatever you use, Apple Maps, Google Maps, whichever you prefer?
Okay.
And I'm going to approach you. And for the purposes of the record, I am going to provide Detective Ricketts with Chris Melton's parents' address.
Okay, so we're going to Google map this so we'll know what's
The
happening.
time, I believe that that's not competent evidence, but I am going to ask you about the distance. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. All right. To Tara Baker's home. You'd agree that on one route, the distance from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home is 39.6 miles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm getting an ad pop up, but
Sure. Circle this.
D. Cool says, in my opinion, after watching so much of this trial, it feels more like the defense is setting up areas of appeal rather than proving reasonable doubt. I would agree with
Yes, sir, I'm
you
getting
to
40
some
miles.
extent, but I think they're doing both. I think they're walking and
Okay.
chewing gum here.
39.6 added up, 39.9 rounded up. Excuse me, rounded up. Okay, perfect. All right. And I want to be specific. So 39.6, is that correct?
yes, sir. This Google's giving me 40 on the nose.
Even?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take what Google gives you. Put 40 miles.
I can switch routes for you if you like.
No, you're fine. All right. Do you recall talking to a Mr. Lindsay Baker?
I'd have to look at my notes to double check.
Okay, sure. And I don't believe that would be in your individual reports. And I don't know what all notes you have, but
I pretty much only have anything that my name is on. I don't have anything.
anything else? Well, let me ask you this. Do you know who Mr. Baker is?
No, sir.
Okay,
Off the top of my head, no, sir.
that is fine. Did you ever visit Mr. Melton's parents' home?
I did not.
Okay, but he did tell you at the time that Miss Baker was killed, he was staying at the parents' home. Is that right?
Correction. Could you repeat that question for me one more time?
Sure.
Did you
Which?
say the Baker's residence?
No, the and I might have said the Baker
Yeah, I think
residence.
I
So
think
please
you
forgive me.
did go to the Baker's home.
The Melton residence.
No, I did not. Someone else did that.
Okay. So you don't know the layout of the home,
I do not.
but Mr. Melton did tell you he was staying in the basement of the home. Is that right?
No, he just told me he was staying there. I didn't. He never told me where in the house he was staying. He just said he was
Well,
staying
Josh
at his
told
parents'
us where he
house.
was staying.
And on that same audio, you can hear his dad at the beginning say he's been staying there for pretty much the week.
Okay.
Hear him chime in.
But to your
Josh is
personal
the one who
knowledge, you
said
don't
he
know
met
where in the
him
home he was
No,
staying.
I don't have it.
in the basement at the
Information on
basement
that.
entrance or exit.
May I turn my phone back off?
Absolutely.
Because it will.
Now, you had opportunity to listen to the recording between yourself and Mr. Melton, right?
Yes, sir.
And we've agreed that that interview took place on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you asked Chris during the interview, how did you start your day today? Or what kind of went on today for you? Do you recall asking that question? And Chris was able to explain his day in a calm and clear tone. Is that correct?
Yes.
He was not unable to answer any question. Is that correct?
I believe everything I asked him, he did answer.
He was not fumbling over his words. Is that right?
No, there are times in that recording that he will get quiet. He won't say anything.
Okay.
But he was able to get through his conversation.
But we could both agree that he wasn't frantically crying. Is that right?
No, he was not.
But he did tell you that he was asked to identify the body that day. Is that right?
That's correct. Earlier in the day.
Okay. And we agree that Ms. Baker died on the same day. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he also described her as his borderline fiance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He even spelled the name of Truck Customs for you. Do you recall that?
I did. I was having an issue with it. I believe in that tape, I asked him to spell it for me.
Mhm.
It could be the second interview I did because I was having a hard time finding it. But that could be the second interview I did with him where I asked him to spell it.
Would hearing the first interview refresh your recollection? Or would, excuse me, let me change that. Would hearing him spell out truck customs refresh your recollection?
Sure, if that's in the first one, I'll just agree with you. It did. He did spell it for me in one of those two because in my report I had it wrong.
Sure.
And I had to get it corrected.
So let me ask the question this way. You would not disagree that on January 19, 2001, Mr. Melton spelled out truck customs for you during that interview?
I would agree with you on that.
Now, while detailing his day, Chris stated that Josh came to his house after he woke up on the morning of Miss Baker's death. Is that fair?
Thanks for stopping by,
Say that one more
Paula.
time.
Sure. While he was detailing his day to you, he stated that Josh came to his house on the morning of Miss Baker's death.
So that's how I took it.
And Chris stated that him and Josh only work together. Is that correct?
What do you mean by only work together? It's the two of them?
They
or-
don't have any personal relationship. Is that correct?
He advised that they work together, yes.
And the address Josh came to pick up Mr. Melton was from Mr. Melton's home. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
We've discussed that
Where are we
address.
going with this?
And they drove to a company called Nash Plumbing together. Is that correct? And this was in Chris's truck.
That's correct.
Chris says that they arrived at Nash Plumbing between 7:35 and 7:40. Is that right?
Yes.
Pen. Thank you. And he stated while at Nash Plumbing, they loaded up. Is that correct?
We went there to get their supplies.
Would you agree that during the course of your investigation, you were unable to speak with any supervisor that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct. I did not do that.
You were unable to speak with any coworkers that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct. I was not assigned to do that.
You were
Assigned.
unable to speak with any receptionists that could confirm that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
You were unable to speak with any eyewitnesses that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Interesting.
You were unable to obtain any sign-in logs or visitor logs confirming their presence at Nash Plumbing at all on January 19, 2001.
You're correct.
Wow.
You were unable to obtain any business records that confirmed that Chris and Josh went to Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Chris claimed they loaded up. We've agreed on that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But you were unable to obtain any signed delivery or pickup receipts that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain any invoices supporting that Chris Melton was at Nash Plumbing on January
Wow.
19, 2001. Is that correct?
You're correct.
And although they picked up supplies, you were unable to obtain any work orders that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing anytime on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Now, in regards to Chris and Josh saying they worked together, Chris told you that Josh was his employee. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You were not able to obtain any payroll stubs to confirm that they were employed together, were you?
I was
sir,
wondering
not
about
assigned
that.
to
Is that a no?
Yes, it's a no.
You did not collect any W-2s or 1099s confirming their employment together?
I did not.
Mr. Melton didn't even provide you with an employment contract showing that those two worked together.
No, he did not.
Did you obtain any
Why are you
work-related
smirking,
emails
dude?
between the two?
No.
And I know it was 2001, but you didn't collect any work-related text messages between Josh and Chris.
Yes, sir.
Correct? You were unable to interview any third-party co-workers that confirmed that Chris and Josh worked together. Is that correct?
Huh.
And Chris's
This
father
is great.
was with
This is a great
Chris
cross.
during the January 19th interview. Is that right?
He was.
And during that interview, not even Chris's father confirmed that Josh and Chris worked together. Is that correct?
No, he was not asked to.
So we simply took Chris Melton's word for it.
At that point of the interview, that's what I did. Other folks were assigned to follow up on those things.
Yes, sir. Now, during your interview with Chris, he told you that his home and Josh's home was less than one mile apart. Is that correct?
I don't know if he gave me a direct. He did say they lived near each other.
Okay.
If I recall that correctly.
Do you recall Chris stating, drove back to their house, talked to let Josh off, that little guy. He lives like a mile from me. Do you remember? And obviously, Chris knew where Josh lived. Josh knew where Chris lived. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Detective Ricketts, you personally never investigated whether Josh and Chris were personal friends. Is that right?
I did not.
No. Are we getting to the high school part?
Now, Chris stated after going to Nash Plumbing, he went to Truck Customs. Is that fair?
Yes. If you like to refer my notes, but yes, that would be the second location.
Justin. Yes, right where he gets at the bottom.
Man, it's hot.
Question for you, Detective Ricketts. Have you met with the state in this case?
I have.
Did you take notes of your meeting with the state?
I did not.
And then we'll go to the next page. All right, Detective Ricketts, what we're going to do for purposes of the record, I have a whiteboard here. We're going to write your name at the top, okay?
All right.
We're going to discuss the information that you were given. Is that fair? All right, so Ricketts at the top. Two T's.
I know. I do need a cool cloth. It is pretty warm today. It's 90 degrees or so
We're
here.
going to write Chris. We're going to write Josh.
And I don't have AC in the pod. Just a fan.
And then write Chris here. Write Josh there. Thank you for your patience.
No worries.
You must be a mom, Kendra. It's very sweet of you.
All right. So we're going to write.
I'm wicked hot, Helena.
This is
I'm
accurate.
wicked hot.
Very first place Chris says is Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the 19th?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Can you write Nash Plumbing here under Chris?
And for purpose of this, you may want to put the 19th on there because on the 21st, he added a location. So I don't know if you want to differentiate that or not.
So he's going to break down the difference between Josh and Chris's statements. This is pretty smart.
So the first place is Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, man, they're both left-handed. Hill's left-handed, too. Interesting.
All right, put a hyphen after Nash Plumbing. And Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed. Is that right?
By me, yes, sir.
Okay. And put unconfirmed after Nash Plumbing.
Not only a mom, a baseball mom. So you spend all spring and summer out in the blazing heat. Okay, guys, this prop. Come on, let's go.
And I want to emphasize this language. He didn't say 9:30 or later. He said 9:30 or earlier. Is that right? And it's page 1 of 2.
He says, or maybe earlier. Yes, sir. You're correct.
Good one. Next witness.
Or earlier. Now, after leaving Truck Customs, Chris advised that him and Josh went to a home in Grayson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And forgive me, we skipped something. He eventually tells you that he went to the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Just put bank right there. Bank right here. Did you speak with anyone other than Josh to confirm that Chris was in Grayson, Georgia on the day of Ms. Baker's murder?
I did not.
Did Chris provide any documentation confirming that he worked on or went to a home in Grayson, Georgia on the day of Ms. Baker's murder?
To me, no.
Okay. So just for you, we just took his word for it. Is that right?
For this on the day of, yes, it's preliminary, and then Sunday the same.
Yes, sir. You can put Grayson, Georgia after Truck Customs. Now, excluding Grayson, we could safely say that Ms. Baker was killed between 7 a.m. and 11:32 a.m. Is that a fair window? And I can ask it a different way. At 11:32 a.m., the fire was reported. Would you agree with that?
Fire was reported at.
No PB&J in the back of the van next witness.
I don't have notes on this, but at 9:00 whatever, the clock on her wall no longer worked.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. We could say 7 to 9, whatever. So we'll say 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Is that
I would
fair?
be more comfortable at that time.
Okay, excellent. And you're aware at 7:45 a.m., a neighbor of Ms. Baker said they saw a white guy running through their backyard away from Ms. Baker's home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's not in my interview.
But you are aware of that?
I heard that, yes, sir.
Okay. So it's safe to say that if that person was the murderer of Ms. Baker, it's safe to say that the murder occurred before 7:45 a.m. Is that correct?
If that's the murderer.
Correct. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Okay. Could be.
If that's the murderer. Are you kidding me? He's running away from her place at 7:45 a.m.
Chris Melton. Well, let me change that. It's fair to say that it would be very important.
It's also fair to say nobody thought that a white guy running away from her place at 8 o'clock in the morning was suspicious, but a black man walking down the street doing nothing but probably going to Walmart was suspicious. These fucking people.
Important to confirm Mr. Melton's whereabouts before 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
And for his alibi, he says, I start my day at my parents' house. Is that fair?
In the basement.
And between, because this is a specific time, he says between 7:35 and 7:40, right? At Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
7:30, 7:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
So based on what he told you, he's saying I'm either at Nash Plumbing or I'm at Truck Customs. Is that right? 9:30 or earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
So after speaking with Chris, ACCPD's job becomes confirming Chris's alibi.
The link is always posted
Because
in the show notes on every episode.
Would you agree that would
YP
suggest
Comcheck.
consciousness of guilt? Is that fair to say?
Yes, please go donate to Faust Gives and Go.
Let me rephrase it in a better manner. If Chris Melton lied about his alibi, that would be significant in your investigation. Is that fair to say? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we can agree that you actually took the next steps to trying to confirm Chris Melton's alibi. Is that fair?
Yes, I was part of that, but there were other detectives doing that also.
Yes, sir. You spoke with Josh McCurdy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You spoke with Mr. Bill Teeter. Is that right?
I did over the phone.
And you spoke with Josh McCordy not on the 19th, but the next day, January 20th.
That's correct.
And it goes without saying, but it's the day after Miss Baker's death.
That's correct.
Now, Josh also told you they started their day at Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll put Nash Plumbing here. And we've agreed that Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed.
From me, yes.
And if you put unconfirmed next to Nash Plumbing. Then after leaving Nash Plumbing, Josh says we go to Chick-fil-A for breakfast. Is that fair?
Yes, Josh brought Chick-fil-A up.
Say that one more time.
Hey,
Josh
Deanne,
brought
True Crime
Chick-fil-A
Sleuth. I am replaying
And
the
if we were
trial.
at
This
Chick-fil-A
show is called
under,
Retrial with Mel, so we're
Nash
going
Plumbing.
through it again. I'm going through it for the
And
first
then
time.
Josh says at around 8 a.m.,
There's a hearing
they
on the
went to a
12th of
house in
June for him.
Grayson to check for leaks.
Yes, he gave 8 a.m. checking for leaks.
Okay.
Said behind the fire department on Georgia 20.
And I think we've already agreed Grayson, Georgia is unconfirmed for Chris. Is that right?
From me, yes.
If you put unconfirmed here.
Chris said he went to Grayson, but it was never
And
confirmed.
then Grayson, Georgia here, unconfirmed. Or Grayson, Georgia, 8 a.m. And then Josh says from Grayson, they go to Forsyth.
That's correct.
And did you confirm that Josh or Chris Melton were at Forsyth?
I did not.
Okay. Now they did provide you with the name of Truck Customs.
What's the point of giving an alibi if you're not going
address
to
to Truck Customs?
corroborate it or check it out?
He may not have advised me of it, but we did get the address for Truck Customs.
Perfect. But he didn't provide you with the names of anybody he spoke with in Grayson, did he?
Grayson, no. I don't know if he did with other detectives, but he did not with me. That's not what sure.
So Grayson is unconfirmed. Chick-fil-A is unconfirmed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. You put unconfirmed there.
That
Grayson is unconfirmed. Chick-fil-A is unconfirmed.
just by me, so you got my name on it. So yes, sir, that's correct.
Correct. So you'd agree between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., both Chris is unaccounted for by you and Josh is unaccounted for by you.
I have both their statements given at different times that corroborate where the other one was. So on this preliminary part of the investigation, we had a general idea of where they were, and that's what we were going with at that time.
Well, when it comes to murder, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, we want to have facts. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
And in this early stage, the 19th, 20th, 21st, we're trying to get information on three. So a lot of times when you're taking these cases in the first, you'll get somebody says this, as Chris did. He left information out on Wachovia, remembered it. Now, people forget things like that all the time. You've got Josh's, and then you interview these other ones, and all you're doing is
do your fucking job. This is your job. Corroborate the information.
During that first 3 days, that's what we were doing, is just aligning that timeline and getting the stories where everybody was, and then getting DNA, fingerprints, and things.
Yeah,
of
we
that
just
nature
talked about the Coleman Baker
order
Act
to
a little
work
bit
the
earlier in
case
the stream
to
and how
push on
this
to the
case
crime.
came to be.
Correct. So I asked you
With the
this.
GBI.
At that time, you were a law enforcement officer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your job was to protect this community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So as we talk today, why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm defending the information that I gathered on the 19th, 20th, and the 21st.
Well, wouldn't it be an issue if Chris Melton says that they went to Grayson after 9:30 and Josh McCourty says that they went to Grayson at 8 a.m.?
Yes, but from the Wachovia video and whatever else, we've got that stamp at 9:08.
You're aware of the Wachovia video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but our timeline is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. 9:08 is outside of our murder timeline. We're saying 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that fair?
Well, yes, if you want to say it that way, but to be in
If you want to say
the
it
Chick-fil-A
that
is
way.
right next door to that also. To be in that area in under an hour and 15 minutes from Fawn Road in Athens on morning rush on a Friday, it's going to be very difficult to do.
My question again, why are we defending Chris Melton?
Again, I'm defending what we were doing in these first 3 days of this investigation.
But Detective Ricketts, you've told us that Chris's parents' home is only 40 miles away from Miss Baker's home. And you've already said that January 19, 2001 was 9,000 days ago. How do you know what the traffic was like, Detective Ricketts?
The route that we're going to their house, I drive a good bit, but I'll just say you're going to do it in an hour. During that time frame, someone from Athens, Clark County, I'm not sure who did that
Why
drive.
are you defending?
It's going to take you
Melton?
approximately that amount
Why
of
are
time.
you trying to
Now,
make up arguments for Chris Melton?
Again, not defending Chris. I'm explaining to you
Yes,
how
you are.
investigations in those early 72 hours are done.
You remember
trying
that
to
that's
line
what
up
your
those
thought pattern
statements.
was about traffic and all that. Do you? Okay.
Course indulgence. And I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is it takes an hour to get from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home?
Yes, with traffic, I'm saying yes.
Well, hold on. Let's be
Hold on.
clear.
So when I Google mapped it just a minute ago for you on the record, it said 1 hour and 4 minutes to do that 40 miles. So that was at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning past rush hour.
But you would agree in 2001, Athens wasn't the city it is now, right?
Mhm.
I would ask, Detective Ricketts was in the middle of an answer. Mr. Cruz cut him off with his next question. I'd ask Detective Ricketts to be able to finish his response.
We're going to allow him to finish his response, and then you may question.
Sure.
Is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I was just going off the recollection of what I pulled up at 10:30 in the morning on Google for right now. And yes, I'm sure traffic was different in 2001.
Well, let's talk about this. It's 10:30. And we've already discussed this, if the person seen running committed this crime, he would have been traveling before 7:45. Is that fair?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. And he could have been traveling, we don't know, at 6:45 a.m. Is that right?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know, as you just told this jury, that at 10:30 on February 10th, 2026, it's an hour and 4-minute drive.
Yes, sir. Only because you asked me to look it up.
Sure.
That's the only reason I know
But
that.
that's irrelevant to our conversation about January 19th, 2001. Is that fair to say?
Okay.
Is that fair to say? Would you?
Yes, sir. That'll be fine.
Now, we have a discrepancy in the alibis, right?
Yes.
We have Josh saying Chick-fil-A. We have Mr. Melton not saying Chick-fil-A. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. They're both saying that. One saying Chick-fil-A, one saying that.
Okay. One saying what?
One saying Chick-fil-A and one saying the Wachovia Bank.
So you're saying the bank and Wachovia are next to each other?
They're close.
So how do we explain Josh saying Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. and Chris saying Chick-fil-A after 9 a.m.?
Say that again.
Sure. Your testimony was that the Wachovia is
getting
right
confused.
next to the bank. Is that fair?
Yes, they're close together.
And you just made the statement that Josh said Chick-fil-A, Chris said bank. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Oops, sorry,
Josh
guys.
said Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. Chris says bank after 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a discrepancy. Is that fair?
Or both things could be true. They could have gone by that Chick-fil-A and then gone back to the bank. The bank doesn't open until 9.
So my question is
Jesus
this: why
Jesus.
are you defending Chris Melton?
Again.
I'm not. You're asking for information, and I'm trying to give it to you from the 72 hours that we were working the very first. Now, in this, from the 19th, 20th, and 21st, not even working this case, I believe we did 20 some odd. I did 20 some odd interviews during that time.
Blah, blah, blah.
Typically, this is what happens during those
20
first
interviews is
72
not a lot
hours,
for a
is just
murder
trying to
case,
get
y'all.
timelines, and then over time, you start pulling those timelines together.
Do you know if Mr.
For
Faust
you,
got
that was your
courtesy?
job.
I don't work here anymore, sir, so I don't.
But we can agree that Chris Melton got that courtesy.
I don't think Chris
Sure
Melton
did.
got courtesy. I think we worked the case.
Well, sure, we just talked about this. You said that you explained that the reason Josh said Chick-fil-A and Chris said the bank, you said two things could be true at once. You're saying they could have went, and this is your testimony, they could have went to, I guess, to Chick-fil-A by the bank first, and then after 9 a.m. went back to the bank. That was your testimony. Is that right?
Yeah, when we're looking at this during this time frame, so when you take somebody who's been involved in a crime or whatever else, and they've been a victim of a crime, and they're giving witness statements, things are recalled the next day or so. He forgot Wachovia, which is a timestamp thing. Don't know why he forgot that until Sunday. Don't know. Normal people, through the course of doing investigations for almost 35 years, do not walk through and timestamp their day. They can give you approximates and say this and that. The majority of people I've interviewed for homicides, whatever else, and not saying at the bank I was at 9:08, whatever else. Now, I understand what you're saying. This was a timeline in 3 days where we're trying to put people where they're supposed to be. And I'm testifying to those 3 days, what I did on those. And some of it, like I've told you, I didn't do those interviews, so I cannot answer that for you.
Sure.
We're trying to put people in those spots and then see what evidence moves from there.
You would agree that Miss Baker is the victim in this case?
100%.
Since January 19, 2001, Miss Baker was the victim. Is that correct?
100%.
And her family were victims. Is that correct?
100%.
And ACCPD's job as law enforcement officers are to make sure the victims are taken care of. Is that right?
Yes.
And to solve those crimes, correct?
Yes.
And when questions pop up as a law enforcement officer, your job is to answer those questions. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your job is not to explain away those questions. Would you agree?
I'm not. I'm explaining away 72 hours.
I'm not saying my specific question is your job is not to explain away those questions. I'm not speaking.
I'm sorry. I took it as you were implying, but no, it's not. I agree with you.
Now, January 20th, 2001, you spoke with Mr. Bill Teeter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Over the phone.
And Bill Teeter is the gentleman that worked at Truck Customs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had no reason to believe whatsoever that Mr. Teeter and Mr. Melton were personal friends.
At that time, no. On the 21st, no.
Okay. And based on your interaction with Mr. Teeter, you understand that Chris Melton's relationship with Mr. Teeter was solely as a customer.
At that time, yes, sir.
And you would agree that gives Mr. Teeter a certain type of credibility, right?
Yes.
He would have no reason to lie for Chris Melton.
Right, I'm going to pause this for a second. As far as I understand it, Amanda, Faust was only known to them because he had, he had gotten into some like local trouble with like drugs and stuff like that. But he was only identified in 2024. So he wasn't on their radar back then. Okay, guys, I have to take a quick lunch break. So it is 2:10-ish. Let's say we will be back at, I need a few minutes here. 2:10. Let's say we'll be back at 2:40. So I'm going to leave the stream up. But I need about a half an hour break. So I will be back at 2:40. We will continue on with this. I'm hoping that we can get into Liz's testimony today. This is so tedious, I know. I might try to speed it up a little bit because this is just like dragging on. And we're not really getting anywhere with this guy. And it's very obvious that he's just like testifying for this guy. So let's see. I want to make sure I'm in the right account. I'm going to put this up. Okay. So if y'all don't mind, I got to take a quick lunch break. I also need to cool off a little bit. And let's see. I'm going to put the trailer up again because I think it's fun. And some of y'all haven't seen it. So I appreciate y'all. I will be back at 2:40. I'll put a banner up for that. And y'all can watch our new little trailer. All right. Peace out. See you in a little bit. Hello, everybody. I am Mel Barrett.
I'm Rebecca Lavoie.
Welcome to Something's Off, where we ask what the hell's wrong with everybody all the time in true crime.
We saw a peen, okay? Watching peens walk by on my beach, okay? All kinds of peens. Small peens, big peens, old peens, young peens. Boobs. Wow. That is some damn commitment. Good for you, peen man.
Keep talking about peens.
I know.
Like,
can I see a question that you're not supposed to ask?
Yeah.
So like you are, you're lesbian and you have shorter hair, right?
Yes.
Now, do you go for lesbians like yourself, or do you go for the traditional longer haired, like Rebecca looks
like the lipstick lesbian is what
The lipstick lesbian. I consider myself a chapstick lesbian. But the thing is, not all lesbians are the same, Aiden. We don't all look like Julie Nagel. I'm not out there trying to get all these ladies to kiss me.
I know.
I mean, I will say I also threw shot put, so fine. I also ran the fat man relay. Okay, fine.
I don't want to sexualize Kevin at all, but
you can sexualize Kevin.
He seems pretty well endowed, I have to say.
He'd be so excited if he knew he was being sexualized right now. I have no idea.
And this is coming from a lesbian. I was like, good job, Kevin.
Her name, it can't be Tuesday Gazette, right? That's just her Twitter name, and they use that on the show. There's no fucking way.
I don't know. No. Even we're in a hot tub together and hung out in Maine together, and we're best friends. And Proctor was this, and Proctor was in this guy's wedding.
Who cares?
This kid was. What do you think?
No, I'm not.
You should start like a sex show.
No. I just
you
know
talking
that
about your husband's big wang, and now you're talking about whacking
that was
to be
her.
technical.
But how did she know? How did she know?
I showed him because
I asked her a picture, and she's a bruiser kid.
I'm just gonna say I didn't say it, folks. Do not fucking at me.
I said it. I'm the gay here, and I can say it if I fucking want to. Okay. Defense's aim for the second jury was to find, quote, people who are not deep thinking and analyzing, end quote. And then Mama Llama talks specifically about a female juror who thinks that John O'Keefe got hit by the car and then went into the house and then got beat up. And so the defense got exactly what they wanted out of the jury, because they're basically making the point the jury was dumb as fuck, and that's what the defense wanted.
What happened today in court with the corruption in Massachusetts? Who's Krusty Panties mommy? And she's like,
so Nan's like the new Ruby Frankie.
She's a Rube Frank.
She's one passengers.
Look at He's like, Julie Carpenter, you're a shell of a woman. Could you get your tits plunged up anymore every time you're on TV? You think you're in AA, you're drinking your fucking balls off.
And they're in fisticuffs on the dock. And I'm like,
fisticuffs?
Fisticuffs. They're punching. Fights. Oh, sorry.
The Alabama brawl.
I thought that was like more fondling.
Fisticuffs.
Like, yeah.
Oh, that does sound right. One of them was wearing a fisting cuff, and the other one. This, I was like, if they don't stop saying mother and father, and then when it gets to the point where Justin is talking to Kelsey's mom, Lauren, and then it's like the mother's mother called father's father, and father said to mother. How did this happen?
Well, Denise Galvin came over, as did Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe.
What I was thinking too. She was making the craziest arguments, and then she would sit there in silence, and she would be like, "So what do you have to say about that?" And you were like, What do you fucking mean? What do I have to say about it? I just said I'm sitting in my car. I'm at the bus stop with my kids. What the fuck? And she's just like, I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
This is a little tiny bit of breaking news. She did an interview yesterday. I think it was with Boston 10, and she let them know that she is going to be suing the North Andover Police Department. But you know what's really fucked up about that news?
What?
The North Andover Police Department responded to that Facebook post from Boston 10 and said, shocking. And her stepdad was like, are you fucking kidding? Oh,
like
no.
Sarcastic?
Yeah.
Because she wasn't, and she's not like a true crime person at all. And she wasn't like into it. She didn't even know that I was doing the readathon. She found this out later. And she's like, and she was talking about people she knows and law enforcement. She's, so dirty in that part of the state.
Mm-hmm.
So you run cover for me in so many instances. It's wonderful.
You can say it. We're like blood sisters. We're not like scissor sisters, but we're like blood sisters. When I got to the meat of this, I was like, you guys are so fucking messy. Can we please get our shit together, people in Massachusetts, especially law enforcement and EMTs? But instead, they're just like, yeah, fuck you. You know, I'm going to take this baby. You'll never, and then blah, 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 fall down the stairs. And it's like, I mean,
it's very sad. I'm only laughing because of your impression. I'm not laughing because a real situation like that would be funny.
I recognize this. This was my childhood.
Pamela Anderson.
You think about the video. This was a long time ago. This was before you could like get doxxed on the internet.
He's like, I remember. I watched it earlier today.
It was on a boat. It was on a boat.
I'm like, I remember it too. It was on a boat.
I know. Stupid mistake.
What bothers me most is that his nipples are not
even
in the right place.
If you're gonna have fake ones, at least make them even.
Emily, I might be 5 minutes late to that stream because I'm gonna have to pee really badly before we go. And I have to go inside the house to do that because I am in the garage in my new pod in my sheet
It looks
shed.
amazing.
Thank you. I am Harry Potter.
And why do you have to go inside to do? Is there something wrong?
No, I have to pee. I can't pee in here.
Oh, I see.
And he just didn't know how to handle her.
Dude, before when she's like pulling in the driveway, he's like ripping a shot. Yeah,
like,
he didn't know what the fuck to do. He probably didn't remember it. Mel got it.
Hey, how are you? No, it's really great. Thanks for coming over. I think you're wicked hot.
You want some whiskey?
Yeah. You want some whiskey? Yeah.
Her Iggy impression is on.
Oh God, he did it one more time.
She could play him in the movie 100%.
Dude, you really?
Hey, Karen, you're wicked hot. Come on in. Yeah, I don't have much. It's a bachelor pad. You know how it
is. You should see my house in the Cape, though. I love it. I honestly love the trolls. I really feel for them. I hope Alex sent me the picture.
Sad. Fuck is going on in the world? Did you bring the swear jar today? Like, I would choreograph dance routines to all of like.
Please tell me there's video. Please tell me there's video.
It's on VHS, and someone in my family.
Lordy, there are tapes. Lordy,
there are tapes. I got hired. My group got hired. Can I just tell you the name of my group?
Mm-hmm.
It was called Dance, and the acronym was Dream and Never Cease Eternity. I'm just gonna let that sit with you for a minute.
Never Cease Eternity?
Yeah. Hey, I was 12. Dream and Never Cease Eternity.
Never Cease Eternity.
Yeah.
Never cease,
12.
comma, eternity? Or never cease eternity?
It's an acronym.
I understand, but I'm just trying to wonder what the fuck it meant.
I didn't put a comma in there. I just was trying to make the letters work.
As you know from my experiences on Jimmy, like
my personal brand is not knowing who the hell anybody is. I was texting like, who is this? Who is that?
And Mel is just owning her own shit, apparently.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, we make fun of ourselves because I grew up white trash. I will say there were several comments that were like, I'm here for Judge Fannier too. She's right, she's hot.
Great.
This is amazing. I love it.
Great.
So yeah, like anybody who wants to talk about Judge Fannier, I'm here for it. DM me, whatever. So he's back on the stand. This poor guy. I'm trying to, it was just above the level of Tommy Paul.
I knew you were going to say Tommy Paul.
Tommy Boy. It was just above the level of Super Paul.
I can't remember now. Was that his fake name that we made up for him or his real name?
I can't think of him as anything other than Tommy Paul.
I
and in my brain, all I can see is Tommy Boy going, that guy in a little coat. Brian Gnome's Big Bazoombas, right? These people are all out here with their fucking traditional families, and I guarantee you, all those people who are like, we go to church on Sunday and we have this Christian normal family, every single one of them, they have giant tits and they're on, OnlyFans with their undocumented immigrant girlfriend while their wife.
Madison, like Josh Duggar, that's where he got his.
You know what I'm saying?
Hello, everybody. I am Mel Barrett.
I'm Rebecca Lavoie.
Welcome to Something's Off, a true crime podcast where we talk about things that make your head spin. Like what we're talking about today, which is
Good morning, everybody. I am Mel Barrett, and this is Something's Off. We are on day 3 and 4 of the Edrick Faust trial in Georgia. This is retrial with Mel, so we're going back and we're watching this trial live as we can. And today is going to be an interesting packed day. Just a little housekeeping to get started. We're going to do this in 2 parts because I have meetings in the middle of the day. So we're going to start here at 9 a.m. and we're going to move into probably a little later this afternoon around 2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. But I will definitely put out a stream that you can click the notify me button on. But for right now, let's get into Edrick Faust, day 3 and 4. Good morning, everybody. I hope that you had a restful sleep. My hair is a little crazy today and it's chilly. Actually, I'm going to put my hat on because it's chilly in the pod. For those of you just joining who were not with us last night, you missed a really interesting stream with me and Rebecca and Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy. We had a really great conversation, and I would encourage you all who are not fans of TB to go check it out because I think that you might find something in there. I've said this before and I'll say it again, although I hate saying it. Aiden Carney and I are not on the same side politically usually. But we do have a lot of common ground, and I really find a lot of respect and goodwill, I would say, in that common ground. We don't need to talk about politics so much. We can also have hard conversations that, are on the periphery of politics and human rights and things like that. At the end of the day, I think Aiden Carney is a good person with a big heart, and I think he is working hard to report on what's happening in his community and in his state, and he's trying to make sure that that people know about corruption and what's happening. He is, in my opinion, fully responsible for all of us knowing about the Karen Reed saga. He is heavily involved in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case now, and he reports on things that he sees that are not right in his mind as far as his community is concerned. So I am a strong believer, obviously, in our First Amendment right, especially as a journalist. I believe in that. My camera's weird today. So I would just encourage you all, if you would like to, go check out the conversation that Rebecca and I had with Aiden. I think it'll be worth your time. You might find some good nuggets in there. That being said, today we are talking again about the Edrick Faust trial. Yesterday we left off with Tara Baker's best friend, Ashley Hall, who was formerly Ashley Peavy. I'm kind of glad we saved the bulk of this for today, because this morning I'm going to be streaming from now until probably around noon. So that gives us a good 3 hours to really get into probably all of Ashley's testimony. There are a lot of procedural arguments that happen here. And all of this, for the most part, takes place in front of Ashley Hall. So it's kind of easy for her to reconfigure her testimony, if you will. That's the way I see it. Let me grab some of these chats, because there's a bunch of you in here this morning. Good morning, Cindy. Good morning, D. Cools. Heather, I live for now. I got your email. I live for now. Thank you so much for giving me that info. And if Heidi is in the chat, yes, I think Heidi is. I read all your emails. Thank you so much for all the information. I do want to make a quick statement, and I said this in email to some of you. I am not going to touch the podcast that was created back in 2020 about this case, about Tara's murder. And the reason I'm not going to touch it is because there seems to be a lot of controversy around it. It sounds to me, and this is just from what I've heard and not from what I've listened to on the podcast, that they did some sort of an investigation that went on for several years. But once Edrick was arrested and charged and the trial happened, it seems to me that there was a reconfiguring of the information. I need to move this, sorry. Maybe it's my chair. Hold on, let me pop it up a little bit because I'm short. It seems to me that there was a reconfiguration of what they were thinking as far as who might have been actually guilty for this crime. And I don't like that. It sounds like some of the podcast episodes were deleted around the trial. It also sounds like there are some connections to Chris Melton. None of this I have corroborated on my own, but because it's all out there and people are talking about it, I don't want to confuse what I'm seeing in this trial and what the arguments that I'm hearing from the attorneys. I want to focus solely on what happened in this trial and Edrick Faust's future, because I think that's the most important part. So I just want to put that out there. I'm not listening to the podcast. You are welcome to keep talking about it and mentioning things, but I don't want to deal in rumor and speculation as far as this one is concerned. I want to focus solely on what's being brought up at trial and what's being presented to the jury. So that's where I stand on that. Oh, good. People are working from home today. I am happy for you. I love that for you. Thanks, Jilly Bean. Great interview last night. Cyber Chick Boston. Hello. Romodo. Great interview last night. Mal, thank you. Good morning, Kendra. Let's see. Heidi said, I was on replay last night with TB. Great interview. Love the energy between you three. Yeah, he's a good guy. Hey, Shannon. Hey, Casey. Good morning, Michelle. Michelle says, good morning. I'm loving your channel. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Crystal, for being here. No. Crystal, they are not having the retrial. The name of my show is called Retrial with Mel, which means I am going back through the Edrick Faust trial that happened in February. Hello, CME Yummy. Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed your YouTube presentation last night with Aiden. It was fantastic. Thank you very much. New here, by the way, because of that interview. Oh, thanks, Crystal. Glad you're here. Jilly said, Mel, that's why I like both of you. You can put certain things aside. Yes. And it's not even about putting them aside. It's more, I think we've gotten to a place, and I don't want to talk about politics. I think we've gotten in a place in our society where we have been so polarized for so long, so, on opposite sides of the spectrum for so long, that it's really important for us to start finding the areas where we have commonalities. And that's what I'll say about Aiden and our relationship. Politics isn't everything. That is true. Jody said it was a great conversation. Thank you. CME said, I just finished watching and I will rewatch later. I love that. Also, you guys, if you like the interview we did last night, it wasn't really an interview, it was more of like a conversation. But if you like this video, if you like what we're doing with the Edrick Faust trial and the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case and Karen Reed and all the other cases that we cover, please like the videos, please subscribe to the channel, become a member if you like, where we do member only lives. And we also have some little gifts for you. When you become a member, you get free stickers for the channel, as well as merch discounts. If you don't want to do any of that and you do want to help and support the channel, you can always tip. The QR code is at the top of the screen for our Venmo. And then at the bottom of the screen, there's the Venmo and the Cash App. The tips help us greatly. It helps me be able to put together this little pod studio so that the work that we're putting out sounds better and looks better and isn't so grating on you when you're watching it. So we really appreciate all that stuff. But please go like the video, like it when you're here right now, share it whenever you can. And if you understand how to hype videos, please do that. Once our streams become videos, you can hype them. And that is greatly appreciated. Let's see. Heidi said, absolutely agree with you, Mel. I'm not totally on the same side either. However, that doesn't take away supporting him, standing behind him in this fight. Agreed. Key said, I watched his live with Melanie Little. The end result is shocking after hearing all the evidence. Oh, this live. Sorry. Faust is innocent and needs everyone's help. Agreed. And I've put it in the episode description notes on the past episodes. I don't know if it's in this one, but I will put it in this one a little bit later. There's a give, send, go for Edrick Faust's appellate fight that's coming up. So if you can give any money for that, that's also greatly appreciated. Next week, once I have a little bit more time in my schedule, I'm going to reach out to Ahmad Cruz and the law team and see what I can do to help as far as setting up a video conference call with Edrick. And I know some of you have mentioned a letter writing campaign. I think that's a great idea and we should do that. Let's see. Emily, that just means new evidence was discovered. That should make you feel better. Chris was heavily examined up until they could exclude him via DNA. I don't think he was not actually excluded via DNA. If we're talking about Chris Melton, I think we're going to get to that. Good morning, Fly Like Jeff. Let's see. You all had great chemistry last night, Pamabo said. Thank you. Key said, Mel, you guys did one of the best Turtle Boy interviews ever, over 10,000 watched, and you were the bomb. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Okay. So yesterday, let me pull this up, pull up the trial. Yesterday, we ended with Ashley Hall, who was Tara Baker's bestie. And we're going to continue on with her testimony today, and it's probably going to be the bulk of this first stream that we're doing. Oh, thanks for being here, Carrie from Belfast, Northern Ireland. Cindy said yes, and get Cruz on. He can give us an update on how Faust is doing. Yeah, I'd love to. We'll see what we can do. I don't know. I think he came on Melanie Little's show. Melanie has obviously a lot more subscribers than we do. Although we did just surpass 6,000 subscribers this morning, which is blowing my mind. And thank you to you all. But yeah, I would love to have Ahmad on. He is an amazing guy. Let me get this up on the screen for y'all. We're going to watch this at a little bit of a higher speed so we can get through some of it. Right now I have it at 1.5. Well, I think we'll keep it there. And this is the continuation of Ashley Hall's testimony. So let me see where we are here.
For your loss. I would like to start with talking about Miss Baker's life and how you knew Miss Baker. Okay.
Okay.
I think we'd agree that Miss Baker was in law school and she wanted to become a judge.
Eventually, yes. She wanted to do real estate law.
Is it fair to say that Miss Baker was known to have a keen sense of justice?
Yes.
Okay. She would listen, hear things out before she would make a decision on something.
I agree. Yes.
And would you agree, as you sit here today, you just simply want answers on what happened to Miss Baker?
Well, and we want someone prosecuted for
Correct.
crimes. Yes.
But the right
Good
person.
morning.
The right person.
Yes, ma'am. So you knew Miss Baker in undergrad, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't just know her in undergrad, you two went to college together.
We did.
And you two were roommates in college as well, is that right?
Yes. Correct.
Yes.
And not only in undergrad, which was in Milledgeville, but you also were roommates here at 160 Fine Drive.
Correct.
You would have no reason to disagree that if Miss Baker was here, she would say you were her best friend.
All right, everybody. I'm a few minutes early. I'm back. We are get the right video up. I'm playing. No. All right. Get. There we go. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself here. Of course, that's what I do. Lovely finds by Tiffany. Welcome, first of all. Second of all, I agree with you. There's tons of reasonable doubt in this case, and I don't understand why folks don't see it. Also, I mean, this testimony today, we're just seeing how the original investigator, and I'm sure that we're going to see Liz Bigham testify for Chris Melton. I mean, that's the way it's coming off, you know. It sucks. All right, so I need to make a game plan here because we have quite a bit of his testimony left, and we still have to get into Liz's testimony. And we were already 2.5 hours into this. Well, 2 hours into it because we took a 30-minute break. So I'm going to speed this up a little bit. I'm going to move some things around. It's a little bit cooler in here. Making it work. Okay. We're going to speed it up just a little bit. And we're going to get back into the testimony. This is one of the original investigators, one of the guys who originally interrogated, fingerprinted, interviewed Chris Melton and his daddy. Who at one point, this guy, Ricketts, said, I was looking at a father and a son. And it's just like, if you had been looking at a black father and a black son, would you have felt the same? Yeah, that's my question. Because I don't feel any sympathy toward Chris Melton just because he's a lily white boy. So. All right, let's get back into this testimony. I've sped it up to 175, so if it's too fast, I will adjust, but that's where we're starting right now. And let me get this back up on the screen. Okay.
So we can say that Chris's trip to Truck Customs was confirmed. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. He said Chris had to come by there once in the morning around 10 a.m. The only appointment Chris had that day was for 4 o'clock. The initial appointment in the morning, the reason he said on the tape is it was just to show up for a measurement, and that was a stop-in. They measure the compartment or whatever else, and then they go, and then would come back for that appointment later in the day. But the appointment was for 4 o'clock.
So,
but he left his truck there
around 10 a.m. Correct? But we still have not confirmed that window between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So based on what Mr. Teeter told you, it is fair to say when Chris Melton told you that he went to Truck Customs at 9:30 or earlier, that was not true. Is that correct?
His timeline was off on that one because Truck Customs, if he'd have left Wachovia to go there, he would have been there right around 10.
Detective, if you can answer this question, sure. Do you feel the need to explain for Chris Melton?
Again, you're asking about a timeline, and I'm trying to explain to you from where that Wachovia was to Truck Customs is not a very far.
Well, this was my question. My question was, and I'll ask it a different way. Chris said he was at Truck Customs from 9:30.
He was only at Wachovia for 4 minutes.
Bill Teeter said that he was at Truck Customs around 10 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And you would agree this is significant because once you told Chris Melton that you talked to Bill Teeter, he changed the time that he was at Truck Customs to 11 to 12:30 a.m. Is that fair to say?
The second interview is when he mentioned that he went to Wachovia.
Officer, we're talking about Truck Customs.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that's why I believe his timeline just slid just a little bit, but that was a timeline from 9:30 to 10:30.
Did Mr. Faust get the same courtesy from law enforcement to explain any discrepancies he may have had?
I'm going to object to the form of the question as being argumentative as well as lack of personal knowledge, as Detective Ricketts has already said.
How is that argumentative?
Mr. Faust entered it.
I withdraw the question, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
But after you told Mr. Melton that you talked to Mr. Teeter, Chris Melton then changed his time to somewhere between 11 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't know if I told Chris that I talked to Bill or not.
You're not late
I
next
cannot
witness.
testify to
I
that.
came back a little.
Chris
like
told us about
3
that, though,
minutes
the evening
early.
came in and brought up Wachovia, which in a normal investigation, somebody bringing something else that they did that day is not that far out of the realm of possibility.
Okay. So this is possibility here. You say this
And
is normal
McCabe
for Mr. Melton.
did the same
On the
thing.
morning that Ms. Tara Baker was killed, this is normal.
What do you mean by normal?
Sure. You said this is not outside the realm of
I'm
possibility.
talking generalized in an investigation when somebody comes back in with a time. Like I said before, people don't roll through the day now pretty much with timestamp, especially in 2001. With phones and everything we have now, you can timestamp pretty stinking well. I'm just saying that's along the realm of that kind of ballpark window that we're looking for just to keep things for that initial 72 hours.
Well, I would like to talk about police. Police, they live in timestamps. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, police, they confirm. If you say you went somewhere, police officer's job is to confirm it, correct?
That's correct.
Because you got to give answers to the community. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
You have to give answers to the family. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if the family asks you, where was Chris Melton at 8 a.m., an appropriate answer isn't, well, in the general realm of possibilities, he could have been anywhere between these places. Is that fair to say?
I understand what you're saying, and yes, that is fair to say. And in that first 72 hours, we're putting in on the timestamps of what's happening in that first 72 hours.
Good point, Cruz. Good point.
Would you have any reason to disagree
Drag
with me?
him.
In multiple interviews you conducted with Chris Melton, he has never stated that he went to Chick-fil-A.
No, sir, he's not to me. And
Josh
he may
did.
have some other investigators after that, but not to me.
Sure. And we've already agreed that you never personally confirmed that Josh went to Chick-fil-A, right? That's not confirmed.
By me, yes, sir.
No one confirmed any of
And we
this.
agree that you talked to Chris the second time on January 21st, 2001. Is that right? Now, his parents were present. Well, his father was present at the interview. Is that fair?
Yes, they drove him there. But at the interview, I believe it's just Detective Newton and myself.
Now, during your interview with Josh, Josh told you that he had worked with Chris for a year. Do you recall Josh making that statement? However, Chris told you that he had only met Josh in December of 2020. Is that fair? I'm sorry, December of 2000. Please forgive me.
I understand that. I've done that a lot lately. I don't know. Is that in my notes?
It's in the recording.
That's a good possibility. And I won't argue that with you.
So, December 2000 was just a month from Ms. Baker's death. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you can, write Chris 1 month, Josh 1 year.
Chris 1 month, Josh 1
And this
year.
is a very important area for us.
I want to
So
know. I want to clear up
I think you did the
where
best you
Josh
could
went
under
to
the
high
circumstances.
school. I
So I
want
do
to
want to say that I do appreciate your service tremendously, okay?
Okay.
But I do want to ask you about the interview on January 21st, 2001 in regards to Chris's statement about going to Wachovia Bank, okay?
Okay.
Now, he told you that he was in the bank on Friday, January 19th for 35 minutes. Is that correct?
That was the day he went for a loan.
And that would be on the recorded interview. You know,
He said he's in the bank for around 30 minutes.
That was
That's
when he
just
went
what
for a
I typed in
loan.
would you have any reason to disagree that he specifically said 35 minutes?
I put 30 in my notes.
Specifically, the day of Tara's murder, he was at Wachovia at 9:08 a.m. and he left at 9:12. He went back the next day to apply for a business loan. For some reason, that was something he just had to do on that day. It wasn't like he had an appointment, and if he missed the appointment, I mean, maybe he did have an appointment. But when your girlfriend was just found murdered, I would think that you'd probably want to reschedule that appointment. Just my opinion.
But 35 won't be a.
Would you like to hear the audio recording?
No, sir, I'm fine.
And if that's true, that Chris Melton spent 35 minutes in the bank on Friday, January 19th, you would agree that it's not a insignificant
That's what
amount
Josh
of time spent in the bank,
testified
is that right?
to some golf girl that he went to
However,
a Christian
Josh never
academy
mentions going
school.
to the bank for 35 minutes with Chris, does he?
He does not.
In fact, he never mentions the bank at all. Is that right?
He does not.
So right now, the major inconsistencies in the timeline, the alibi, is that we're not sure if Josh and Chris met at Chris's house or if they met at Nash Plumbing. We're not sure what time they got to Nash Plumbing because no one can confirm that they were there, and no paperwork confirms that they were there. Chris doesn't say anything about going to Chick-fil-A for breakfast. Josh says we went to Chick-fil-A for breakfast. And then Chris says he went to the bank, which we know that he went to the bank because there are surveillance cameras for that. But Josh doesn't remember going to the bank. So, and then there's a discrepancy about the time that they actually arrived at truck customs the first time. And I think that's really important because if we're saying that this murder and arson and sexual assault happened between the hours of, say, let's say 10 p.m. the night before and 7:30 a.m., 9 a.m., somewhere in there the next morning, then it's really, really important where Chris was and in whose truck which truck he was in at between 7 and 9 a.m. That's really important. So that's what I think Cruz is really breaking down here, and he's doing a great job.
Now, we've agreed that Chris' father was with him on the January 19th and January 21st interview. Is that fair?
I don't believe he said it on the 21st. He did sit in on the 19th.
Okay, so we'll discuss the 19th. Chris's father never agreed with the statement that Chris left his home between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on January 19th while he was present in the interview with him.
Yes, sir, not in that interview.
And during the weekend of January 19, 2001, you did not speak with Mr. Melton's mother. Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, Dad knows that Tara has passed away. Mr. Melton's dad. Is that right? Okay. Dad knows that Mr. Melton's son has conducted an interview with law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
But Mom never calls you, Mr. Melton's mom. She never calls you and says, "Hey, Detective Ricketts, Chris was here with me that morning with Tara's death." Is that right?
Yes, sir. I did not do that.
Chris's parents don't reach out to law enforcement at all. Is that correct?
Except for coming to the police department twice voluntarily.
With Chris. Is that right? Only Josh and Chris are the only two people that stated that they left Chris Melton's parents' home around 7:15 a.m. Is that correct?
Yep.
And as of January 21st, 2001, with your involvement in the investigation, besides Josh, there were no other witnesses or documents confirming where Mr. Melton was between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001.
Past the 21st, I cannot answer that, but from the 21st backwards, that's correct.
I believe you mentioned this on direct. You told Chris that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Do you recall telling Chris that?
I did.
Okay. And when you told Chris that, he didn't start crying, did he?
No, sir.
Okay. Chris didn't become upset, did he?
No, sir.
Chris didn't say, "I need a moment to myself." Is that fair?
No, numerous times during the interview he stopped, but no, sir, he did not.
Okay. And Chris didn't say, "I hope you find who did this before I do." Is that correct?
Not on the 19th. Mentioned it on the 21st while we were at the jail jail at the phlebotomist, getting blood work done there. Just a statement he made in the hallway, but yes, sir, not during an interview or anything of that nature.
Can you show us that statement?
It's not in there, sir.
And we've already agreed that January 19th was over 9,000 days ago.
100%.
But Chris did ask you about the evidence in the case. Is that fair to say? And specifically, Detective Ricketts. Chris asked, in response to you telling Chris that Tara was sexually assaulted, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Do you recall Chris asking that question in response to you telling him that Ms. Baker had been sexually assaulted?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that odd that his response was about asking questions about the evidence?
No, for a couple reasons of sexual assault. And that's one of the reasons John Newton and some of those folks were brought in for the sexual assault is if he's not sure she's been raped. Sometimes people wander down that road of how do you know that this person was sexually assaulted? So
can I ask you this before you finish? So it's normal to tell someone that's engaged or preparing to be engaged to another person that the love of their life has been sexually assaulted, and before they say anything,
Object to the form of the question as being argumentative, Judge. I'd also ask that the witness be allowed to finish the answer they were giving before they were interrupted by Mr. Cruz.
I think that is correct, actually. I'm going to sustain the objection. It is argumentative. And if this witness chooses to finish his statement, he may. Otherwise, he may continue.
I withdraw the question.
Okay, yes, sir.
We've established that Chris Melton was in his vehicle on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
At the police department?
No, the morning of January 19, 2001.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that you did not search Chris Melton's vehicle for the presence of Ms. Baker's blood. Is that correct?
No, sir. From the 19th to the 21st, I did not.
Well, any other time past the 21st?
I did not. No, sir.
Would you agree that it's important to search a vehicle in a murder case? If it requires travel, let me add that. If the murder require travel, you would agree that it's important to check the vehicle.
I mean,
If you
it's
had a
pretty
viable suspect
convenient
at that time, then yes.
that his
And
truck
Chris
was
Melton was
just
not a
sitting
suspect
at
at that time?
truck
At
custody.
times, everything we were getting was coming voluntarily. Timeline was coming together. So at that time, by the 21st, he was not.
Well, what choice did he have, officer? Because you stated he didn't agree to blood, you would have got a warrant.
Did not tell him that.
But it's true, right?
100% I would have. That was part of the interview when I started with him. At the very beginning of the tape, I make it very clear to Mr. Melton that he's there voluntarily and give me a free and open statement. Because going into that interview, I don't know if he's a suspect or I don't know if he's a boyfriend of a victim. So as you start going down, that's what these 3 days are for, is to try to figure out what that person is and then what do I need to get to prosecute this.
Okay. So my question, my specific question to you, and if you can answer it with a yes or a no, he didn't have an option but to give blood. Is that right?
He did have an option. Yes, at that time he could have told me no.
And you would have got a search warrant and still got his blood.
We wouldn't have got blood that day, but it'd have been, I had to see a judge and move forward.
Okay. So you would have had his blood regardless.
Yes, sir. But at that time, he was not told, hey, if you don't give this to me, I'm going to go get a warrant.
Sure, that's fair. And as far as coming to the police department voluntarily, were you the one that called the family and told them to come to Athens?
No, what do you mean by the family?
Sure, Ms. Baker's family.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, but you are aware that officers called them and told them to come to Athens. Is that correct?
I would 100% believe that. Yes, sir.
Okay. But to your knowledge, no one called Chris and told Chris to come to Athens. Is that fair?
Well, Chris was paged by Ms. Baker.
Law enforcement. We're talking about law enforcement.
Well, that's not the question he asked, Judge, and I think the witness is entitled to answer the question that he was asking.
You're allow him to answer.
Well, I withdraw the question, Your Honor. I withdraw that question. Did law enforcement call Chris Melton to come to Athens?
To my knowledge, no.
So he voluntarily went to Athens the day that he found out that his girlfriend was murdered?
Yes.
Okay. And you all asked Chris Melton to identify the body. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Durham, I believe, is the person that I can't testify to who asked him, but yes, he was asked to identify the body.
That's fair. And Chris Melton, you say that he didn't appear with a lawyer. Is that right?
He did not.
Okay. If he appeared with a lawyer, that would have looked a bit suspicious to you?
It would have been way out of the norm.
So if Chris is trying to avoid looking suspicious, the best thing to do is to appear voluntarily. Is that correct?
I don't believe so. Look.
Now, you talked about the injuries to Chris Melton's hands taken on January 21st, 2001?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Chris told you that those injuries came from punching a wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we would agree that that is drywall in that picture. Is that right?
It is.
Okay, we would agree that injuries to Mr. Melton's hands look like scratches. Is that correct?
Look like abrasions would be what I call them. Abrasions.
Tell me, what's the difference between abrasions and scratches?
Abrasions is usually when you hit something and it slides, it's open. A scratch is usually a line or whatever else, and abrasion is usually wider open. So if you look at the picture, there's more of an abrasion, a hit, that kind of thing.
Sure. Your Honor, can we turn on the projector?
Yeah.
We have not gotten to Liz yet. She's coming up.
Is that an accurate depiction of Mr. Melton's hands? Yes, sir. So you say this is an abrasion from punching a wall on the inside of his finger?
I don't have a pointer, but if you look over to the index finger, the ring finger and the next finger over it, that's what I'm calling abrasions right there. There's some other stuff on there that are nick scratches, things of that nature, but that's what I mean by abrasions, just that larger hit of something of that nature.
And this is my follow-up question. Did you confirm that Mr. Melton, well, let me say this. Mr. Melton told you on the 21st that he punched the wall, is that right?
That's correct.
You all didn't take pictures of the wall until 2 days later, is that correct?
I believe it's the 23rd when I went over there.
Correct. Did you confirm with anyone else that Chris Melton punched the wall and that's where those injuries came from?
I did not, but I believe somebody talked to his roommate in one of the reports.
Well, he said that his roommate wasn't present when it occurred, officer.
I'd still have, the only other person that would have been in the house is just the two of them then.
So you don't know if they talked to the roommates, what you're saying?
No,
No, I think
because
somebody else did. I
Chris
did not
said
talk to
that
his
his parents were there with him. Oh my God.
Now, on January 23rd and 24th, 2001, you obtained a hair sample from Chris Melton, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And this was done with Detective Newton?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall requesting and obtaining a court order for phone number 678-725-4136?
I believe that was the 24th that I did the hair samples. Is that correct? Before I said yes, but I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
That is correct. I have the 23rd and 24th.
Okay, the 24th. I have the 23rd, 24th written in there, but I just want to make sure that's the date you're talking about.
That is fair.
What you're looking at?
No, sir, just my notes.
Okay. Yes, we did do hair samples on those days.
Okay. And you also obtained a court order for phone number 678-725-4136.
We weren't able to get any DNA from under her nails.
Copy that with me.
Would you like to see it?
Yes, sir.
That's my question too, Amanda. Have a redirect.
Your Honor, after this, can we take a break just in case the jurors need to use the bathroom?
Just let you keep going, Mr. Cruz.
He's trying to be nice, and you're gonna turn around and be a dick. Awesome. This woman.
All right, is it okay if I approach you and show you the court order?
Yes, sir, please. Yes, that's my signature.
And that number was for, excuse me, you recognize that document, recognize that court order.
I do recognize the quarter in my signature, yes, sir.
Okay. And the 678-725-4136 number belonged to Mr. Melton's cell phone, is that correct?
My recollection, I believe so. I can look back at my notes, but I think that's what he gave me.
And I believe it's listed in the court order itself, officer.
Yes, sir, but I want to make sure that's the same number he gave me at the interview. Is that
Understood,
what you're
understood,
saying?
I do.
Hang on one second. But I believe you're correct. Okay.
We're going up to the bench.
I believe that's his next deal, yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. I'm waiting on the state to review some documents I gave him. Can I?
Going up to the bench.
It looks like what we used to get faxed to us when we put these things in.
Do you recognize those particular records?
I'll take your word for them. The document you showed me a minute ago was my signature for the request.
So I'd like to talk about those records, okay? Okay. And Your Honor, I'm not tendering the records into evidence, but I would like to mark them for the purpose of the records. Is that okay?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The witness has indicated that he doesn't have necessarily a direct memory of these records, but more importantly, as we discussed at the bench, they're not admissible in the manner that Mr. Cruz is trying to admit them at this time, and therefore they can't be testified to as far as contents from them in front of the jury.
I hate the way he
That is
goes
correct. I'm going to sustain that objection.
Yes, ma'am.
when he makes an argument. He's so organized.
On January 21st, 2001, you spoke with a young lady by the name of Miss Laura Shirley. And that's your January 22nd, 2001 report. And it's page 104, first paragraph, first sentence.
Okay, I don't have the 104 numbers. I just have some of my case reports. What was the name again you gave, sir?
Lauren Shirley.
Yes, sir.
I could
and that
see
interview
what
with Mrs.
the
Shirley was recorded. Is that
prosecutor's
correct?
computer.
Yes, sir. Okay. And Ms. Shirley is a former
He's
coworker
got
of
pulled
Ms.
up.
Baker?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have no other questions for you. I want to thank you so much for your patience and your time and your service
Redirect.
to this nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Any redirect, Mr. Yamacelli?
I do, Judge.
What you gonna pull here? Yama yama yama. Yama lama lum ding dong. Oh, man, make sure you get that water, brother.
Mr. Ricketts, I want to go back and talk to you about some answers that you started during cross-examination before being cut off. Mr. Cruz asked you a series of questions about whether you recall certain sporting events that occurred back in 2001, Super Bowl, the World Series, things like that. And then you began to give an answer that talked about the differences between this horrific crime and those sporting events in your mind and your ability to recall certain facts.
Yes, sir.
How is it that the murder of Miss Baker is different than the Super Bowl or the World Series from 2000 and 2001 to you?
The fall of 2000 to 2001, unfortunately, I worked numerous homicides and then a serial rape case. And in this case, those incidents leave a lasting impression, if that makes sense. So it's not something that you forget. Now, when you read over your reports and records, you remember it. Those small things come back, the details come back. When you start reading back through your reports, it opens up stuff, if that makes sense.
Yeah, except for you got some of it wrong.
There was another question where you started to give an answer and Mr. Cruz cut you off and then withdrew his question. It had to do with you beginning to talk about what you would have done if you had noticed a bunch of things or a thick coating on Mr. Melton's hands. Do you mind telling the jury what you would have done?
Objection. That was drawn out on direct examination, not cross-examination. Mr. Allen Chili asked him what he would have done if he saw items on his hand when he was fingerprinted. So I would ask, I would object to that question. That was nothing that came up on cross as far as what he would have done. That was direct.
Okay, what is your specific objection on Mr. Cruz? Mischaracterization, perhaps?
Characterization and relevance. It doesn't follow the line of cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Yamashita, you care to respond to the objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I've got it in my notes underneath Mr. Cruz's cross. Obviously, the court will recall that in whatever way the court recalls it. But Detective Ricketts was in the process of explaining what he would have done if it were some kind of thick coating, and then Mr. Cruz stopped him in his answer.
Okay, I'm going to allow it. You may continue.
All right. So, Detective Ricketts, I'm going to kind of ask you that question again. During cross-examination, Mr. Cruz stopped you in the middle of your answer as you were discussing what you would have done had you found a thick coating of things on Mr. Melton's hands. Can you explain to the jury what you would have done if you had seen that?
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Well, number one, if it's a large amount, you can't be fingerprinted. So that would have interfered with just the fingerprinting if there was a large amount. Now, on the back of the hands or whatever else, there wasn't enough stuff on his hands to cover up anything that might have been there. You could easily see it. So if there would have been things that we would have had to take pictures and then we'd have to move with Lieutenant Durham and some other ways that we would have gone on from that moment on. But those were not noticed. And again, I'm literally holding his hand while I fingerprint him. I mean, my hands are holding finger by finger as I flip that hand over. I'm having to hold his hand.
Also, during your testimony, after the distance from 160 Fawn Drive to Mr. Melton's parents' residence was established, you testified to a timing run that was done by ACCPD at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify that because I feel like it might have gotten lost in your testimony and questions coming in while you were talking.
Your Honor, this calls for hearsay. Yes, we explicitly did not ask him about the time stamp. We disagree with the time stamp was given. But the reason we didn't ask that is because we know under the law that it's hearsay.
Right. Any response to the objection?
Well, Judge, this is a response that was given to Mr. Cruz's question about what was done. The response is about what ACCPD did at the time. And the answer was given during Mr. Cruz's cross-examination. I'm just going back to talk about that answer. That answer wasn't objected to or asked to be struck or otherwise identified as hearsay by Mr. Cruz at the time. So it's in evidence, and I think it's an appropriate grounds for redirect examination.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll leave it to the discretion of the court. But if that door is open, the reason I didn't go down the impeachment route with that line of question is because I wanted to follow the law. That isn't appropriate to bring out a witness. That was non-responsive to my question. But if the state is allowed to go down that line of question, I would just ask the court to allow us to follow up with that line as well on recross-examination.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The objection was with regard to hearsay. I don't find that this question is going to elicit hearsay. I'm going to allow you to ask it. Certainly on any recross, we will address any issue that the state might object to. We'll take it up again if we need to, but you may go ahead.
All right. And so, Detective Ricketts, what was it that you stated was the time period when ACCPD or law enforcement did a test run back in 2001?
Over an hour with traffic. So it took them just a little bit over an hour to make that drive.
Okay. I want to talk to you just really briefly about your familiarity with some of these areas in Loganville, Grayson, Truck Customs. During your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you drive that route at least semi-frequently. I'm not asking you an address where you live, but in general terms, what area of the state of Georgia do you live in?
Toward Gwinnett County, that way off 78.
Are you familiar with these areas that we've been discussing, kind of independent of your investigation?
Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant to any facts that are already in evidence in this case.
All right. There's a relevance objection. Mr. Youngman-Chili.
So is the objection to the follow-up question that I asked or the answer that Mr. Ricketts gave to the previous question? I'm just not sure.
Go ahead.
To the follow-up question, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to respond?
Yes, I do, Judge. The follow-up question was, are you familiar with the areas that we've been discussing as it relates to Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson? So I think that is relevant.
Okay. Is that your objection, Mr. Cruz?
The follow-up question, Your Honor. The follow-up, he asked him about Gwinnett County to these parts around here, Your Honor. That is not relevant. Mr. Melton stayed in Loganville, which is outside of Gwinnett County. So Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant in this case.
Okay. Let me just say this. I think you're referring to the question before the follow-up question, but we can talk about that. I think that is your objection. All right. And so that question has already been asked and answered, but let's let the state, if they choose to, respond to the objection about relevance when you asked about the Gwinnett County area. Do you care to respond?
Yes, Judge. I think Detective Ricketts during cross-examination indicated he was familiar with that general route. And now I'm going back to establish why it is that Detective Ricketts is familiar with that general route. And then obviously court heard the follow-up question, which had nothing to do with Gwinnett County. It had to do with his familiarity with these specific areas that we've been discussing.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. You may
Still in front of the jury.
So, Detective Ricketts, I'll go back. I'll ask that question again. So as it relates to the discussions we've had about Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson, are you familiar with those areas?
Yes, sir. It's like a small triangle. They were there together. Loganville, Grayson, all those little areas are very close to each other, like in a triangle.
And so when you say very close, let's just talk about Loganville and Grayson. How close are we talking about?
5 miles or so. I mean, they almost touch each other, I would say.
Okay. Repeatedly during cross-examination, Mr. Cruz made reference to you being unable to obtain documents from Nash Plumbing and some of these other locations that both Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy said that they both went to. I just want to clarify, because I think sometimes unable can leave a certain impression. Did you ever actually even attempt to do that?
I did not.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you didn't ask and then someone wasn't able to produce them? It's just that you yourself never asked.
That's correct.
Okay. Also want to talk a little bit about differences in timelines. And obviously, Mr. Cruz had Mr. Hill write some things on the flip chart. I don't need the flip chart. Detective Ricketts, in your having received all that information from Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter about Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001, was there anything that you received from those individuals that caused you concern about the integrity of those statements regarding where they were?
No, similar to the whiteboard, we use a similar thing, except we go across. And on any kind of investigation we started back when I did those, and even to this day, we would go across with a timeline, and you get the second subject, and you go across with a timeline, and you get the third and the fourth and the fifth, and you start looking for consistencies and inconsistencies in those timelines. In this first 72 hours, just because Chris came back and remembered the bank, again, like I said when Mr. Cruz was talking to me, that's not abnormal for the timelines not to be minute by minute, to be some overlap. So on that first 72 hours, we weren't concerned about that overlap. We weren't concerned about any of that. We wanted to move on toward getting fingerprints, DNA, and push the investigation that way. So we were trying to secure all that. But that timeline didn't give me.
As far as I understand it, Tara's hair was the only hair in
where as soon as you put the
her
timelines on, you're like, these don't, they're in another world. So when they're close together and you can put that line close together on a board, you can kind of work that out. And I wasn't, in that first 72 hours, I was not at all uncomfortable in what we were doing.
And so as far as these variations that you saw and that we've talked about between Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter, would those be consistent with variations that you had experienced in other investigations that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything unusual to you about those things not being minute for minute exactly the same?
In the first 72 hours plus, no. In that first 96 hours, nothing was out of that realm of that I was concerned about that I needed to move on quicker.
There's lots.
And so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Cruz asked you about things that Mr. Melton's father may have said or not said to law enforcement. Was there another law enforcement officer who followed up with Mr. Melton's father?
In my recollection, yes. Lieutenant Durham was sectioning out what needed to be done. Again, as for this case, on that weekend, that Friday, Saturday, I was scheduled to be back going to school on Monday, leaving the state. Canceled that trip because of Friday. This was way more important. But Lieutenant Durham was assigning people to do those tasks, to do those follow-ups. So yes, somebody was assigned to do that follow-up and talk to that person.
Do you believe, one second.
Get on with it.
Do you believe that seeing a police report from Rebecca at the time Taft would help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Relevant, improperly attempting to refresh a witness's recollection are my two objections. Irrelevant, improper attempt to refresh recollection. Those are my two objections.
Okay, I'm not sure I know what you're trying to refresh. You didn't finish the question, so he's made two objections.
So first, this is the relevance factor. This would be information that Mr. Cruz solicited on cross-examination about statements made by Mr. Melton's father to law enforcement regarding Mr. Melton's whereabouts. So that's one, relevance. It is absolutely relevant, even independent of Mr. Cruz's questions on cross-examination, but certainly at the point that the information is solicited on cross-examination, it would be relevant in a redirect. Improperly refreshing the witness's recollection, what the law says about that is that a witness's recollection can be refreshed with anything, including things that might not make sense. I could hand him a pack of exhibit stickers and ask him if it refreshes his recollection, and it may or may not. So I don't think that that's a valid legal objection in this circumstance.
Condescending.
Double hearsay. Double hearsay. It's a report from one person that he's going to show the detective to ask, or just refresh his recollection as to what a third person said. So I add that objection as well.
Well, and Your Honor, if I may respond to the new objection. So once Mr. Cruz solicits,
he literally can't say anything out of his mouth without being
I believe
condescending.
he's barred from raising an objection during the redirect examination as to that same information.
Yes, one more time. Yes, sir.
I know Your Honor knows the law. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, with regard to the relevance, I certainly find that this is relevant based upon both examinations this court has heard with regard to this witness. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. With regard to the refreshing recollection, you are entitled to refresh this witness's recollection if it does. So you may refresh his recollection with anything. We're going to take it from there, and then I'll make a ruling on the hearsay objection. So you may go ahead with the refreshing recollection if you can.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show Mr. Cruz a copy of the police report from May 4th of 2000. Detective Ricketts, I'm going to hand you this, and for the record, it is a police report from Detective Rebecca Taft. from May of 2001. If you would, please review it. And once you've had a chance to review it, let me know. Did to George Melton, Mr. Cruz. Yes, sir. Have you had a chance to review that report from Detective Taft?
Yes, this was one of the assignments.
Hold on 1 second before we get into any other testimony. Has reviewing that report helped refresh your recollection as to what other law enforcement may have done related to George Melton, Mr. Chris Melton's father?
Yes, I knew a detective had gone and interviewed them both. I just couldn't remember if it was her or John or Painter. Not Painter. But anyway, I knew it was one of the ones, but yes, this is the recollection of the report that I remember seeing.
Okay. All right. So I'll come get that back from
All right. And at this point, since the recollection has been refreshed, I'm going to send the jury out for just a moment and take something up outside your presence. Please don't discuss the case. Thank you. And so the jury, in the event that the information you all are arguing about is something that is not admissible, and I don't want the jury to hear it. So I'd like to hear what you all are arguing about.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Judge, if I could retrieve
Me?
I'm sorry. With the implication that Mr. George Melton never corroborated Chris Melton's whereabouts at his own home on the morning of the incident, which is what is contained in Detective Taft's report, who I'll note for the record is deceased. And so based on the fact that Mr. Cruz is soliciting this information, which, in its outset, obviously Mr. George Melton is also deceased, so it would be a hearsay statement. However, once Mr. Cruz, as the opposing party, has elicited hearsay statements, then he's then barred from raising an objection to the other party talking about those same statements. And so what we've endeavored to do is we've reached the point at which Detective Ricketts has had his recollection refreshed about these conversations with George Melton and who had them. And my next series of questions to preview them for the court would just essentially be, are you aware of anyone in law enforcement that had a conversation with George Melton? Did they talk to George Melton about Chris Melton's whereabouts on the morning of January 19th of 2001? And what information did Mr. George Melton give about Mr. Chris Melton's whereabouts?
So we're going through all this to clarify whether his parents gave him an alibi. I mean, it's ludicrous.
So I wholly disagree with the state's position that
I'm going to skip through this.
Case. I told Detective Taft, that's the one level, and then Detective.
I just want to get to her ruling because
witness it may be. I believe he said
is semantics, and it is
semantics. She's going without argument again. Awesome.
We can't confront those statements, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cruz. So I think there are a number of issues going on here, and one of them is semantics. And
all of that is true, Carrie.
Improper for one party to say or to argue that the other party is not entitled to go into something that was raised because one party used the word not or didn't use the word not. And so I just want to make a statement about that. It is not, this is not a court of, well, I'm just going to say it that way. I'm going to respond to what I was just going to say in a minute. With regard to the defense's comments that they only limited their questions to the 19th to the 21st, that is not terribly accurate in how the cross-examination went. The cross-examination was directed in a way that forced this witness to continually remind counsel that he was only referring to the 19th to the 21st. And so to argue that the defense has only asked questions about that period is inaccurate in terms of what we've been hearing for the past 45 minutes. And so I want to respond in that moment. The law allows either party to go into something that the other party has raised without an objection in order to respond properly. The law allows that. And so Mr. Yalmanchili is correct about his ability to cross-examine this witness. On the document that refreshed his recollection, you'll have every opportunity, Mr. Cruz, to cross-examine him on how he had his knowledge, if he has the knowledge, and all of those things. But the defense did bring it up. And so I'm going to
break. I believe you just reviewed a police report from Detective Rebecca Taft from May 4th of 2001. And I'll ask you the same question I just asked you previously. Having reviewed that report, did it refresh your recollection as it related to George Melton's statements to law enforcement?
Yes, it did refresh my memory on that. Becky was the one that went out to the residence, interviewed the family, and got those timelines on for the family and for the time that they got up in the morning and at the time that the helper showed up. Josh got there that morning.
And so as it relates to the date that we're discussing, are we talking about the night of January 18th, that Thursday, into the morning of January 19th, that Friday?
Correct. She had a time when she got up, and then he was up that morning.
Okay. And I want you to let's limit your testimony to what George Melton said. As it relates to George Melton, did he make any statements to law enforcement regarding Chris's whereabouts on the morning of January 19th of 2001?
He did. He said that he was there on the morning of the 19th when Josh showed up to pick him up and was there that morning from, I think, the time frame I saw was like 6:15 that morning.
Okay. And when you say there, where are they referring to?
At that residence.
Okay. Home. And would that be the residence of Mr. Melton's mother and father?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we've now established that his parents gave him his alibi. Good Lord.
Detective Ricketts, I'm going to hand Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibits 149 through 1. And kind of collectively, not individually each one, but generally, what are all those pictures?
These are the photos that Detective Newton took while we were at the hospital at Athens Regional, where the blood work was done. We had Chris remove his shirt, and we took pictures of his upper torso, his arms, his back, his neck, pretty much every part of his body except the groin. We had him pull his pants really up in his underwear so we could see pictures of his legs, feet, back of the feet, everywhere on his body, and just mark any abrasions or scratches or anything that we saw on the body.
And those images, so they appear to be true and accurate depictions of Mr. Melton's appearance in the photographs taken on January 21st of 2001.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Judge, I move to tender those at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
Your Honor, if I could publish them on the evidence of jury. And State's Exhibit 149, I'm putting that up on the Elmo. What are we seeing for purposes of the record? Obviously, the jury can see it themselves, but what are we looking at in State's 149?
We're in the clinical room where the where the phlebotomist was. This is the front picture of the torso. In another photo, there's a minor scratch on the left arm right there. The patient or I'm sorry, I flipped at the EMS mode. I work EMS, so I apologize.
I don't want to see
Mr.
Chris
Melton's
Melton's
left arm
nipples.
there,
I don't want to
and
see
it's just the
that.
front of him with his shirt off.
Okay. And then I want to point out one other thing. You said the word
Gross.
phlebotomist. What is a phlebotomist?
The person who does the blood work made pulled the blood from the person.
And I'm pointing this right here in the corner right there. Do you recognize
No
what that
work
is?
orders.
believe
Nobody
injection point right there.
corroborated them
Injection
being at
point
Nash
right
Plumbing.
there.
All right. And so the injection point, would that be where the phlebotomist accessed his vein? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ew. Ew.
State's Exhibit 150, what are we seeing here?
Just the lower part of the torso from the nipples kind of like to that pelvic line there. Just again, looking for any types of abrasions or scratches.
Got some.
151, what are we seeing there?
Lengthwise from the scalp down to the belt line, back to both of the arms.
Lower back fur.
Arms are left straight down to the sides. You can see the back, and in the other photo, you can see the straight side of the front of
This
the
is
arms.
offending me as a lesbian.
State's Exhibit 152.
Just to look at that side from the patient's left, or sorry, from Mr. Melton's left. I apologize.
State's 153.
Mr. Melton's right side.
State's 154.
Front of Mr. Melton's legs with his underwear pulled up as much as possible, just to have a look at his legs.
Why is he flexing? What a douche.
State's 155.
Back side of the leg from the knees down to the ankles.
Oh, his hair's weird. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying
State's
things about people's
156.
bodies.
The front of the feet from the kind of top of the shin bone down.
Ew, no feet. I don't want to see feet.
And State's 157.
I believe that's his left arm, and that's the little mark I was talking about there on the side.
Grody, grody, grody.
Thank you, Detective Ricketts. I don't have any other questions for you right now.
Cross-examination or recross, Mr. Cruz.
Sure. Your Honor, based on what was brought out on redirect, it's going to take some time. Can the jurors get lunch and I can start after their lunch?
We have everybody at the bench for a moment.
Gotta have a meeting about lunch, huh?
I'm going to ask you to continue your recross, please. Thank you.
So is your testimony here today that Chris Melton stated that he knew?
She can't even give him that. She can't even give him a simple request.
I would say approximate between the interview on the 19th and the 21st. That's what I pulled away from.
Okay, that he knew Jackson Corey for a year. Yes, sir. Of course,
Court's indulgence.
on January 19th, he appeared with Josh McCoy. Josh McCoy was present as well. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, I wasn't there when they arrived, and I never saw Josh on the 19th. Okay. Like I was saying in my opening, I came up from the other part of Georgia doing a cold case, so I didn't get there until after things had already been going.
So your testimony here today is that Josh McCoy was not at the police department on January 19, 2001.
I didn't talk to him there. I don't know if he took him straight to the scene and then came back over there.
Now, did you talk to him? Was he present at the police department on January 19, 2001?
And Judge, I'm going to object. Lack of personal knowledge. I think the witness has already said that he never saw him there and he wasn't there earlier in the day. So.
I'm going to allow him to ask the question.
I never saw him. Sorry. Go ahead.
I would ask the state to make a objection, give the ground, and under court rule. I would ask them to stop attempting to coax the witness from the stand, Your Honor. Mr. Yalman just gave an answer that the witness was about to repeat. So I would ask the under court to instruct Mr. Yalman if he has an objection, just state the ground and allow the court to rule.
Judge, if I could just briefly, I think what I did was restate the answer the witness gave to a previous question, and that is the explanation for why he lacks personal knowledge. I would also strongly dispute the mischaracterization of what we're doing when we're just repeating what the witness has already said.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is your testimony here today that you don't know if Josh McCoy was at the police department on January 19, 2001?
Yes, I don't know who's there.
Petty, 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 petty. What are we listening to here?
One minute and 29 seconds. As is defense exhibit 46. Detective Ricketts, you had opportunity to hear the recording that was marked as defense exhibit 46. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize your voice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you recognize Mr. Melton's voice?
I did.
Okay. And you recognize that recording as your interview with Mr. Melton on January 21st, 2001?
Yes, sir.
And based on that portion of the recording, was it a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation or a fair and accurate recording of your conversation with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did it sound like that portion of the audio had been altered in any way?
No.
No further questions? I want to get into Liz's
During this
testimony.
interview, you asked Chris Melton what happened to Josh McCourty. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you stated that Josh disappeared on you. Is that right?
He did. That's what I said.
Let me put it in context. You stated Josh, he disappeared that night. Where did he go? Is that correct?
Yes.
I also asked you about how long Chris Melton worked, or stated that Josh, or stated how long he knew Josh. He said he knew Josh from working at McCart Plumbing. Is that correct?
Correct. That was that year part I was talking about.
And he said,
That was the year part I was talking about. They've known each other for about a year working at McCart Plumbing.
Chris Melton didn't state he's known him since December, or he's worked with him since December of 2000.
So December 2000, I took
Together in December 2000.
I took from that conversation that they had worked together elsewhere. And then when he started his business, Josh came over with him.
And a week before January 19th would have been January 12th. Is that right?
Yes.
No more questions.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Judge, we'd ask that he be excused.
Any objection from the defense?
Thank God.
All right.
Tedious is all get out. All right, let's move over to, let's see what's happening. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why, if anyone else in this police department had confirmed Chris Melton's alibi, why don't we know that? And also, the alibi is so inconsistent between the two of these two guys. I mean, my brain, obviously, like conspiracy brain, goes to, so Chris ran to the bank and got $480 out of the account the morning, like right after Tara had been murdered. Is he giving that money to Josh? Is he buying Josh's silence? It was convenient that he had to leave his truck at Truck Customs and that he needed Josh to drive him to Athens. Yeah, there's just too many weird things for me. I mean, none of it's conclusive, but it's weird. All right, let's get into the next part of this. We're back on Law and Crime. So hopefully the sound will be a little bit better. Boop. Okay. How much time is this video? Why is all this just sitting here? Let me look at my time code. Ricketts, Melton, part 2. Okay, 108. Really? 108? Okay. An hour. We just sat there, huh?
Entered the courtroom. I don't believe so at this time, Your Honor. I don't think I'm going to necessarily have any disagreement with I guess the substantive portions of what Mr. Cruz has indicated that he believes should be redacted. They seem on first review to match up with the things that the state noted as well. The thing that I would say is just out of an abundance of caution, a little additional time to make sure that I have at that point, just so, or just not start him, honestly, might be. But however the court wants to handle it, we'll take your direction. But I will say a little more time to make sure I have the redactions exactly right will be helpful.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
That's out of abundance of caution, and Mr. Yalamachuli may already be about to do this. But if not, our office could cut off the video. Actually, take parts.
It's a really good comment, Carrie, and you're absolutely right.
I'll let y'all work on.
Carrie said, "Have you noticed that they haven't mentioned Faust in the first 7 days of testimony outside of the opening?" Yeah, I mean, they've mentioned him and being like, you know, like the defense has mentioned him, but only to say, you know, when they were talking about identifying people and they were bringing up, you know, booking photos and things like that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This has been totally focused on defending Chris Melton. That's what this entire trial is about. Carrie also said, it's so backwards. Usually they have tunnel vision on the significant other. Yeah, I would say they normally do have tunnel vision on the significant other when the significant other, but when the significant other is a little privileged Southern white boy, they're going to put their focus on the black man, and that's what it seems like they're doing here. Oh boy. Let me see. Okay. Let's get through these procedures.
I don't think I need to get involved. I don't think I need to get involved in that. I'll let you all talk about it. I think it is fair to say that we do need to take a break before you wanted to introduce the video. We'll do that whether it's the end of the day or tomorrow morning. Just for the record, to be clear, the motion is granted. It has always been granted. I think the issue was to get both parties on the same page if possible.
Okay, we're going to get into a motion in limine that...
Just to let the court know, I would have to give her advance notice because I think when we're here, it's daytime for her.
Right. I mean, that's what I mean. Yes, I understand it completely, but I think it's just
scheduling.
Ms. Chair, if you'll bring the jury out. Thank you.
Oh, Liz. I can already tell I don't like Liz. Wait, there was a motion in limine, wasn't there? Does that come later?
I guess the substantive portions of what Mr. Cruz has indicated that he believes should be redacted, they seem on direction, but I will say a little more time.
It's all redactions.
Anything else, Mr. Cruz?
I know that the court talked about this morning in regards to the one of the witnesses, they're out of the country. So I just want to make sure that I can sync it up with them before the state rests. And I understand the state they rest in the earliest tomorrow.
Jerry's coming back in. Oh, I don't like her already. I can tell.
Asking specific questions.
Okay, this is the motion in limine. Why does he wait until the jury gets back in? Very strange.
We had done this before the jury came out, Mr. Cruz, but go ahead.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I was under the belief that Jeremy Howell was going to testify. That's why I didn't bring it up. I was going to wait till Ms. Bigham testify before I brought it up. But we're going to get into with Ms. Bigham her case file and the case file. As the court is aware, during a prior hearing, Ms. Bigham testified that she's seen every document in this case. One of the documents that we're going to discuss with Ms. Bigham includes where Mr. Faust was staying at the time of, or at least the weekend of Ms. Baker's death. I would ask the court because the only thing we're going to get into is just the address and where he was staying. However, it goes into a matter that the state has expressed that they don't intend to introduce in this case. And I would like the court to provide an instruction to Ms. Bigham not to delve into the incident or the specifics of the incident involving Mr. Faust and Mr. Christian Foster. And we will not open that door by asking specific questions about the situation with Mr. Faust and Mr. Foster. We only intend to discuss Mr. Faust's address on the weekend of Ms. Baker, or and before Ms. Baker's death.
All right, so it's a motion in limine.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any response to the motion?
I guess I would like to know what the document is first that Mr. Cruz was making reference to.
Didn't we also already have a motion in limine with regard to Mr. Foster?
We did not have a hearing on this. The state stated they did not intend to call Mr. Foster.
Okay, so we've had a discussion. Okay.
Discussion, no hearing. Christian Foster is somebody that Edrick Faust allegedly stabbed. The man named Christian Foster. And the issue is that, well, Cruz really wants to get this old
Your
police
Honor, it
report.
appears from a preliminary review of this document that what Mr. Cruz is referring to is a statement from one of the witnesses of the incident where Mr. Faust stabbed Mr. Foster.
Allegedly. Don't be a dick.
To law enforcement that she used to date the suspect for approximately.
Okay, so this is what Cruz is trying to get in. He basically wants to introduce an old police report that contained a statement from an old girlfriend of Edrick Faust who claimed that Edrick actually lived with her at Knollwood Apartments during the time of Tara Baker's death, while the state is trying to prove that he was a neighbor. He only was staying at his, I believe, his stepmother's house, which was, on the other side from the white people neighborhood. So this statement was collected during the investigation of a separate incident, which involved an alleged stabbing of Christian Foster. The state is objecting, which is he's about to tell you, and is arguing the report is inadmissible. Double hearsay because a witness is telling a now deceased detective where Faust lived. Blah, blah, blah. I know that's confusing. Cruz is arguing that he isn't offering it for the truth of the matter, but rather for its objective effect to prove that Agent Bigham knew the state's claim about 350 Cooper Road, which is the address near Tara Baker's house, contradicted her own case file. Does that make sense to everybody? And no surprise here, the judge sustains the state's objection. She rules that using the documents to elicit double hearsay is prohibited. So, oh, Ruby isn't in here with me right now, Amanda. Thank you for being a member for 3 months, by the way. And while you guys are here, please go like the video. We need to get some more eyes on this case. Subscribe, share. Ruby's not in here right now. It's a little too hot for my Frenchie girl. So she would be panting all over the place and drooling probably if she were in here. So I'm only going to bring her in here on cool days. But she's with her sisters. And by her sisters, I mean our human children. Heidi said, Mel, I think that address was even listed on the incident report. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Okay. And this is where Cruz is going to do something here. He's going to motion for mistrial, I believe. Which I said he was going to do a little while ago.
Actually stated no.
I'm not a lawyer.
To information that she knew, and that's the objective effect. As lead detective had. This is solely.
All right, let's see.
In regards to non-hearsay, not hearsay, and hearsay, this will fall under, if I understand correctly, non-hearsay because it's offered solely for its subjective effect and knowledge that Agent Bigham knew. But as far as my
still talking
so
about
first
it.
question would be, Ms. Bigham, you review your entire case file.
If it is phrased as why she does.
I mean, that was Cruz. That is not an objectionable question. I think the question becomes what happens with the answer. And so since we're talking about this document that you've just given to the state, can you proffer what might come next? Because we need to talk about whether the information
Around the time of Ms. Baker's death, I just anticipate that being a yes.
Okay.
Information being non-hearsay.
All right. If you want to give me the case, but explain to the court why.
We're going to keep talking about this.
Providing knowledge.
Asking to have permission to.
Potter, who then puts it in the police report.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Cruz, tell me if this is right.
Sure.
You are asking permission to introduce or elicit testimony about that, what Mr. Yelman just said, because under the notion, choose to present it in a way that is supported by the law, but not in this manner, not by double hearsay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right,
Okay, now it's a ruling. And now.
State judge.
All right, Mr. Cruz, anything else, sir?
No,
All right, you may bring the jury out. Thank you. Wait, hang on 1 second. Did you need to say something, Mr. Hill? Who wanted to get my attention? I'm
I
sorry.
was going to ask you this.
Yes, hang on a second, sir. Yes.
There's multiple ways I can ask that question, Your Honor. I just want to make sure I don't run afoul of the court's
Okay.
order.
Mhm.
So if the court can make clear on the record exactly what I am prohibited from asking, it'll help me make sure I don't offend the court in any way or fail to abide by the court's order.
Well, I mean, I would say that is a difficult thing to answer in that context. The order says that the order that I just said orally says that you cannot elicit the information you are asking to elicit in the method that you're asking, for example, by means of double hearsay. And so I don't know if I can be any clearer than that. Double hearsay, unless there's an exception to that, is not allowed.
So I won't ask her about a statement. Is it okay if I ask her if she's aware of information that Mr. Faust did not reside at 350 Cooper Road during the weekend of Ms. Baker's death?
Before I answer that, I'm going to give the state the opportunity to respond since we're sort of in this context of proffering and things of that nature. Mr. Yelman, anything you would like to say in response to that query?
Well, I think that the information that he's making reference to is still the double hearsay, Your Honor. So I think it's the same analysis with some semantic changes.
Mr. Cruz, anything further, sir, that you would like to ask the court?
I would just say that doesn't, my position is it doesn't fall under hearsay, but I respect the court's ruling, whatever it may be.
Well, let me ask you this question. The document that you have provided that we're talking about, is that the document that you're claiming gives this agent the information that you're seeking to ask her about?
Correct.
Okay, then I would say that it is barred. I would just based on my prior ruling. So I would say you can't ask that question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything else, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can bring the jury up.
I thought he was going to ask for a mistrial. I think he is going to at some point. Jury.
Mr. Faust can't defend himself, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Faust did not stay at 350.
Yeah, this is it. He's asking for a mistrial. Did he wait for the jury to come back?
They stated that Mr. Faust stayed at 350 Cooper Road.
I like Edrick's sweater. That's a cute sweater.
Y'all may be seated. Yes, sir.
I'm moving for a mistrial. The state, throughout this case, in opening, they stated that Mr. Faust stayed at 350 Cooper Road. That information is false, it is not true, and it's shown by their own report. Before this trial started, we had Agent Bigham on the stand. I specifically asked Ms. Bigham, have you reviewed your entire case file? Ms. Bigham said, yes, I reviewed my entire case file. As of right now, Mr. Faust cannot argue consent. Mr. Faust's counsel has been held in contempt due to an interpretation of the rape shield statute that, of course, I disagree with, but I followed under the court's rulings. But now we're being told not only can't argue a material defense to rape, we're also being told, despite the fact that the state knows that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road, they're still able to present, please forgive me, I'm talking too fast, but present this false information. And we're being told that we can't confront that information, we can't cross-examine that information because it falls under hearsay, although it's offered solely to show the fact that the state had notice. Mr. Faust can't defend himself, Your Honor. If we know that the state is presenting evidence that is not true, we should have opportunity to rebut that evidence through this agent. This agent, I anticipate, will testify that Mr. Faust stays at 350 Cooper Road, and he did not. So we don't believe Mr. Faust will get a fair trial. We do believe that ruling is extremely prejudicial because
that
the
is
jury will
a
only be presented
really, really good point. The fact that she's not allowing that is
not true,
insane.
So we would ask that the court grant our motion for a mistrial.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Ms. Yelman, do you want to respond?
I don't think I need to, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cruz, I would ask that when we have a recess, you look at the law on what a mistrial actually is and the grounds for it. This is not one of those. The comments that you make do not satisfy the requirements for the court to consider granting a mistrial. So I'm going to deny your motion. I want to respond to a few things that you have said.
The fuck? Sorry, I know. I just
that you have referred to for the court's
not allowing
Called
what you have
for.
referred to as a material
Stop
defense to a rape
condescending.
allegation.
Stop
It's a lot more
belittling.
complicated than the manner in which you have described it. We've talked
It's
about
so
the defense's failure to
ridiculous.
file the appropriate motions that would enable the court to hear whether the information, defenses, or evidence you seek to introduce would actually be admissible. And so that's something we've gone over many, many times, and I know that you know that. And so it isn't simply a blanket decision by the court to not allow certain things, but it is a response to whether the evidentiary and procedural rules have been followed, and I found they had not been. So that's the first thing. With respect to your other arguments, Mr. Cruz, they are best handled by appellate courts. They are not grounds for a mistrial. You will have every opportunity to cross-examine this witness. You will have every opportunity to cross-examine every other witness that you disagree with. But the complaints that you are lodging are not mistrial moments. They are moments for other courts to review. And so I'm going to deny your motion at this time, and I'm going to bring the jury out, and we're going to get started, unless there's something else we need to talk about. Anything else, Mr. Cruz?
How much of a cunt you are. That's
Thank you, Mr. Young. Anything else?
Nothing from the
Very
state,
good. Can you bring the jury in? Thank you.
Good Lord. Good Lord. All right, this bitch. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Tree 9T. Well, the state waived that on appeal. Why does she speak to him like that? She's been speaking to him like that for this whole trial, and so has the prosecution, Chris. It's rage-inducing. And apparently this witness is also going to be rage-inducing.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Agent Elizabeth Bigham, who has already taken stand.
She's
Like,
like,
raise your right hand, take an oath. You swear
she's so
affirm
ready,
testimony you'll
she's
give
so
the
ready
truth,
to
the truth,
go.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It's Elizabeth Bigham.
Would please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Elizabeth Bigham, Elizabeth Bigham.
Where are you currently employed, ma'am?
I'm employed as a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and I'm currently assigned to our Office of Special Investigations Cold Case Unit.
Prior to that assignment, where did you work in the GBI?
So prior to this, I spent about 10 and a half years, or maybe just under 10 and a half years, at our Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit, where I worked cases involving the online exploitation of children, child sex trafficking, and child pornography cases. And then prior to that, I was assigned to our Athens field office for about 6.5 years. And I worked general investigations to include anything from homicides to aggravated assaults, thefts, child molestations, etc.
Before you worked for the GBI, did you have any other kind of law enforcement experience?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when you become a GBI agent, what is the training process to become an agent?
So it's changed over the years, but back when I went through the academy in 2007, it was a 14-week basic GBI academy where we did everything from learning law to learning how to write search warrants, emergency vehicle operations, shooting, etc. And then after that, we did a 2-week undercover narcotics school. And then we were sent to our respective field office and we were involved in a field training program. I don't remember how long it was. It varies because there's basically a field training book and you have to check off certain things. There's so many interviews you have to do. You have to fingerprint someone, you have to do all these different things. So it can vary in how long it takes. But I would say on average about 6 months or so. And then you're kind of on your own with the help of older agents or more seasoned agents.
As it relates specifically to the Office of Special Investigations, as well as your unit, the Cold Case Unit, when is it and how is it that that unit came into existence?
So our unit was established as part of the Coleman-Baker Act. Our unit was established in July of 2023, and there are 10 special agents that are assigned to that office, and we essentially work cold cases. That's our primary responsibility. And the Coleman-Baker Act was enacted, I don't recall the specific date that it was enacted prior to that, but essentially there's some criteria that you have to meet in order to file a Coleman-Baker application. And those are that the case had to have been a homicide.
So I'm going to tell you care to respond to the objection.
Your Honor, it goes back to this witness's training and experience.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
And Agent Bigham, I think you had just started in on talking about some of the statutory criteria for making a request.
Yes. So the case had to have been a homicide, had to have occurred after 1970. It has to be at least 3 years old, for lack of a better word, or cold, if you want to call it that. There are some criteria that indicates that it has to be, or it has to have been investigated by a GBI office if you're requesting the GBI, but also you can request the police department or sheriff's office. That was the initial investigating agency under the same thing. And that the leads and all of the kind of probative leads have been exhausted and there are really no suspects at that point.
And that's how they got
the
this
criteria
case.
that you have to meet. I believe you have to be a family member as well of the deceased.
You basically had to clear Chris Melton
I
in order to
joined
get the
October
GBI
of
to
23.
to investigate.
And did you, at any point after you joined the unit, were you assigned to review the case of the murder of Tara Baker?
I was.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when it was when you were assigned that case for investigation as part of the Cold Case Unit?
If I'm not mistaken, it was the first case I was assigned.
All right.
Yeah, I bet it was.
And was there any other agent
You
who was
solved it
assigned to
right
that
off the
case
bat,
as
did
well
you,
with
Liz?
Yes. Special Agent Jeremy Howell.
And once you received that assignment, and kind of more generally, once you receive a cold case assignment, what are the initial steps that you take and took in this case?
So I don't know that there's a specific way you have to work a cold case every single time. I think it's kind of our preference as well, our agent preference, how you're going to start and what you're going to do. But logically, you'd get the case file and start reviewing the case file. In this particular investigation, it was a bit unique in the sense that Athens-Clarke County Police Department had an extremely large case file, and GBI also had an extremely large case file. So it took a minute to collect all the files, get all the Athens stuff, get all the GBI stuff together, and kind of mesh it all together to figure out where we were at and where we needed to start.
And you mentioned an extremely large case file for ACCPD and an extremely large case file for the GBI. How did the volume of this case file compare to other cases you had worked as either an agent dealing with the sexual exploitation crimes that you made reference to, or prior to that when you were an agent working homicides, aggravated assaults, et cetera?
Mr. Chairman, would you like to respond to the objection of relevance?
I think it goes directly to the amount of information that Agent Bigham had to review and digest as part of her work on this investigation.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So our GBI case files, before we went electronic years ago when we used to print everything, they're generally about an inch thick. And if I'm not mistaken, there's 25 or 27 of those at the GBI office in Athens. So there's about 27 volumes. We call them a volume, and they were generally about an inch thick. And then the Athens file, if I'm not mistaken, was about 15 4 or 5 inch thick binders of just paper and printouts and things of that nature. And then there were also multiple boxes containing various pieces of the case file, and we kind of had to get it organized a little bit.
And that's just the paper associated with the case. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say it was about 20,000 pages or so.
Is it important to review the physical evidence in the case as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And so is that something that you did as part of reviewing the case file in this case?
Yes. Agent Howell and I, in December of 23, spent a few days over at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department going through every single piece of evidence that they made available to us, which was, my understanding was everything but one piece, which stayed in the evidence room but was accounted for. And we inventoried it, created a spreadsheet to help us follow it because the Athens evidence had been through, I believe, 3 iterations of an evidence program. So we wanted to ensure that, you know, the barcode it was given when it was first taken in 2001 matched up to what barcode it had now, and it all kind of stayed consistent. We wanted to see if we had any missing evidence. We wanted to see if there was anything that was unaccounted for. So we spent days just going through every piece one by one, documenting it and ensuring that it was present and where it had been and things like that.
That talks about physical evidence in general. I want to talk to you a little bit now about a subset of physical evidence that I'm going to refer to as biological evidence. Okay. As a cold case unit investigator, what importance does biological evidence have to you and to your job in investigating cold cases?
So I think that's kind of what we were focusing on initially, because those are the things that we can send back to the crime lab and hope that there's potentially updated testing or new testing. And at that point, it would have been, 23 years or so, that we can maybe get something from. So we obviously noted things that could potentially be retested or tested with new technology that was available.
So you use the phrase 23 years or so. And I mean, I just want to make sure that we're clear about what are you referring to? 23 years from what?
2001.
Okay.
February 19th of 2001.
All right. And so is that a process you went through in evaluating the physical biological evidence in this case?
Yes. Agent Howell and I documented everything, and eventually we had a meeting with our crime laboratory about that.
Okay. And I don't want you to get into anything anybody said during that meeting, but based on that meeting, did you make a determination about resubmitting certain items of physical evidence?
We did.
Okay. And let me ask this also, are these things happening one after another sequentially or all at the same time?
It's kind of all at the same time. Well, in December, we're inventorying evidence, and then we're still reviewing the file. And then in February, we have a meeting with the crime lab. We're still reviewing the file. We're just kind of doing different investigative acts, but all sort of at the same time. And once we do one thing and it's kind of holding for a minute, we move on to some other things.
And as it relates to, besides review, particular steps that you take, as part of your review, do you kind of create an idea of who the witnesses were at the time of the actual crime?
Yes. As we were reviewing the file, we would make notes about maybe potential people we wanted to re-interview just after sort of an initial review of everything or reading it through the first time, and start just kind of keeping notes on what we wanted to do separately from the evidence.
And so as part of y'all's investigative actions in this case, were certain witnesses re-interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself conduct all of those interviews?
No.
Okay. Besides you and Agent Howell, was there anyone else from the GBI who was kind of helping with some of those interviews as well?
Yes. Many of the other agents from our office, and then also some agents from field offices around the state. So for instance, if we had an interview in South Georgia that was 4 hours away, I would ask an agent to handle that for me.
At any point, did the resubmission of some of that biological physical evidence from January 19th of 2001 yield any new information?
It did.
Okay. And what information is it that you received?
So on April 30th of 2024, we received, and by we, I mean Agent Howell and I, received a crime lab report in reference to some DNA evidence.
Okay. So I'm sorry. That's all right. And you did the right thing. And so I just want to take you back to the question there for a second. And it was, what information did y'all receive?
Okay. So as part of that crime lab report, we learned that there was a match to DNA in the sexual assault kit that was taken from Tara Baker at the time of her autopsy.
Okay. And when you say a match, was there a particular individual or individuals to whom that match came back?
Yes, it came back to Edrick Faust as part of the oral swabs that were tested out of her sexual assault kit.
Okay. And when you're saying oral swabs, you're talking about swabs labeled as oral swabs,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any other individual to whom a DNA result came back?
Yes, there were additional reports that were issued as well within a very short time period, but we also were informed that there was DNA matching Christopher Melton as well from different parts of the sexual assault kit.
And so I think you already testified this was been April 30th of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, when the first match report came out.
What investigative steps did yourself, Agent Howell, or other law enforcement involved in the investigation take at that point?
So after we received Mr. Faust's information, and then subsequently, a few days later, when we received Mr. Melton's information, we obviously knew who Mr. Melton was and started to conduct some interviews. We went and re-interviewed Ms. Hall, or Ms. Peavy, Ashley Peavy, Tara's roommate, went and re-interviewed Ms. Lowe, or Dr. Lowe, Valerie, and started to just kind of go over everything that we had read in previous interviews through the case file. We looked at the case file again as far as Mr. Faust was concerned to see if his name had ever come up or if there was any reference to anything like that, and we did not see anything relating to him in the case file. So we started to try and kind of familiarize ourselves with Mr. Faust and who he was. We conducted, like I said, some additional interviews and essentially kind of went on from there.
Okay. Did you ever re-interview Mr. Chris Melton?
We did. We interviewed him on a Sunday morning. I believe it was May 5th.
Okay. In your review of the case file, did you find any information connecting Mr. Faust to Miss Tara Baker?
The only information, no, we could not find any connection between Miss Baker and Mr. Faust, except that Mr. Faust lived 585 feet from Miss Baker's residence.
Okay. And what address is that you had that was 585 feet from Miss Baker's residence?
350 Cooper Road, Athens, Georgia.
Keep in mind, she was sitting there for all those arguments. She was sitting in the gallery.
Or not to arrest Mr. Faust?
We did.
Okay. And when is it that the arrest was executed?
You
May
had
9th,
nothing
2024,
on
so about
him.
10 days after we received that report.
Okay.
Nothing. You had nothing on him in the case file. He didn't live in that area.
Following your arrest of Mr. Faust, did y'all continue your investigation of this case?
We did.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your understanding of the DNA evidence back on April 30th of 2024 and in those subsequent couple of weeks. At that point, what was your understanding of the DNA evidence?
All right, Mr. Yelman-Chili, any response to the hearsay objection?
Your Honor, I think asking her understanding of it is not hearsay.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the hearing outside the principal's hearing in regards to the exact same thing. Potentially so that our question's hearsay, that question's hearsay.
I'm not quite understanding your objection, so I'm going to ask either both. Why don't you both come to the bench for now? If we have to send the jury out, we will, but let's start at the bench.
There was nothing in the case file on Edrick Faust. He had never come up before. He didn't live in the area. He was staying at his stepmom's house. He was her, for that few days, he was her neighbor. There was one speck of DNA in her mouth and nowhere else on her body from Edrick Faust. And none of his DNA was in her apartment. The apartment where she was brutally unalived, and the person who did it knew her or knew she was going to be home alone and that her roommates weren't coming home, and they locked her into that place, and there was no forced entry. This is the most ludicrous thing. I thought they were going to have more. I thought they were going to have
ask my question
more of a reason to
when you
arrest
reviewed the
him.
physical evidence
And
in
they
this
didn't.
case,
It's
did you
insane.
identify any swabbings that were labeled any kind of way on the exterior of the envelopes?
Oh, look, a black man came
in
back.
Your
Look,
review of the
DNA for a
autopsy
black
and your
man
review
came
of
back.
those envelopes, what were the labelings on the envelopes that you reviewed in the physical evidence as related to the swabbings from the sexual assault kit done at the autopsy?
Right. So our understanding was that there were 2 packets of swabs that were labeled oral swabs and one that was labeled rectal.
Okay. Did that seem to, I'm trying to find the right word for this, make sense when taken in conjunction with the autopsy?
No.
Okay. What about it didn't make sense?
Well, the fact that they took, or that 2 packs of oral swabs were taken, one of rectal, but no vaginal swabs were taken, seemed kind of odd. And we knew from reviewing prior crime lab reports that we had vaginal smears that were made back in, I believe, 2001.
I just want to say this. I really hope this retrial happens, and I hope that Edrick Faust is acquitted for him, obviously, so that he isn't a wrongfully convicted man sitting in prison for the rest of his living days. And the other reason why I hope that there is a retrial and that he is acquitted is so that this woman can rethink how she investigates murderers in the future. And so people can scrutinize her a little bit more, because she had nothing Like, let's take a look at the Rex Heuermann evidence. Witnesses identified Rex Heuermann. This is the Long Island serial killer. Witnesses identified Rex Heuermann coming out of a house they shared with someone that Rex had been on a date with, who kicked him out. They physically described him. He was a hulking behemoth of a man. He was white and weird looking. He was driving a Chevy Avalanche, a very specific truck. And all of his neighbors were like, oh, they were like, what, how, you know, when Rebecca and I talked about this the other day, they were like, did you know that one of your neighbors is potentially a serial killer? And the first instinct was to say, is it Rex Heuermann? His house was the house that he was abused in himself, and he never moved out of it. And he brought his victims there to abuse them. There was tons of DNA inside the house. There was evidence inside the house. They had his DNA from the piece of pizza they pulled out of the trash after they watched him eat it. That is what evidence looks like. A speck of evidence in a victim's mouth when there is no other connection to this crime. None whatsoever. None. Other than the fact that he might have been a black man walking through a white neighborhood. This is a travesty. This woman should be ashamed of herself. It's disgusting. And I hope that he gets acquitted in a second trial and that she is forced to go through some training or some shit, because this is bullshit.
So obviously, if a vaginal smear was made, a vaginal swab had to have been taken. So our understanding at that point, and from what we learned from the crime lab as well, was that something was amiss as far as what got labeled incorrectly.
Is this something that you discussed with the GBI crime lab?
Yes, we did.
After discussing it with the GBI crime lab, did you make a decision about any other labs or testing that should be pursued in this case?
Yes. After consulting with the crime lab, we learned about Pure Gold Forensics and that they were a company that could help us to potentially differentiate between the swabs.
And when you say differentiate between the swabs scientifically, which swabs in particular are you making reference to?
2I and 2J, or 2I is oral swabs B, or swabbings B, I think it says, and then 2J is swabbings A.
Okay, so the two things are both labeled oral swabs.
Yes.
Okay. And what steps did you take to facilitate Pure Gold's review of those two pieces of physical evidence?
So we had a video conference with, I believe he's the owner or CEO of Pure Gold. I'm not really sure of his title. Explained a bit about the case and what we had going on and what we were looking for, and asked if that was a possibility, if that's something their lab could do. Obviously, we received a quote for how much that was going to cost, and I ended up sending off the cuttings of swabs that were provided to me by our crime lab to Pure Gold for testing.
And now, just to put some dates on these things, when is it that y'all sought help from Pure Gold in order to make a determination about what was actually in each of the oral swabbing labeled envelopes?
I honestly don't remember when we had that video conference. I don't remember.
Do you remember when you received the results from Pure Gold?
I would have to look at the report to see, or my report to see. I don't remember.
Okay.
I want to say it was maybe fall of 24.
Okay. Well, do you think that reviewing that portion of your report would help refresh your recollection?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, I apologize. It's going to take me a second to find that particular one.
Jesus Christ.
To go meet with Mr.
2024 is when I would have mailed it to Pure Gold.
Okay. Now I want to go backwards a little bit and go back to May. Did you re-interview Mr. Chris Melton in May of 2024?
Yes, Agent Howell and I did.
Do you recall what date you re-interviewed him?
I believe it was on Sunday, May 5th. I believe it was the 5th.
Okay.
No, it was a Sunday morning for sure.
And just so we have our timeline, when was it again that Mr. Faust was arrested?
May 9th.
Okay. So going back to May 5th of 2024, that's obviously before the September date we just talked about. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you went to go meet with Mr. Melton and interview him, where did you believe his DNA had been recovered from?
At that point, we believed it had been recovered from oral swabs, which would have been taken from Ms. Baker's mouth during autopsy.
All right. And I was not precise in some of my questioning. I've been saying, when did you re-interview him? Had y'all ever interviewed, and when I say y'all, I mean you, Agent Bigham, and Agent Howell, had the two of you ever interviewed Mr. Melton?
No.
Okay, let me just recap for those of you who haven't been here through the DNA testimony. Edrick Faust's DNA was discovered when, what she's saying, if you're paying attention to what she's saying, they were going through the case file. I don't understand why they thought it was strange, why they thought swabs might have been mislabeled. That isn't clear to me. But what she's saying is they had vaginal, rectal, and oral swabs. And maybe it's that they had rectal and oral swabs only. I don't know. Doesn't really matter because, oh God, sorry, yawn. When what they did was they sent these swabs off to this lab in California, and the lab in California did the Lugol iodine test, which is considered by many junk science, and because it's presumptive and not conclusive. And that means that they basically take these swabs and they throw some iodine on them, mix it with a water solution, mix it up in a very fast mixer, and they take it out and they subjectively determine if the color that they're seeing is the right color of chocolatey brown to be vaginal swabs. But the problem is that buccal swabs, which are mouth swabs, and urethra swabs, like the opening of the urethra, can also show up as vaginal swabs because there is glycogen in vaginal swabs, buccal swabs, and the opening of the urethra. Now there's like a percentage where you're like, oh, this isn't enough to be a vaginal swab. So this is still considered an oral swab. So they tested these swabs, and this forensic lab used this test in particular. I don't know why, because like I said, it's been considered junk science for a long time. It's literally subjective. You have to look at it and go, I think that is the right color of brown to make it a vaginal swab. So they determined, they made a finding that one of the swabs that had been labeled oral was in fact a vaginal swab. So they told this lady here that information, and she definitely ran with it. But that's what they charged him. That's why they charged him, because of this one piece of evidence, one piece of information. Now, this was a 23-year-old swab, and they were using an outdated, antiquated forensic tests that most people think of as junk science and subjective. They also were not tasked with coming up with conclusive forensic evidence in this situation. There's still yes, Carrie, there's still an unknown sample. You're right. My point is that if you're going to charge, convict, and sentence someone to 2 life without parole sentences plus 45, you better fucking be sure you got the right guy. And this is the weakest shit I have ever seen. And the idea that a jury in the year of our Lord 2026 would convict this man, the only reason why I can think that happened is because he is a black man in Georgia. And you're not going to convince me otherwise. I thought maybe at some point I was going to be like, okay, well, there's some pretty good, strong evidence. We are on day 7. We've already gone through the third-party culprit witness, and we're into 2 investigators at this point. And you're not telling me shit about what you had on this guy. In fact, you just told me he wasn't even present in the case file. You didn't know who he was. Let's say he did live in the neighborhood. Let's say he was right next door. Do you think it is plausible that at about 7 a.m. in the morning, this random guy in the neighborhood decided to break into this random house that looks exactly like every single house on that block, by the way, without knowing if a woman was in there alone, without knowing if her roommates might come back at any time, and without having a key? You're telling me he broke into her apartment without having a key, even though the firefighters and the police said there was no signs of forced entry and that the doors were locked from the inside. You are telling me this random black man who may or may not have lived in the neighborhood broke into her apartment, brutally unalived her, brutally sexually assaulted her, strangled her, and stabbed her, and then set her home on fire and locked everything from the inside and walked out? You're telling me that that's plausible? Get the fuck out of here if that's what you think. Ugh.
Cannot.
Were you familiar with your review of the previous investigation in the case file, whether or not he had been interviewed before?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review those interviews?
I did. I reviewed the audio recordings as well as the summaries that were written.
All right. And in your review of that, as well as your review of the case file, did you develop any kind of opinion about the way in which Mr. Melton perceived his interaction with law enforcement from the time period of the original investigation in 2001 and kind of continuing forward?
I guess my perception was that, obviously he was kind of the first suspect, the first person they looked at, and they continually looked at him for years. Interviewed, I believe,
20 plus
times
years
over the years by different people, different agents, different officers. And our perception was that, he was the one that they were kind of continuing to go back to and ensure that they were
Why is she
getting
smiling?
statements from him and, verifying his alibi and things like that.
Given that he had already talked to law enforcement several times, well, let me back up a little bit and lay a little groundwork. As an investigator who interviews
All right, guys,
suspects,
I
are there
have to take a
certain
pee break. I'm going to
interview
keep listening.
techniques
I'll be
that
right here.
you use?
Yes, I think it depends on the type of case, the type of person you're talking to, and kind of what you're trying to glean from the interview.
Okay. Was there any kind of technique or approach, even technique might be a bad word, that you were intending to use or used with Mr. Melton on that May 5th interview?
As far as that's concerned, I generally do interviews pretty much the same way all the time. They're very relaxed, very casual. It's more like a conversation. I don't get fired up. I'm not a yeller that I can think of in any interview I've been in the past 18, 19 years. So I generally approach interviews like that. I kind of have this rule of thumb that I'm not ugly to anyone unless they give me a reason to be ugly. So with him, it was just very relaxed. Obviously we wanted to talk to him. We wanted to kind of rehash his story and go through everything again. But other than that, there was no reason to confront him or no reason to be ugly towards him.
This might be a hard question, but if you know approximately how many of the original witnesses were re-interviewed as part of y'all's investigation?
Oh my gosh. I don't know how many were re-interviewed. I would say maybe 20 or 30 off the top of my head.
Okay.
We did well into 100 interviews, I would say, but as far as re-interviews, maybe 20 or 30. I'd have to go look for an exact number.
And I don't want you to get into any of the contents of the interview at this point, but after you arrested Mr. Faust on May 9th of 2024, did you and Agent Howell interview him?
We did.
Okay. And did Mr. Faust provide y'all with a statement at that time?
He did.
Okay. Agent Bigham, I'm going to show Mr. Cruz State's Exhibit 158. After that, I'll bring it up to you. What's that? Mark State's Exhibit 158. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How do you recognize it?
So it's got a GBI evidence property tag number on it. It's got our evidence label on it. And I recognize the crime lab number that's on it as being this case's crime lab number.
All right. And do you know what is contained in that envelope or baggie?
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
It's, I'm assuming in the box, yes, buccal swabs that were taken from the mouth of Mr. Faust.
Okay. And so when you say Mr. Faust, were you present when those samples were collected?
I was. It was Agent Howell and myself.
All right. Did you collect them or did Agent Howell collect them?
No, Agent Howell did.
Okay. But you were present when it was collected, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present when it was placed in that evidence bag?
I remember him boxing them up. I don't recall if he put them in a bag where we were right then.
Okay.
Boxing them up. They go inside of like a white cardboard box.
All right. And when you say Mr. Faust, do you mind pointing to the individual who you saw those buccal swabs taken from and describing an article of clothing that that person is wearing if they are present in the courtroom today?
Sure. So he is sitting over at the table over there by the door, and he's wearing an Argyle sweater that's light blue, teal, and gray.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect that Agent Bigham has identified Mr. Faust.
It so reflects.
All right. And I'm not going to tender this exhibit through Agent Bigham. Your Honor, we'll connect up the rest of it with Agent Howell. If I could have just a moment, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for Agent Bigham at this time.
All right. Mr. Cruz, cross-examination.
Ooh, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent Howell.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Agent Bigham. Please forgive me. You have.
Okay. Next witness said she calls it a pee break, but really she's going out to beat on a punching bag real quick. The funny thing about that is that my my sheet shed is in the garage, and on the other side of my she shed, we have one of those Bob boxing dummies. You know which ones I'm talking about? And I do occasionally go out there and punch him as hard as I can in the face because he's got a ridiculous face, and it feels good to punch him sometimes. So I didn't do that though. I actually did take a pee break. And now I'm back, and we're getting into the cross, and we've started off with Cruz calling her by the wrong last name on purpose or not sure, but it's a good way to get her off her guard or get her off her game. So here we go.
Opportunity to sit in the courtroom during the entirety of this trial. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you've had the opportunity to hear everyone's testimony?
Yes.
You've had the opportunity to hear my opening. Is that right?
Yes.
The state's opening.
Yes.
Mr. Melton testify. Ashley, P.D. Hall testify.
She's
As well
been
as
sitting in there the whole entire trial.
On Sunday, May 6,
Like,
2024,
doesn't she have a job?
you and Mr. Howell interviewed Chris Melton. Is that right?
This is my
I believe
job.
it's
I'm
Sunday,
sitting
May 5th.
here. But doesn't she have like
So
cases to
Sunday, May 5th,
investigate?
Mr. Howell.
Or
Excuse me. I am
Interview
sorry.
Mr. Melton.
Mr. Melton, please forgive me. You met with him at the Walton County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, it was one of their satellite precincts.
And you knew during the interview, Chris volunteered that the longest he had gone without seeing Tara before her death, it was 10 days because of work. Is that right?
That's what he indicated initially in the interview before
I
we
hate
helped
it when they
refresh his
talk to the
recollection
jury.
based on
I
his
hate
original
it.
statements that were given immediately after the homicide.
You asked him whether Tara slept at his parents' house the Saturday before her death. Is that correct?
I believe I did.
And Chris told you for a second time, no, I hadn't seen her for like 10 days beforehand or something.
Yes, we went back and forth through the 10 days and the 5 days and what was originally stated and whatnot.
Sure. And during your conversation, you told Chris, I don't have it on this, but I think what you said is that she slept at your parents' house the Saturday night before, and then she left Sunday morning, and that was the last time you saw her. Do you recall making that statement to Mr. Melton?
I don't recall that specifically. I'm not sure what the I don't have it on this is.
Can you repeat that for me?
I don't recall specifically making that statement. I can reference my summary if you'd like, but I don't understand the part where you said I don't have it on this. I'm not sure what I was referencing during the interview.
Sure, and I'll simplify the question. You recall telling Chris that he previously said that Ms. Baker slept at his parents' house the Saturday before her death.
Thanks, darling. Can I reference my summary?
Of course.
Clarify that?
Of course.
Thank you. Appreciate you. She brought me an ice pack. It's hot in here. Ooh, that's cold.
So I have that. I referenced the original interviews with him and that he told law enforcement back then that he last saw Ms. Baker the Sunday prior to her death.
Can you repeat that?
I referenced my notes that I must have written myself some notes that I had back then during that interview. And I relayed to him that he told law enforcement that he last saw Ms. Baker the Sunday prior to her death. And I do believe, yes, that was at the parents' house, his parents' house.
And Mr. Melton's response to you was, that doesn't sound right either. Is that correct?
I don't recall if that was his specific response, but he kept going back to the 10 days. He kept thinking in his head it was 10 days.
Multiple times, is that correct?
Thinking in his head it was 10 days. He kept going back to it, meaning it's probably
And can we
true.
agree that Mr. Melton told you at least 3 times that the last time he saw Ms. Baker was 10 days before her death?
I don't remember how many times he said it, but I do know we had multiple conversations about it.
Sure. Would hearing, are you recording fresh recollection?
Sure.
Court's indulgence?
Enough room over here. Court's indulgence. He's so gentle and kind, even when people are treating him like assholes.
I'll let the record reflect that I'm going to refresh Agent Bigham's recollection from minute mark 14:57.
Is that weird?
Excuse me, 1 hour, 14 minutes, 57 seconds through 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 6 seconds. Just to make sure it's clear, what we're looking for here is Mr. Melton telling you 3 times that he hadn't seen Ms. Baker for 10 days prior to her death. Is that fair?
Yes.
She's very confident.
Let me move this.
I can't believe that she was allowed to sit through this entire trial. Like, what was she doing with her time for the past 7 days? Let's move this along. To the benefit of Mr. Melton, what?
And we've heard a second time that Mr. Melton puts the last time he's seen Ms. Baker at least 10 days.
To the benefit of Mr. Melton, they were changed.
The weekend before her death. All All right, and within that 2-minute and 8-second time span, Mr. Melton has said at least 3 times that he has seen Ms. Baker for the last time 10 days prior to her death.
Yes.
Now her feet are going like this right now underneath that desk. They're like like they were earlier.
And for the 3rd time, you told Chris that you last saw her Sunday morning when she left. You recall making that statement?
Yes, based on the previous interviews.
Okay. But you're reminding him that previously he stated that he saw Tara the weekend before her death. Is that right?
Yes, we were refreshing his recollection.
Okay. And Mr. Melton told you a 4th time that it had been 10 days since you
Refreshing
last
his
saw Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
recollection. You're not a lawyer, lady.
Let the record reflect that I'm refreshing Agent Bigham's excuse me. Would hearing the recording refresh recollection? Okay. So we're going to do number 4 and 5, okay? So let the record reflect that I am playing minute mark 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 10 seconds to 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 57 seconds, Your Honor.
She's crazy looking. She got crazy eyes. You know what? Can y'all read what's on the screen? Because if not, I'll go back and read it for you.
Before death, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so he told you at this point at least 5 times that he had not seen Ms. Baker 10 days prior to her death.
Yes.
And this is after you told him multiple times, repeated to him multiple times, what he told law enforcement in 2001. Is that right?
Yes. I think he was processing. We were kind of going back and forth. Like he was processing, what he recalled and the fact that it's 24 years later at that point. So.
You then asked Chris, and I believe this is the 5th time you asked Chris. So was there ever a time in those 10 days, whatever, leading up until her death that y'all just had a quick booty call or met up real fast or anything like that? Do you recall asking that question? And for the 6th time, Mr. Melton stated that he had not seen Ms. Baker within 10 days of her death.
Said that he had not been with her, I believe, the week of her death.
Mr. Melton's response was not no.
I don't recall specifically, but I remember the further we got into it, I recalled that he was saying, because we were going down the path of, did you see her at any point for a booty call the week of her death? We were trying to figure out and narrow that timeline. And he said no.
Let me make sure I'm clear on my question. The question that you asked him was there any time within that 10-day window that he met up with Ms. Baker for a booty call? Would you agree on that?
I don't remember saying the 10 days. If I did, that's fine.
Sure. Would hearing the recording refresh your recollection?
I heard him say booty call.
Yes, I did state that it was in the 10 days. Had y'all had a booty call or met up real quick or anything like that?
And he said no.
And he said no.
Okay, so now we're at time number 6 that Chris Melton has told you that he has not seen Ms. Baker 10 days within her death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No. Now, you would agree that you told Chris that you know that he's been dishonest with police for 23 years.
I don't remember telling Chris he had lied to police for 23 years.
Do you recall telling Chris, I need you to be 150% honest with me?
Yes.
Okay. And you explained, I know that what I'm about to ask you is not what has been said for 23 years, and that may hinder you from wanting to be honest with me. Do you recall making that statement?
Something along those lines, yes.
And you then told Chris, but we're here because there's been some evidence that's come up that you can't really argue and say, I was with her 10 days prior. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes, something along those lines.
And then you shared with Chris, there's been some DNA that's come back to you. Is that fair?
Yes,
and this
that's
is
what I
told
think,
him.
Amanda.
So what that leads us to
They're
believe
trying to
is
give
that
a
perhaps
reasonable
you were with
reason
her
for his
at some
DNA to
point
be on
sexually,
her.
much
Yes.
closer to her death, and this is the language I emphasize, than has ever been let on. Do you recall making that statement?
Not specifically, but I do remember having that conversation with him.
Would hearing the recording of your statement refresh your recollection?
Sure.
To me, it feels like they're trying to get him out of it because they have a perfectly reasonable black stranger to the neighborhood. And why would Chris Melton, this like salt of the earth, white dude?
You told Mr. Melton, so what that leads us to believe is that perhaps you were with her at some point sexually, much closer to her death, and I emphasize this language, than has ever been let on. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time of the interview, you understand. You received a DNA report on May 2nd, 2024. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And the interview with Mr. Melton was May 5th, 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
And the reason you knew Mr. Melton's DNA was present in her mouth is from the May 2nd, 2024 DNA report. Is that correct?
Between the April 30th and the May 2nd reports, the swabs that the DNA come back to were labeled oral. So that's what we believed at that point.
Sure. But the report from May 2nd also stated that Mr. Melton's DNA was present in Ms. Baker's anus as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware as the lead investigator in this case that Ms. Baker had been sexually assaulted. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you would agree that DNA lasts in the mouth for up to 12 hours. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that. I'm not a scientist. I have an understanding in what I was told, generally what can occur, but I can't speak to specifics about how long DNA lasts in someone's mouth.
But you told Mr. Melton that it lasts for 2 to 3 days. Is that right?
I don't remember specifically what I told him. I'm not arguing with you about it. I just don't remember specifically what I told him. But I do know that we had some information about how long it could last.
But we know it wasn't 10 days. Is that
correct? That was not the information we had at the time. We did get information later.
And we can also agree that DNA doesn't last in the mouth 5 days.
I'm not going to speculate that. I'm not a scientist. I don't know.
That's fair. But we did know Mr. Melton's DNA was in her mouth.
Here she
No,
goes.
Mr. Faust's DNA was in her mouth.
Okay, so is your testimony
You're
here?
talking about at that point?
Correct.
Oh, at that point, we believe that well, we knew it was on the oral swabs or a pack of swabs that was labeled oral at that time. And yes, that's what we believed at that point.
Fair. And you had access to the GBI's DNA experts. Is that right?
Yes.
So they could tell you, hey, either this should be here or this should not be here. Is that correct?
As far as what?
How long DNA lasts?
Yes, generally.
Now, despite this, you assured Chris, Jeremy and I are not here because we think you killed Tara at all. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
And you tell Chris that his DNA was in a place that makes sense for you two, but doesn't make sense for bad guy.
Yes, because he was her boyfriend.
And bad guy is Mr. Faust.
That's who was identified through the CODIS match.
And just to make sure, you didn't know Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
No.
And you tell Chris, we have bad guys evidence there, but we got to separate those two. Do you recall making that statement?
Something along those lines, yes.
And it is fair to say, despite acknowledging that Chris lied for 23 years, you were asking Chris to help you explain away his DNA to pin Ms. Baker's death on Mr. Faust.
I don't believe that Chris lied for 23 years. I reviewed his statements that were given the day of Tara's death or murder and 2 days later, and those statements were consistent and made more sense, especially with the new evidence that they had sex 5 days or so prior to her death.
Sure. So my question is this: if you don't think he was being dishonest, why would you make the statement so that leads us to believe that you were with her at some point sexually much closer to her death and never has been let on?
Because when we were interviewing Mr. Melton, we obviously had this new information from the crime lab, and we're under the impression that it shouldn't last more than a few days or somewhere in that vicinity. At that point, we're going with the information we had on that day at that point. Of course, that can change once evidence is processed and more things are done to it.
Objection narrative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
But here's the thing. I mean, she's saying, Carrie, I see what you're saying. She's saying his DNA is supposed to be there because he's her romantic partner. But he testified and he answered questions from investigators that said they never had anal sex. So why would his DNA be inside of her anus where there was bruising and obvious signs of sexual assault? So, I mean, her confirmation bias is fucking sitting on the table in front of her. We know how she thinks. And she has already eliminated him as a quote unquote bad guy because it was okay for his semen to be all over her body and it was okay for his hair to be on one of the murder weapons. This is disgusting.
We were going with what we had at that moment. And now I've totally forgotten your question. I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Can you repeat it?
My question was that you told Mr. Melton that, course indulgence. I'll make sure you give the proper question.
So disgusting.
But you told Mr. Melton that that DNA evidence led you all to believe that he had been with Ms. Baker some point sexually, much closer to her death than has ever been let on. Is that right?
That's right. Thank you. So at that point, we're going with the information that we had in the moment from the crime lab reports, speaking with the crime lab personnel, etc. And we were re-interviewing Mr. Melton to obviously just go over the statement and go through all the things again, but also to ensure that there was nothing we were missing. Is there some reason that he did have a booty call or go meet her for a quick quick meetup or anything like that had just never come out before? And we were trying to explain why, or this evidence and why it was there. I mean, obviously we knew that's her boyfriend. It should be there, but we were trying to get the timeline down.
So at this point, we agree that you had Mr. Melton's DNA in Ms. Baker's mouth and her anus. Is that fair?
Are you speaking of that day?
Correct.
At that moment, that was the information we believed because both of the packages were labeled oral.
Okay, so that's actually a really
interview on May 5th with Mr. Melton.
Really interesting point. He just made the point. You had Chris Melton's DNA in her mouth and in her anus, and she says on that day, that's what we thought because they hadn't gotten the DNA results back from the California lab. If that's the case, why is she trying to eliminate him? Why is she trying to act like he's not the bad guy? That's insane.
With Mr. Melton told you that him and Tara did not engage in anal sex. Is that correct?
That's true.
Drain it. It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
We also had Mr. Faust's DNA in her mouth. Is that right?
That's true.
So at this point, we can agree that the evidence against Mr. Faust at this time that you have is DNA in Ms. Baker's mouth.
No, at the time they had processed the other set of oral swabs, and that came back with Mr. Faust as well.
So my question is, the evidence that you had against Mr. Faust is DNA in Ms. Baker's mouth. Is that right?
At that moment.
And at that same
Yep.
moment, we had
You're
Mr.
right,
Melton's
Heidi.
DNA in her mouth. Is that right?
Yes.
DNA in her anus. Is that right?
Yes,
And also a statement from Mr. Melton that him and Ms. Baker did not engage in anal sex. Is that right?
that's right.
And just for the purposes of this, Mr. Melton was not arrested at his May 5th interview. Is that right?
No.
Okay. You did not obtain warrants from Mr. Melton based on this information. Is that correct?
No, you would have no reason to.
Oh shit. You have DNA evidence. Oh my God. What do you mean you have no reason
Would you agree that you
to? Are
explicitly
you
told Mr. Melton?
insane?
Well, I think Jeremy would agree with this. I don't want to speak for him, but like we are here to try to separate you from the killer. Is that fair?
Probably something along those lines.
Okay. And you were speaking again of Mr. Faust.
At that point, that was the other information we had.
Okay. Based solely on his DNA in her mouth.
No, at that point, I mean, that was what, 5 days or so? And we had already been working on and reviewing the investigation again. We had Mr. Faust's name 5 days prior to the interview with Mr. Melton.
Let me ask you this, because it's not a trick question. I'm not trying to trip you up or anything. When we're talking about physical evidence, the only physical evidence you had connecting Mr. Faust with Ms. Baker is Mr. Faust's DNA in Ms. Baker's mouth.
Yes.
But on this May 5th interview, although we have more physical evidence involving Mr. Melton, you tell Mr.
Agreed,
Melton you want to
Amanda.
separate him from Mr. Faust. Okay? We agree on that.
Mr. Melton had an alibi.
You then asked Mr. Melton for the 6th time. So was there ever an instance closer to her death that you just went over and got a blowjob, that y'all met up real quick, just get a little quick rump out? Do you recall making that statement? Okay. And before he answers, you tell him, because 10 days before, there's not still going to be sperm. Like literally scientifically, it doesn't last in your mouth. Is that correct?
Sure, I said something like that.
So at this point, you aren't even interviewing Mr. Melton as a suspect. Is that fair?
No, he wasn't being interviewed as a suspect because he's had an alibi for 20-something years.
And you also made
Alibi
clear to
from
Mr.
his
Melton,
parents.
but we have to separate you from the bad thing that happened and make sense of the thing that would be understandable and normal. Is that correct?
Something along those lines.
So can you explain to me how Mr. Faust's DNA being in Ms. Baker's mouth and Mr. Melton's DNA being in Ms. Baker's mouth and anus, although Mr. Melton stated they don't engage in anal sex, makes it understandable and normal? Can you explain that?
My understanding through speaking with the crime lab is that there's something called drainage and gravity. I mean, we all know what gravity is, but drainage, and that you can, that semen or sperm can drain down from the vagina to the anus, and that can be a possible way that it gets into an anus. And yes, while at that point, we still had 2 packs of oral swabs, we knew or had a belief that one of those was vaginal swabs. We just didn't know which one it was yet.
Let's talk
Lady,
about drainage. So we've established at best,
let's talk about it.
Mr. Melton says it's been 5 days before since him and Ms. Baker had sex. Is that fair?
Let's also
And we
talk about the
assume-
fire.
Yeah, I know you said you don't know Ms. Baker, but Ms. Baker would take a bath every day.
I'm having a
Is that
hard
right?
time with
I
this.
don't know specifically, but my understanding from previous interviews is that she would shower in the mornings.
Okay, and that's daily, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So your position is, and correct me if I say it wrong, we know Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Is that right?
Yes.
We can agree that in the May 2nd, 2024 report, Mr. Melton's DNA profile is the only identifiable profile. Is that correct?
In the May 2nd report?
Correct.
No.
I would like you to look at the 5th paragraph on the first page of the May 2nd report from Dr. Ashley Hinkle, please.
I don't have it.
I have it for you.
I mean, I have notes regarding it if that's
And I can give you the whole thing, or I can give you the pertinent page. Which one do you prefer?
what, either way.
I can give you the whole thing.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I understand Mr. Cruz hasn't said anything about refreshing recollection or anything along those lines. And it seems that he's asking Agent Bigham to testify off a report that she did not create. So I'm going to object.
But on direct examination, Agent Bigham testified that she was aware of the DNA report from May 2nd, 2024. So she's already established her knowledge of same. I asked her if she was aware that Mr. Melton's DNA was the only identifiable DNA in Ms. Baker's anus, and her answer was, I believe, no, I do not recall that.
Well, I don't.
Okay.
Correct me. Please correct me if I make a mistake.
Was that your
You
answer?
can't- you don't get to
I'm sorry,
respond
I
to him.
misunderstood you. I don't remember you specifying her anus. I thought you were talking in general about the DNA. But if you're specifically talking about the rectal swabs, then yes, you're absolutely right.
I'm going to let you re-ask.
This lady wants to be a
There's been an
lawyer.
objection, but I
She
think
just
maybe
gotta be a
this
lawyer.
witness was confused by your question. If you'd
Great.
like to ask the question again, you may do
As
so.
a prosecutor.
Mr. Melton's DNA profile was the only identifiable DNA profile in Ms. Baker's anus.
Yes.
Okay. And the state's theory and law enforcement's theory of how he's the only DNA profile is that it was drainage.
That was a theory that was proposed to me,
Okay, that's a theory,
or just a way that it can happen.
a way to explain away Mr. Melton's DNA so you can focus on this. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
The form of the question, it's argumentative.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Amanda just made a
you also
really good point. I want to put it up on the screen. If someone assaulted her in that manner and there was only one person's DNA in that area, I'm adding that to her comment, it stands to reason that the person who did it, good gosh. Yeah, exactly. Ugh.
So, Chris, that in order to separate him from Ms. Baker's murder, we got to figure out that timeline and clarify it, or it doesn't make any sense. Do you recall making that statement?
Something along those lines.
And you would agree that to a reasonable person, it could
Thank
appear that
you,
you're asking
Tina.
for Chris
I'm good.
Melton's help in pinning.
We've
Ms.
only got
Baker's
like
murder
40
on Mr.
minutes,
Faust.
half
Is
an
that
hour,
fair?
40
Your
minutes
Honor
left.
calls for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I think it's a proper question. You may rephrase, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am. What you're trying to do, is it fair to say that you're trying to explain away why Mr. Melton's DNA was in Ms. Baker's mouth? Is that fair?
No, I'm trying to get an understanding of why it was in her mouth because that's what we thought at that time.
Okay, so let me ask you this. We've already agreed,
What?
you and I are aware that Mr. Melton was aware that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure. We both are aware that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that correct? You didn't find it odd when you told Mr. Melton about DNA in Ms. Baker's body. His response was, I'm taking in that there was something else in her, somebody else's stuff there too.
Mr. Melton during that time once we started getting into the specifics of the evidence that we had and what the questions we were asking him, he was starting to become kind of very distraught and almost just kind of like in shock. I remember talking about that with him. Like I was in shock as much as you're in shock. You know, like he was trying to process everything, and I took
she has a crush on him.
Him sort of processing everything that we were talking about.
Sure. And that's your interpretation of his
statement. Smiles when she talks about him.
But after you made the statement, excuse me, after Mr. Melton made the statement, Chris tells you for a seventh time, like as far as you know, the 10 days is stuck in my head. Is that correct?
Again, I think at that point he's sort of reeling and processing everything and trying to kind of make sense.
Why
of
are
this
you
information that he's now
interpreting
learned after
what?
20-something years.
Why are you interpreting what he's saying?
Agent Bigham, this is your investigation. Is that correct?
Myself and Agent Howell.
Okay, but you are the lead investigator. Is that correct?
Sure.
You don't get to interpret what he's saying.
Is that correct?
Because of our work.
Sure. But you wouldn't want to do anything that would hurt your chances of convicting Mr. Faust. Is that right?
I just want to work a case to its proper conclusion and convict the right person.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
And that's an excellent point.
Sure you do.
When we talk about convicting the right person, you would agree that when you obtained arrest warrants for Mr. Faust, the only evidence you had of his connection with Ms. Baker was DNA in Ms. Baker's mouth. Is that fair?
Yes, that was the only evidence we had of their connection. They had no other reason to be connected.
Sure, but physical evidence, just DNA in the mouth.
That's correct.
Okay. But for Chris Melton,
I apologize. At the time of arrest?
physical evidence, correct.
Yes, yes.
But for Chris Melton, we've already established that we have DNA mouth, DNA anus, and a statement from Mr. Melton saying that they did not engage in anal sex. Is that right?
That's accurate.
But based on your determination, the right person to arrest is simply the person whose DNA is in her mouth.
It was Mr. Faust.
And Mr. Melton.
No, I'm talking you said the right person to arrest, and I said
Sure.
Mr. Faust.
But and Mr. Melton, because Mr. Melton's DNA
Not
is in
at
her mouth.
this
as well. Is that
moment in
right?
time.
It was,
Not
but
at this
an
moment
alibi.
in time. Oh, look at her when she do. Ugh.
And you would agree that you told Mr. Melton you were shocked to learn that his DNA was present.
Yes, I believe I said something along those lines.
Okay, you explained to him, and in my thought, when I got this news,
Why?
and I was about as shocked as you are right now, last week, you were a 23-year-old kid, you're being hammered by the effing cops that are treating you like S, you know, after you just found out your girlfriend's been brutally murdered. Is that correct?
Yes, I remember making those statements.
And then you continue. You stated, and you're terrified knowing, yeah, y'all had a booty call. You know, she got back from the library that night. You came up, she went down to have a booty call real quick. And you know, in your head, you're like, I was literally the last person with her.
That was an interview tactic, or technique, whatever you want to call it, that I was using to just try to give him one more opportunity to let us know if something had occurred that week. Like just basically putting it into context for him, like you were a kid and you know you were scared and the cops were going after you and things of that nature, and just trying to give him an out to give us that information. But he stuck strong to his statements that he was not with her that week at all.
And he also stuck strong to his statements that he hadn't seen her in 10 days as well. Is that correct?
By the end of the interview, we had come around and he agreed that,
Yeah.
that with the prior
You had
information,
convinced
information
him.
from his prior recordings that I had listened to, that he agreed that it was accurate, that he had had sex with her, or they may have had sex on that Sunday before she left his residence, which would have been in that 5-day marker.
You convinced
Yeah,
him.
I would ask for the opportunity to get my answer from the witness because we are on cross, excluding the narratives. Another report said that the witnesses are allowed to narrate after they answer a question.
Oh, they're allowed to explain, Mr. Cruz. So tell me what your objection is. Do you have an objection?
I'll make the objection when it takes place. Your Honor. I think
All
that's the appropriate way to handle it.
All right, go ahead, sir.
But then you told Chris, you know you didn't kill her, but you were the last person there before she got killed. Do you remember making that statement?
No, I mean, I do remember making that statement, but that was in the context of me giving him that narrative of the last, or giving him an out with that narrative. That was not separate, nor was I telling him he was the last person with her. It was in the context.
Objection narrative, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule that. I think she's explaining her answer to you, Mr. Cruz. I'm going to overrule that objection.
And you continued, and so in my mind, it makes complete sense that you would be omitted from the conversation because you don't want any more pressure on you. They're already hounding you enough, and you know that you didn't kill her, but you knew you were with her. You would agree that's an accurate statement?
No, that was my narrative that I was giving to him to use as a technique to try to give him one last opportunity to tell me that he was with her, if that was the case. But again, it was not.
Well, this is an interesting thing. You've already told us that when you interviewed Mr. Melton, you weren't interviewing him as a suspect. You were just interviewing him to have a conversation with him. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
So giving him a justification as to why his DNA was present when it should not have been, would it be fair to say that you were justifying or trying to explain away his DNA with him?
No, I mean, his DNA should have been present. He was her boyfriend at the time.
Ew.
Sure. And
I wasn't giving him a justification. I was
Ew.
ensuring that we
objection narrative, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule that objection. You've asked a question. She's answering your question. I'll allow her to answer.
I was ensuring that we, trying to think of a good word to use. I was ensuring that we clarified everything in his statement and interviewed him in the best way possible before we started kind of moving on to Mr. Faust. And obviously,
Let me just say this, and you guys already know this, but I feel like I need to say it out loud. This woman was sexually assaulted. She was violently sexually assaulted. There was bruising around her orifices and scrapes and bleeding. The idea that a detective, an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, a woman at that, would say that his DNA should have been there when there was evidence that this woman was raped is fucking despicable. Does that mean, okay, let's say Tara was never murdered. let's just say that she'd been sexually assaulted and she went in for a rape kit. And while she was getting her rape kit done, and she was telling the hospital workers, my boyfriend did this to me. And the hospital workers were saying, well, there's no evidence of that because his sperm should be there because he's your boyfriend. That's what this fucking woman is saying. And she keeps saying it. And I would think that any woman on the jury is going, oh, every time she says it. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is how women on the jury think, that she's right, that his sperm should have been there. His DNA should have been there around all the bruising. Fuck. Sorry. I'm just like. I'm sorry. Okay.
We knew going in that he had an alibi and he did not kill her, but we were trying to do our best to explain this DNA with what we had at that moment.
How did you know he didn't kill her?
Despite you explaining or giving him a way out, Chris still doesn't change his timeline from 10 days. Is that correct?
No, I believe I already stated that towards the end of the interview, he agreed that they would have had sex on that Sunday before she left his
Let me
parents.
specify the question. After you told Chris, you know you didn't kill her, but you were the last person there before she got killed. And so in my mind, it makes complete sense that you would be omitted from the conversation because you don't want any more pressure on you. They're already hounding you enough and you know you didn't kill her, but you knew you were with her. Chris's response was, that's the tough part. Like, I don't recall being with her between the time.
I would have to listen to it, but I mean, we don't have to. I'm just saying that again is the narrative that I was kind of spewing to him to see if he was going to say anything else before he concluded this interview.
Spewing some
So
shit.
my particular question.
But no, I don't believe it was accurate.
My particular question is after you made that statement to Chris Melton, he still did not change his timeline from 10 days.
He was still kind of reeling all the information and kind of, he was almost like having a conversation with himself.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. You've asked her a question and she's answering. I'm going to allow this witness to answer your
Okay.
I'm done.
She's giving,
Is that a yes or
that's
no?
hearsay. She's giving him a narrative.
After you gave him a statement about him not being the killer, and specifically, you know you didn't kill her, but you knew you were with her, Chris still did not change his timeline from 10 days. Is that correct?
I don't believe that's accurate.
And you've heard portions of this interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize the interview because it's your interview with Mr. Chris Melton. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on the portions you heard, had that interview been altered in any way?
I only heard minutes of it.
Sure.
I would assume not, but I can't speak to that.
So I'll let you hear minute mark 128:16.
How much more of this do I have to take?
28:43.
Sorry, not you guys. This woman. Okay. 30 more minutes. This is not, Carrie, this is not 412 because it deals specifically with the third party culprit that they're talking about. Excuse me. I think the narrow like parameters that Cruz was allowed to work within, or that he could, I mean, I understand your question because it doesn't make any sense why he was held in contempt if he was speaking specifically about Chris Melton in his opening statement when he was held in contempt. But because he is asking questions of an investigator as it pertains to Chris Melton's guilt or innocence, he's allowed to ask these questions. He's allowed to say these things. He's allowed to say Chris's statements. Good God.
Yeah, he says.
But that is a fair and accurate portion of your statement or your conversation with Mr. Melton on May 5th, 2024.
Yes, a portion of my conversation.
And for that particular portion, which is minute marks.
No, the 412 violation deals specifically with the rape shield laws. So basically, the rape shield laws are in place so that if there is a victim, a survivor who has accused someone of sexual assault and they are on the witness stand, you are not allowed to neither attorney is allowed to slut shame them. Basically, they can't bring up their previous sexual history as a reason for why they may have been sexually assaulted presently. The issue here is that it's sort of a sword and a shield because Tara's not alive. So bringing up her past sexual experience. I mean, one of the comments that came out of her boyfriend's mouth was asking if there were other men's, like, maybe he said something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, she must have had sex with some other dude. And Cruz was not allowed to say that in opening because it's slut shaming her. I mean, believe me, I think it's absolutely fucking ludicrous, and that's someone who believes in the rape shield laws for obvious reasons. This is insane.
128.16 to 128.43, you recognize that particular portion. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that hadn't been altered in any way to your knowledge.
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, I would move to introduce minute mark. Oh, excuse me. Let me show the state. Please forgive me.
All right. And just you don't want any more pressure on me. You're already counting
Oh, we're gonna hear it.
quick, and you. Real quick, and you.
Hope there are captions.
In your head that I was killed. You were the last person there before she got killed. And so in my mind, it makes complete sense that that would be omitted from the conversation because you don't want any more pressure on you. They're already counting you enough, and you know you didn't kill her.
Hold on,
but you knew you were with
slow
her.
this down.
That's the part. Like, I don't recall being between the times. Like,
So again, Mr. Melton
I
is
hate your
telling you
face.
he does not recall being with her in between that time. Is that correct?
Right, and at that point, he's just
Right,
reeling
but
over
we
all
knew
this
the
information.
truth.
He's
We knew he
visibly
was wrong.
upset to the point where we got him tissues. And
Oh,
just
for
kind of
fuck's
processing all
sake.
this information. So we're going back and forth about it.
You said you two were going back and forth about it?
Like that's what we had been doing, like back and forth as far as like going, like him talking about the 10 days, me talking about what he previously said, things not in an aggressive or argumentative way.
It's not nefarious. Why would you say nefarious?
So it got to a point where Mr. Melton, as we've agreed to state it multiple times, that 10 days was the last time he saw Ms. Baker. Is that right?
Like I've said, I believe towards the end of the interview, we came to an agreement that they had sex
We
Sunday
came
before she
to
left his
an
parents' residence,
agreement.
which would have been the 5 days.
Sure. So my question is, during the interview, at some point, Mr. Melton continued to say that he hadn't seen Ms. Baker for 10 days. Is that right?
Yes, he said it multiple times.
And at a certain
We
point, you
came
agree
to
that
an
you and Jeremy
agreement.
Howell started pressuring Chris to change his answer. Is that right?
No, we were just talking to him and trying to refresh his recollection and explain to him that what he said the day of her murder and 2 days, or I'm sorry, 2 days after her murder, I apologize, was that they had sex 5 days prior.
Okay. And you interviewed Mr. Faust. Is that correct?
Myself and Agent Howell did.
But Mr. Faust didn't get that same benefit, did he?
We didn't get that far in the interview.
Did Mr. Faust get that benefit? Yes or no?
And Judge, I'm going to object. The interview is not in evidence, and the defendant is not allowed to elicit possible self-serving hearsay.
I didn't.
Response, Mr. Cruz.
Absolutely. This officer has personal knowledge of the interview as she was present, and I didn't ask for any hearsay statements, Your Honor. I just asked Mr. Faust receive that same benefit.
Okay, I think that Mr. Yelmanchili's statement is a correct interpretation of the law. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
God,
But our
she's
last question was
awful.
that you and Mr. Howell began pressuring Chris to change his timeline. Is that correct?
I don't know that I'd call it pressuring. We were, again, utilizing
Yes, you
interview
were.
techniques to try to
He
elicit
denied it
information
like
if
10
were any different than
times.
what he had been providing for 20 some odd years.
He
Well,
denied
after
it
that
10
earlier,
times.
You stated that you didn't believe Chris Melton lied 23 years earlier, but now you're saying that.
No, we didn't. We were trying to explain the DNA and trying to understand why it was there.
You were trying
So
to
would you agree that
explain
the
the
statements
DNA.
that Mr. Melton had given for 23 years prior was inconsistent with the DNA you had in Ms. Baker's mouth?
That's hard to answer because at that moment, because we believed that that was her oral swab, that was the oral swab.
At that time, May 2nd, we're talking about.
That's what I'm trying to think through. Can you ask me the question one more time? I apologize.
Sure. The statements that Mr. Melton had given for 23 years was inconsistent with the information you had regarding his DNA being in Ms. Baker's mouth.
Yes, I guess that would have been inconsistent at the time with the information we had in that moment.
Sure. But you asked, Chris has asked, despite this conversation and him saying 10 days, he has asked, is there even a percentage of a chance you were with her Thursday night? Is that correct?
I'm sure I said something like that.
Okay. And Chris responded, no.
That's correct.
He was then asked, not even a 1% chance. Is that correct?
Yes,
Chris again responded, no. Is that right?
that's correct.
And despite him saying, no, he is then asked again, even Wednesday night. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris responds, no.
That's correct.
However, despite Chris saying no, law enforcement tells Chris, I understand you're saying you don't recall.
Are you saying we told him that?
Correct.
I don't remember.
You don't remember making a statement, you don't remember Mr. Howell making a statement. I understand you're saying I don't recall.
I don't. I mean, I'm not arguing with you that he did make the statement, but I just don't remember that specifically.
I'll let you listen to the portion just to make sure it's accurate. Okay. You're on that person.
You may.
Oh my God. They needed this to fit their narrative. They convinced this dude. This is despicable. Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the state of Georgia should be ashamed of themselves. Disgusted. Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize Agent Bigham?
I do. That's Agent Howell speaking.
Okay, but you're present as well. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
And did that recording sound like it had been altered in any way?
No.
Okay, we've already established that this is the May 5th, 2024 interview with Mr. Chris Melton.
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit minute marks 128:58 through 129:10 into the record.
Is this D48?
No, this is the same exhibit. I'm just marking different points that would be admissible, and I'll give the court reporter the portions that'll be admitted.
I think it's probably best we just call it 48.
D48. How we sticker it?
I'm not exactly sure at this point, but just for the record, to be clear, these are two separate
Portions.
entries, and it can be the same thing.
Requiring a consistent statement. Her statement to that question was, or to my last question that led to this, was in regards to, despite Chris saying,
My understanding what Agent Howell.
That wasn't her response. Her response was, I don't recall, at which point Mr. Cruz played this statement for her. And then she responded, yes, that is Agent Howell. So,
I mean, I think that's accurate. I don't think we're dealing with a prior inconsistent statement. I'm going to sustain the objection.
yes, ma'am. So, however, despite Chris saying no, he's told, I understand you're saying I don't recall.
No, when I listened to that just now, my understanding what Agent Howell was saying was, I understand if you don't recall. That's how I interpreted what Agent Howell was saying.
Sure. Your Honor, I would ask to admit minute mark 128:58 through 129:10 as a prior inconsistent statement. Or
That's
it's
my
two,
interpretation.
impeachment by contradiction as well. So I think this one would fit more so.
Oh,
under
look at
impeachment by
her.
contradiction.
All right. Mr. Yellenchili, any response?
I just have the same response as I had before, Judge.
I think based on the witness's statement, Mr. Cruz, you have not proved that this is a prior inconsistent statement for purposes of admission. You may be able to admit it later, but for this specific purpose, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Is this sustained in regards to impeachment by contradiction as well?
Yes.
Understood, Your Honor.
I don't like her.
Now, during your questioning, you have no reason to disagree that Chris changed his timeline from 10 days to 5 days. Is that fair?
We talked about it towards the end of the conversation.
Okay. And with that conversation that you had with Chris, you told Chris, but I think what you said is, and I believe we talked about this, is that she slept at your parents' house the Saturday night before, and then she left Sunday morning, and that was the last time you saw her. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And Chris is then told that you and Jeremy have to be able to explain his DNA and that he needs to be within a certain window or you can't explain his DNA. Is that correct?
I'm not going to argue with you that it's not. I'm sure it is, but we were again trying to explain to him that we've got to understand why this DNA is in this.
We're trying to explain to him that we're trying to help you get out of this, buddy.
Did you have to explain it for Mr. Faust?
Again, we didn't get to that point.
Okay. Did you try to explain it for Mr. Faust?
We didn't get to that point in the interview.
We're going to sustain that objection.
Thank you.
At the time you interviewed Mr. Faust, you already had a...
Again, Judge, he can't reference this interview without it being admitted. And as the defendant, he can't admit it.
Judge,
Mr. Cruz and Mr. Yellenchili, may I see his name? Thank you.
I hate her face.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask the question.
She needs to put a fucking robe on. It's so disrespectful, these people.
At the time of your interview with Mr. Faust, you had already secured arrest warrants. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that say? Arrest warrant secured.
So in regards to
His
Mr.
handwriting's
Faust,
awful.
we have DNA in Ms. Baker's mouth, and based on that, Mr. Faust, an arrest warrant is issued for Mr. Faust for murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, felony murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Burglary. Is that correct?
Yes.
Arson. Is that correct?
Yes.
How?
Aggravated sodomy. Is that correct?
How?
But Mr. Melton's DNA is in Ms. Baker's anus, and an arrest warrant isn't issued for Mr. Melton for sodomy. Is that right? It isn't issued for murder?
No.
Despite acknowledging that Mr. Melton may have said something for the past 23 years that wasn't consistent with the DNA evidence that you had on May 5th, 2024.
Was that a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, you'll have to rephrase.
Sure.
Oh,
let me ask you this way. Despite having
Hate your
Mr.
ass
Melton's DNA
face.
on May 5th, 2024, okay, and despite knowing his statements for the past 23 years were inconsistent with the DNA evidence that you believe you had on May 5th, 2024, an arrest warrant was not issued for him.
No.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Do you know Mr. Melton's family?
No.
Okay, so you don't know if he's related to anybody?
No.
Okay. Does he have any family in law enforcement that you would know of?
No idea.
So just
I'd
based
like to
solely
know what
on
her
Mr. Melton,
background
I'm
is.
assuming being Mr. Melton, an arrest warrant is an issue for his arrest.
Mr. Melton had an alibi that made it impossible
From
for
his
him to kill
parents.
Tara Baker.
From his
And
parents.
you've been in the courtroom each and every time we've talked about Mr. Melton's alibi. Is that correct?
Yes, but I also reviewed it in the 20,000 plus page case file in multiple interviews over the years.
And you'd agree that once Mr. Melton is told that window we're in is we have to be able to explain why you are where you are just as much as we have to explain why someone else is there as well. But it's a
this is interesting because she's like, well, he had an alibi, and of course he was alibied by his parents and by Josh back then in 2001. How is Edrick Faust supposed to come up with an alibi from 25 years ago? Someone answer me that. That can't be the reason why you don't think that Chris, like when you differentiate between these two men, the reason can't be because Chris has had an alibi for 25 years and Edrick Faust doesn't. He didn't have a reason to have an alibi. He could. How's he supposed to go back 25 years and come up with a friggin' alibi? This is insane. Good God.
A window, and it can get complicated if your window is greater than the window of expectation for how long evidence could be there. And that's what we're trying to drill down
What are
into.
you smiling
The
about?
further
What
in
are you
time
laughing
are
about? Don't be a
from
dick.
how long this could last, the more complicated and less reasonable that explanation is. Do you remember Mr. Melton being told that?
Did I say that or did Agent Howell say that?
Mr. Melton was told that.
I'm
You know-
sure he was. I don't recall if I said that or if Agent Howell said that.
But once that statement was made, we can agree that Chris then says, if anything, it would have been maybe that Sunday, the weekend before. Is that correct?
We had been talking about that the entire time because I had continually refreshed his recollection on the statement he gave 2 days
You
after
are not a
Tara's murder.
lawyer. You're not refreshing his
So my question
recollection.
is, after that statement was made to him about his DNA, his response was, if anything, it would have been maybe that Sunday, the weekend before. We would have done something Sunday morning before she left. Is that accurate?
Yes, he did state something along those lines.
Now, Ms. Bigham, we've agreed that Chris Melton stated that Ms. Baker spent the night at his parents' house the weekend before her death. Is that right? Yes. Okay. However, you would agree that nowhere in your case file or in no report that Mr. Melton's parents ever confirmed that Ms. Baker stayed at their house the weekend before her death. Is that correct?
Do you know they were interviewed? I don't believe they were asked about that, but I would have to look at the report to be certain. But I don't believe they were asked about her spending the night.
So the answer to my question is a yes. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Well,
we've
yes, they
been
were
talking
interviewed.
about that past few
So my
days.
question
Carrie.
was that Mr. Melton's
About when the
parents
mom
never
found
confirmed
out and the
information
time
that
of
Ms.
the
Baker
phone
was at
call
their
and the
home the
page and all
weekend
that.
before her death.
I believe that's correct.
And you cannot show the jury any report confirming Mr. Melton's claim that Ms. Baker was at Mr. Melton's home the weekend before her death.
No, I don't recall seeing anything there.
In fact, law enforcement simply took Chris's word for it. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say they took Chris's word. They conducted additional interviews with alibi witnesses, for lack of a better way of saying it.
Objection, non-responsive, Your Honor. My question didn't involve alibi witnesses.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think this witness is allowed to explain her answer. You may follow up with any
Who?
question.
They
Who did they
conducted
corroborate
interviews
his
with
alibi
additional
with?
witnesses that could
Who?
confirm where Chris was on Friday morning. Their focus was on Friday morning. That was law enforcement's focus back then.
Can you show the jury where that information is in your case?
Where what information is?
That Mr. Melton or anybody confirmed that Ms. Baker was with Mr. Melton the Saturday before.
I never said that they confirmed that.
So that isn't confirmed. Is that right?
No, I never said that. I said that law enforcement focused on his whereabouts Friday morning.
And you said that they corroborated it with alibi witnesses.
So based on the information you had on May 5th, whether that window was 12 hours, a couple of days, you would agree at the time of Ms. Baker's death, Chris Melton's DNA being in her mouth would suggest that he had been dishonest about the last time he saw Ms. Baker.
We believed at the time of the interview that it was in her mouth. That was later determined to be incorrect based on additional crime laboratory testing that we did.
But you didn't. But in the moment, then why didn't you do anything about it?
Is it okay if we have a discussion about that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, we've agreed that you told Chris, or Chris was told, that law enforcement needed to be able to explain his DNA. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And it is fair to say that Mr. Melton would not put himself with Ms. Baker within the week of her death. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. You would agree that by removing Mr. Melton from her mouth and putting Mr. Melton in Ms. Baker's vagina, it changes the timing window. Is that correct?
My understanding is the window that sperm can last in the vagina is different than in the mouth.
Which would allow you to explain Chris's DNA. Is that right?
Once we determined that those were indeed vaginal swabs, it definitely made more sense.
Okay.
It made more sense because he's her boyfriend.
You would agree that you
Couldn't
did
rape
not
her.
obtain the result. Well, excuse me. The testing that you did was with a California company. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we're in Georgia. Fair?
Yes.
We're on the East Coast. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Pure Gold is on the West Coast. Is that right?
That's right.
And you heard Ms. Lycon's testimony?
I did.
And she stated that multiple labs throughout the United States conduct this type of testing. Is that fair?
I believe she said that.
Now, we could agree that we didn't move Chris from the mouth to the vagina until November 4th, 2020. Excuse me. 2024. Is that right?
Is that when the pure gold report was issued?
Unfortunately, I cannot answer any questions.
If that's when the pure gold report was issued, then that was when we got confirmation that those were vaginal swabs.
Would you have any reason to disagree?
It's not confirmation.
That report was issued November
It's
4th,
presumptive. It's not
I don't, but I would have to look at
confirmatory.
it to be 100% certain.
Now, you mentioned confirmation.
You did not
that it
get
was vaginal swabs,
confirmation.
but Ms. Lycon herself said this is a presumptive test.
Thank
There's
you.
no confirmatory testing. Would you agree?
Yes, she did speak to that.
Okay. So for the benefit of Mr. Melton, the mouth swab was turned into a vaginal swab based on a presumptive test. Is that fair?
Yes.
I would say it was for the benefit of the investigation, not for Mr. Melton specifically. But we needed to figure out which ones were vaginal swabs because we knew from the vaginal smears.
But you
that
can't
one of
figure
those packs
because
had
there's
been
no
vaginal swabs and it was
conclusion.
mislabeled.
It's presumptive.
Well, this is the thing. You would agree there have been a lot of mistakes in this investigation, right?
I'm not going to speak to other potential mistakes.
Well, you've been in the courtroom with us. We had an incident. You remember the incident when we opened the package, the state admitted, and it was empty, but it was supposed to contain hairs. Do you recall that?
That was the package that the hairs were collected in. Once the hairs go to the crime lab, they get mounted on slides.
Sure. How about the clock? Did you hear the testimony about the clock being lost?
I don't remember the clock being lost.
That's fine. How about the screen? Did you hear the testimony about the screen being lost?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you all have possession of Ms. Baker's house keys?
I don't believe so.
So Ms.
As
Baker's,
far as the GBI is concerned, I
Correct.
don't believe so. And I don't remember seeing them during the evidence inventory.
so Ms. Baker's, let me make sure. You're saying that you never had a set of keys from Ms. Baker?
I don't believe so. I don't recall seeing a set of keys
From Ms. Baker, is that correct?
from Ms. Baker.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
I can look through the evidence list if you'd like me to.
Please do, and I'll look through the one that we have as well.
Are you speaking of Elvis key ring with 2 keys to his apartment?
I am.
Oh, I mean, it says yeah, we did check it actually. I just don't remember.
So do you have possession of Ms. Baker's keys?
No, I do not have possession.
Okay, where are Ms. Baker's house keys?
I don't know. They were in the possession of the Athens Clarke County Police Department on December 11th of 2023.
That's
I apologize. I don't remember. There were 180 something pieces of evidence that we inventoried.
Well, that's your fucking job. Where
You
do
have
keys
lots
go,
of Ms. Baker's
Liz?
home.
I mean, we don't have, I don't believe we have everything. I think Athens Clarke County Police Department has all of the evidence. I do recall the lock. Yes, the deadbolt from the front door. Is that what you're speaking of? Yeah, that was inventoried and we checked it on December 11th.
Do you have possession of that lock in the courthouse here today?
I have no idea. I'd have to go look.
Do we have possession of those keys in the courthouse here today?
I have no idea. I'd have to go look.
All right, but you stated that you are the lead investigator on the case with Mr. Howell, is that fair?
Yes.
Excellent. So I want to talk about the physical evidence from Ms. Baker's house based on your investigation and your decision to get an arrest warrant. We can agree that no hairs in the home were connected to Mr. Edrick Faust. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. If you could write under arrest warrant secured, no hairs. And we can also agree in regards to Mr. Melton's hair, his hair was found on the cord used to strangle Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. It was found on the, I think people keep calling it the power transformer box for the printer. Now, the cord of the printer was utilized to do that, but if I'm not mistaken, it's on the power transformer box.
What are you talking about?
And the power transformer is connected to the cord that was used to strangle Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Like, even she's
As
just
far as
trying to
fingerprints,
to protect him in
Attorney Ahmad, if you
every
will write
turn.
hair on, and make sure I put this right, Ms. Bigham. I want to make sure I get this accurate, okay? Put hair on under Melton, correct? Under anal. Hair on weapon. Is that fair? Power cord was used as a weapon?
It's on the power transformer box. It was not on the cord.
That was connected
Oh,
to the
for
cord. Is that right?
fuck's sake.
Sure.
Are you kidding me? It's the fucking murder weapon, lady. This is insane.
Okay, fingerprints. None of Mr. Faust's fingerprints were found in the house. We could agree on that.
That's correct.
Okay. And I won't go into the interview. I'll save that. But at this point, the evidence we do have, DNA, mouth, anus, Mr. Melton did not engage in anal sex, Mr. Melton, hair on power transformer connected to the cord used to strangle Ms. Baker. Is that fair?
Yes.
We also have a mitochondrial DNA test that states that the pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt could not eliminate Mr. Melton as the contributor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's from 2007 from LabCorp.
Pubic hair on
You
her.
say that it couldn't eliminate Mr. Melton? I'd have to look at the report again to refresh my recollection.
Sure, and I believe it's already in evidence, so that's fine.
Okay.
But you did not have any hairs that was in GBI or ACCPD's custody tested for DNA. Is that correct?
No, we did not.
Okay.
In 2024 or 3 and beyond.
Okay. You had the swabs and you solely went off the swabs. Is that correct?
No, after meeting with the crime lab that in February of 24, we went through every piece of evidence. I mean, the meeting was hours. We went through every single piece of evidence with each
For
section
you, it's your
head
fucking
of each
job.
area. So hairs and fibers, DNA, latent prints, etc. and went through all the evidence and talked about all the evidence, what had been done on it in the past, what could be done on it in the future, or not the future, but now, had any technology changed or been updated that would be valuable to retest or to help retest these items. And that's how we determine what we could resubmit versus what couldn't be resubmitted because either maybe the technology wasn't there or nothing. They've already done everything with it. There's nothing else to do, things like that.
That he has on the whiteboard
Mr. Melton,
or the
let me
note
rephrase that.
board.
What items
Of
were
all
resubmitted
the
for DNA testing?
evidence
Because I
that
understand
they
that your
had that
position
Chris
is the reason
Melton
we have the DNA is because of new
was
technology. Is that fair?
physically the one who did
Yes,
the
newer technology. That's my understanding.
Excellent. But we can agree that no DNA testing took place of the unidentified hairs. Is that fair?
Yes, but there was reasons for that. Some of them were not suitable didn't have a route suitable for DNA testing, et cetera. I have an explanation for some of the hairs.
Sure, that's
I
fine.
bet you do.
Now I'd like to ask you this, and I'll end on this note with you. And I won't go deep into it, but we've talked about the DNA and the Melton eggs. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and we've already agreed that you were armed with that information. Is that correct?
Some of that information over a second.
And despite being armed with this information, you told Chris Melton, but that's why it doesn't matter. If you're like, you know what? I effing lied about it 23 years ago because I was a scared, terrified kid. You're right. I had a little call with her that night. I left at midnight. I don't know what happened after that. It'll be, thank you. Have a nice day. We'll let you know what happens. Laughs, like that's it. Is that a correct statement from you?
Hilarious.
Yes, Mr. Melton
That's
had an
so
alibi that
hilarious.
would have made it impossible for him to kill Tara.
And you explained to Chris again, we just want to be able to explain it and make it make sense so we can focus on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any redirect to Mr. Yellen Chili?
Jesus.
I don't have any redirect questions, Judge.
You may step down.
Do you want
Thank
this or do you leave it?
God.
Leave it with the court reporter.
Okay, I gotta get these people off the screen. That was the end of it. Ugh. If you're just looking at the list of physical evidence that puts Chris Melton, I'm sweaty, that puts Chris Melton physically at the scene in her body on the murder weapon, tell me what stopped them from getting search warrants and charging him. Why did they jump to Faust? And it can't just be because he had a 20-year-old alibi. It's not like Edrick Faust can come up with an alibi from 25 years ago. So is that what you're going on? One guy had an alibi and then the new guy who you've never even heard of before and who has nothing to do with this case, he doesn't have an alibi. We lucked out. Let's put it on him. Ugh. They do 2 times life without parole plus 45, which is insane. Amanda, there have been many theories about the DNA. And here's the thing. It's part of this has to do with what the defense wasn't allowed to introduce to the jury. One of the things the defense was not allowed to introduce to the jury is if we are just talking about Chris Melton and Faust, because there are other possible suspects. But if we're just talking about Faust and Chris Melton, one of the things that they weren't allowed to bring in is this tip that came into the police about the woman identifying Tara being at a Mexican restaurant after she left the law library at like 9:45, 10 o'clock at night. Now, Faust was staying in the neighborhood. He was staying in the area. So there could have been, he could have been at the bar. They could have shared a cigarette. They could have shared a drinking glass. Hell, they could have made out. And he just doesn't remember some random white girl in a bar from 25 years ago. But the issue is that he is not in her vagina. He is not in her rectum. He is not on the murder weapon, and he is not anywhere on anything in her apartment. But Chris Melton is. I'm just saying, it doesn't matter to me if Chris Melton is guilty or not. I'll say that. What matters to me is that they put the right person in prison. So if Chris Melton isn't guilty, then find the fucking person who did it. And don't just try to pin it on the first person who has dark colored skin that you see in front of you. Carrie, who are you talking about? Who get some money from the Coleman Baker Act they had to justify? I don't know what that question means. And y'all, I am going to have to go because I have to go cook dinner for the family. I'm making tacos tonight. It's Taco Wednesday. Yeah, that is why the state wants the oral swabs to be vaginal swabs, because it puts his DNA there. Exactly. And if you have questions about where it came from and how it got there, reasonable doubt, sure. It's an atrocity. You're absolutely right, lawyer's daughter. GBI got the money. GBI got the money because that's the thing. I mean, so they had to eliminate Chris. So I'm going to go over this one more time. This is the Coleman-Baker Act. And in order for the GBI, you heard her, she laid out what the Coleman-Baker Act is. The one, I mean, she kind of said it very quickly and kind of glossed over the fact, but if a case is more than 3 years old, it's a cold case. And so basically the bottom line is they have to, the local precinct, the local authorities have to have tried to eliminate all suspects and have to be sort of at a dead end, exhausted their resources, can't go any further, which means that basically all the suspects have to be cleared in order for it to be sent over to the GBI, in order for the GBI to open an investigation with like 3-4 million to, I don't even know how many millions of dollars at their disposal to figure out who did this. So the local authorities cleared Chris so that it could be transferred over to the GBI. And of course, if she's sitting in this meeting with Chris, she's trying to clear him too, because if Chris isn't cleared, then this fucks up the whole case and they don't get their money to investigate. So this was the first case and under the Coleman-Baker Act, and this was named after Tara Baker in part. And they wanted to have a slam dunk. They wanted to solve this case because the family has been suffering for 25 years, and the lawmakers and the money and all this shit. And it's so much easier to just pin it on a black guy than it is to dig through the recesses of this white dude's history. You know, and I'm just like, I'm so sickened by it. Yeah, I am making some yummy, yummy pork tacos tonight. I'm real excited about it. And with that being said, I need to go cook for these children's. But I love you all. I will be back tomorrow. Oh, and I actually, while we were in here, we had a slight time change for tomorrow. We are actually going to start a little bit earlier. We're starting at 8:30 in the morning because I had some scheduling conflicts that came up. So we're going to start at 8:30, me and Rebecca, and then Broken Baker will come on at 9, and we'll probably be on until about 10:30. And then we're talking about the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, as well as the Aiden versus Meredith hearing that was bonkers the other day. Probably a bunch of other things too, because there's a bunch of updates. I don't know. We might try to get together on another day and do some more updates on cases outside of Massachusetts. Oh God, I'm so sleepy. But yeah, so tomorrow morning, 8:30. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to stream again for Faust tomorrow. And if I can't, I will obviously post on Facebook and on YouTube and let you guys know. But I'm hoping that I'll be able to do it in the later afternoon. I got to look at how long the hearing was at the day 8, how long that hearing is, and sort of figure out what I can do with that. So, but I appreciate you all. Please go like the video, subscribe, share, comment. Let's get some more eyes on this. And until tomorrow, I hope you all have a great night. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.